Chapter 755. Because he had dealt with the Green Dragon Halberd Emperor, the relationship between Su Long and Madame Jean had gotten a little closer. Of course, this kind of closeness was only relative to ordinary people. The two of them still couldn't even be considered ordinary friends. Seeing all of this, Li Fuchen shook his head. If Su Long really managed to woo Madame Jean, his future would not be good. According to what he knew, one needed to have aptitude to cultivate the Empress Countenance technique. Not everyone could cultivate the Empress Countenance technique to a high realm. In other words, not everyone could have Madame Jin's charm. This kind of woman was born to be the center of attention. There would never be a lack of suitors. However, all of this was built on the premise that Su Long could chase after Madame Jean. Madame Jean was not a young girl who had never seen the world. To move her, personal charm and strength were indispensable. Su Long was still lacking. The silver airship continued flying while everyone drank and chatted. "Brother Su, your Dragon Tiger Cloud sword is really powerful," Zhou Jian and the other two said in admiration. Su Long laughed heartily. "I have cultivated the Dragon Tiger Cloud sword for more than 200 years. If it does not have any power, I might as well commit suicide." Gong Yun smiled and said, "Looks like I don't need to do anything along the way." His strength was slightly weaker than Su Long. Since Su Long wanted to show off in front of Madame Jean, he was naturally willing to fulfill his wish. "Thanks a lot." Su Long toasted the other party. "Don't waste your time. Do you think Madame Jean will like you?" The female swordsman, who had been silent, glanced at Su Long and said disdainfully. Su Long's face sank. "You're a grade 4 swordsman, you better watch your words. Do you know who Madame Jin's deceased husband is? He is the No. 4500th ranked Light Wind Great Emperor on the Great Emperor rankings. There are rumors that the Light Wind Great Emperor was murdered by someone. How do you think the Light Wind Great Emperor is compared to you?" The female swordsman obviously knew more about Madame Jin's matter. Su Long's expression turned ugly. "So what? At worst, I'll just stay in the city from now on. Is it safe as long as we don't leave the city? Killing someone doesn't have to be world-shaking. Perhaps, a drop of poison is enough to kill you," the female swordsman continued. Hearing this, Su Long's expression changed. At their level, they were basically immune to all poisons. However, this was only referring to ordinary poisons. Some strange poisons could instantly kill a person. Just as the atmosphere in the dining hall was getting awkward, Madame Jin's maid walked in. "Everyone, these are the treasured wines of my madam. Please have a taste." "Good wine, thank madam for me." Zhou Jian quickly changed the topic. After drinking, everyone returned to their rooms. Only Li Fuchen, the female swordsman, and the grade 5 swordsman were left in the dining hall. Li Fuchen looked at the female swordsman and the grade 5 swordsman before he continued to drink his wine. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The journey could be considered peaceful and uneventful. Occasionally, they would encounter a robbery, but any one of them could easily deal with it. So much so that everyone felt that the escort mission was too easy, and they were a little bored. "This is too boring. I thought there would be fights and killings along the way." As a swordsman, everyone thirsted for battle, because only by constantly fighting could they continuously perfect their sword principles. Boom! Just as everyone was starting to get bored, a loud sound rang out and the silver airship was forced to stop. Everyone's eyes lit up. They knew that a battle was coming. The cabin door opened and everyone walked out. Inside the room, Li Fuchen was in seclusion. His perception was too high and he would have some inspirations from time to time. These inspirations were fleeting and he had to grasp them without being distracted. With that person around, there shouldn't be any problem. Everyone assumed that the Dragon Tiger Sword Emperor, Su Long, was the strongest. In fact, in Li Fuchen's eyes, the grade 5 swordsman who had yet to speak was the strongest. Furthermore, he wasn't just 1 or 2 times stronger. If Su Long was a firefly, then that grade 5 swordsman would be the sun. The two of them weren't comparable at all. After walking out of the cabin door, everyone's heart sank. The opponent this time seemed to be rather formidable and it made them feel unconfident. On the opposite side, there were over 100 individuals and there were 3 leaders. The one on the left was a bewitching man who was wearing a golden snake earring. The one on the right was a purple-lipped woman with dark green eyes. The 2 of them might have concealed their chi presences, but they gave off an abnormally dangerous feeling. It felt as though they were being targeted by a venomous snake, tiger, or wolf, making them uncomfortable. These 2 individuals had already made everyone feel a sense of danger. The existence of the person in the middle made Su Long swallow his saliva. This person had average looks and didn't have an obvious chi presence. Only when his eyes opened and closed, there would be a tyrannical radiance that burst out from time to time. Among the group, no one dared to look him in the eye and would subconsciously avoid his gaze. This is bad. Gong Yun had a heavy heart. Previously, he felt that this journey was too boring. Right now, he wished he could slap himself. Hee, Madame Jean, how have you been? The purple-lipped woman stared at Madame Jean and let out a strange laugh. Who are you? I don't know you. Madame Jean spoke calmly. You don't know me, but I know you. Your dead husband has some connections with me. What connections? Madame Jean didn't understand. I personally poisoned your husband to death. The purple-lipped woman laughed with pride. What? You poisoned him? Madame Jean pointed at the purple-lipped woman and spoke with a trembling voice. You killed my big brother? I will fight it out with you. The first to erupt wasn't Madame Jean but the female swordsman. She drew 2 swords and slashed out in a crisscrossed manner. A sword blade storm blasted at the purple-lipped woman. So you are his sister. Interesting. Facing the female swordsman's killer move, the purple-lipped woman only blew lightly. Instantly, a purple chi storm expanded and extinguished the sword blade storm. Such powerful poison Dao law. Seeing that the female swordsman was about to be hit, Su Long stepped forward and dispersed the purple chi storm with the dragon tiger cloud sword. Move aside. The female swordsman didn't appreciate it and shouted at Su Long who was blocking in front of her. Su Long turned his head and said coldly, a few days ago, you said that I overestimated myself. I think you are the one overestimating yourself. The opponent can kill you in one move. What's the point of you rushing forward? Are you going to accompany your brother? You. The female swordsman's almond-shaped eyes widened as tears gathered. You actually dare to be distracted while fighting me. You are truly courting death. The purple-lipped woman clawed out and a purplish-black claw shadow attacked. Dang! Su Long barely managed to block this claw, but he was sent flying. A trace of purple intent appeared on his body. This was the sign of being poisoned. Even though he felt that the purple-lipped woman was very powerful, after exchanging blows, he felt that he had underestimated her. Big brother Su, let me assist you. Soft ripple. Gong Yun's sword art was obviously a water path sword art. When he brandished his sword, the void seemed to have turned into water. There were slight ripples that spread towards the purple-lipped woman. Child's play. The purple-lipped woman clenched her right hand and rotated it forward. A purple chi spiral storm pierced through the ripples and sent Gong Yun flying. Attack together. Zhou Jian and the other 2 attacked the purple-lipped woman together. Bang bang bang. It was a pity that the 3 of them were slightly weaker. Before the purple chi storm, they didn't even have the chance to resist. All of them were sent flying and their bodies were tainted with a dense purple intent. Too powerful. Gong Yun said bitterly. With so many of them working together, they actually weren't a match for the purple-lipped woman. One must know that the other 2 had yet to make a move. Let them go. I will leave with you. Madame Jean glanced at the female swordsman and said. She had heard from her husband more than once that he had a younger sister. She didn't expect that she would be able to meet her today and under such circumstances. No, you can't leave with them. The female swordsman said. Then what can I do? Madame Jean was at a loss. I didn't expect to encounter people from the Sky Thrust Union here. I wonder if you can block a sword of mine. The cabin door opened and a figure walked out. Everyone turned their head and saw that it was the Grade 5 swordsman who had been silent all this while. Su Long frowned and vaguely had some guesses. You know that we are from the Sky Thrust Union? The purple-lipped woman was surprised. You should be the Sunflower Water Branch's 100 Poison Hall Master. The Grade 5 swordsman was wearing green clothes and had an ordinary appearance as though he was an ordinary person. However, under such circumstances, the more ordinary he was, the more extraordinary he seemed. It seems like you know me. Since that is the case, then go and die. Earlier on, the 100 Poison Hall Master didn't even use 10% of her strength. If she was serious, these people would already be dead. A horrific purple chi storm burst out. Within a radius of 10 miles, apart from the green-clothed swordsman, everyone else, including the silver airship, was sucked in by the purple chi storm without any resistance. Everyone finally knew that the opposition didn't even use his full strength and was just toying with them. You are the one who will die. The green-clothed swordsman didn't even draw his sword. A sword prowess burst out and instantly dispersed the purple chi storm. The sword prowess then slashed at the 100 Poison Hall Master. This sword prowess was extremely powerful. In this world, apart from the Sword Dao Law, there were no other laws. Be it the Heaven and Earth Law or the 100 Poison Hall Master's Poison Dao Law, everything was forced back and was slashed into nothingness by the sword prowess. Not good. The 100 Poison Hall Master was appalled. She realized that she was locked down by the sword prowess and was unable to move. Bang, bang. At the crucial moment, a giant black lotus blocked the sword prowess. Interesting, interesting. In this desolate and uninhabited place, we actually encountered an existence in the top 1,000 of the Great Emperor rankings. If I didn't guess it wrongly, you should be the 700th ranked Ordinary Sword Emperor, Su Pingfan, right? Behind the 100 Poison Hall Master, the ordinary-looking middle-aged man spoke. Black Lotus Altar Master. Su Pingfan looked at the opposition. Those who could become the Altar Master of the Sky Thrust Union were all extremely powerful. Even he didn't dare to be careless. What? He is the Ordinary Sword Emperor, Su Pingfan. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the person who had been staying and eating with them was actually the 700th ranked Ordinary Sword Emperor, Su Pingfan. Chapter 756. Ordinary Sword Emperor, give my Sky Thrust Union some face and leave. Black Lotus Altar Master said indifferently. He might be an Altar Master, but he wasn't confident he could defeat Su Pingfan. Do you think it is possible? Su Pingfan's eyes were ordinary as he spoke indifferently. Kiki, I don't think it is possible. Since that is the case, I shall have a taste of Ordinary Sword Emperor's brilliant move. Altar Master Black Lotus had never crossed moves with a Great Emperor who was in the top 1,000 of the Great Emperor rankings. This was the first time. In the history of the Sky Thrust Union, there was once an Altar Master that killed a Great Emperor that was ranked around 700. He firmly believed that he could do it too and even better. Void Black Lotus. Black Lotus Altar Master beckoned with his hand and a giant Black Lotus bloomed beneath his feet. It rapidly expanded and enveloped Su Pingfan. Such an incredible Void Dao martial art. Su Long squinted his eyes. His opponent's Black Lotus made him dizzy. It felt as though there were layers of spatial zones inside. Once one was enveloped by it, it was impossible to escape. Gongyun took a deep breath and said, I have heard of the Sky Thrust Union. It is a very mysterious and powerful saint faction. From lowest to highest, there are star-class members, Joss Masters, Hall Masters, Altar Masters, and Helm Masters. No one knows the ranks after that. Putting aside the star-class members, Joss Masters are said to be able to instantly kill experts at the bottom of the Great Emperor rankings. Hall Masters are even stronger. As for Altar Masters, they are already able to contest with the top 1,000 Great Emperor rankings. Helm Masters are even more incredible and are ranked in the top few hundred. I originally thought it was nonsense, but from the looks of it, there is no such thing. The Sky Thrust Union is stronger than any Saint faction and isn't inferior to our Swordsman Guild. However, our Swordsman Guild is a loose organization and isn't as strict as the Sky Thrust Union. The Swordsman Guild was also powerful. He and Gong Yun had only become Grade 5 swordsmen recently and were considered the weakest among the Grade 5 swordsmen. Some powerful Grade 5 swordsmen should be able to contest with the Sky Thrust Union's Joss Masters. Regular Grade 6 swordsmen would be able to contest with the Sky Thrust Union's Hall Masters. Elite Grade 6 swordsmen would be able to contest with the Sky Thrust Union's Altar Masters. Su Pingfan's strength was at least an elite Grade 6 swordsman and might have already passed the Grade 7 swordsman test. However, the Swordsman Guild was just a guild after all. There was no such thing as a hierarchy. It was incomparable to the Sky Piercer Union. Seeing that the Black Lotus was about to envelop him, Su Pingfan unsheathed his sword. His entire body was like a hedgehog, and countless swords shot out. With a crackling sound, the Black Lotus was instantly shattered. When Su Pingfan's sword was unsheathed, it shocked the world. Altar Lord Black Lotus was forced back a few steps. His expression was grave as he pushed his hands forward. In the void, countless Black Lotuses bloomed and pressed towards Su Pingfan. Su Pingfan's expression did not change, and he still swung his sword. This time, the layers of sword light were like the sun emitting a million rays of light, completely destroying Altar Master Black Lotus's Black Lotus and leaving bloody sword marks on his body. Let's go together. Sky Scorpion Battle Formation. Su Pingfan's strength surpassed Altar Lord Black Lotus's imagination. In other words, Altar Lord Black Lotus had overestimated his own strength. In fact, the average combat strength of Sky Piercer Union's Altar Masters was around the top 1,000 of the Great Emperor rankings. It was extremely rare for them to enter the top 1,000, let alone rank 700th on the Great Emperor rankings. Altar Lord Black Lotus wasn't someone who cared about his reputation. When he saw that he wasn't a match for Su Pingfan, he immediately formed the battle formation and began to fight. The Sky Scorpion battle formation was shaped like a scorpion. The Bewitching Man and the 100 Poison Hall Master were the Scorpion's pincers, while Altar Lord Black Lotus was the Scorpion's stinger. Boom! In this fight, Su Pingfan finally took a step back. Altar Lord Black Lotus's strength wasn't much weaker than him. After combining with the battle formation, his strength was at least a few times stronger. Ordinary Sword Dao. Taking a deep breath, Su Pingfan no longer released sword lights. Each move was extremely ordinary but also extremely sharp. When the sword was slashed, it felt as though the void was going to be sliced apart, leaving behind sword marks on the Sky Scorpion battle formation. However, a battle formation was still a battle formation. As long as it didn't collapse, it would be able to recover rapidly. Die! The Sky Scorpion's tail thrust over. Furthermore, the stinger's trajectory was ever-changing and hazy. It felt as though it was in another world and it was hard to distinguish the attack trajectory. It was obvious that the stinger contained the Black Lotus Altar Lord's Void Law. Clang! At the critical moment, Su Pingfan managed to block the attack, but he was also sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good, the ordinary Sword Emperor isn't a match. Everyone was extremely anxious. If Su Pingfan wasn't a match, they were definitely going to perish today. At this moment, no one would have thought that Li Fuchen had yet to make a move. They had already neglected Li Fuchen's existence. After all, what could a Grade 4 swordsman do? Clang 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 clang, Su Pingfan was able to fight evenly with the Sky Scorpion's pincers, but when facing the Sky Scorpion's stinger, he couldn't do anything. Every time he reacted, he would only be able to block and wouldn't be able to dodge. Ordinary Sword Dao. Heaven and Earth Emotion. Su Pingfan's aura was getting more ordinary while his sword seemed to have vanished. Countless threads burst out from his palm and penetrated the Sky Scorpion. This sword move was actually close to extremity. What? Inside the Sky Scorpion battle formation, the Black Lotus Altar Lord could sense that the massive Sky Scorpion battle formation was penetrated by countless threads. The threads were too sharp and the Sky Scorpion battle formation couldn't block them. Bang! The Sky Scorpion battle formation crumbled. Apart from the Black Lotus Altar Lord and the others, the rest were either missing arms or legs. Some were severed at the waist or had their heads severed. It was simply a miserable scene of flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The Black Lotus Altar Lord and the others weren't having a good time either. The crumbling of the battle formation had caused them to vomit blood and their strength had declined significantly. PFFF. Su Ping Fan had also vomited blood. He hadn't fully grasped the heaven and earth emotion. When he forcefully executed it, his chi flowed in reverse and many of his organs were damaged and crumbled. This is the sword thread state. Su Long widened his eyes. When a swordsman reached a certain level, they would be able to grasp the sword thread state. They would be able to turn the sword chi into threads and slice through all things. Su Pingfan's sword thread state was obviously close to extremity. According to the records, the true sword thread state could slice through all things, including time and space. It was a top-notch killing method and no one in the world would be able to block the sword thread state. Not even a body refinement martial artist of the same level would be able to block it and would definitely be injured. It could be said that Su Pingfan's regular strength was around 700 on the Great Emperor rankings. But once he executed the sword chi threads, his strength would increase by at least 10 times. How can he be so powerful? The Black Lotus Altar Lord's face was distorted and he was in disbelief. The Ominous Man and the 100 Poison Hall Master were also extremely shocked. In their hearts, they had a new understanding of swordsmen. No wonder it was said that among the myriad Daos in heaven and earth, the sword Dao was the most proficient in killing. Sword thread state that is close to extremity. It is indeed incredible. Li Fuchen could see that Su Pingfan's strength wasn't much weaker than the sword Rain Great Emperor. If Su Pingfan completely grasped this sword move, his strength would be superior to the sword Rain Great Emperor and it might even surpass sword extinction, Wu Qingjue. The ordinary sword emperor, Su Pingfan, found the extraordinary within the ordinary. But I still have to make a move. Li Fuchen let out a sigh and smiled bitterly. While speaking, he stood up and was preparing to walk out of the silver airship. A bunch of trash. You can't even do such a simple task. Just as everyone was shocked by Su Pingfan's strength, a hoarse voice came from afar and instantly entered everyone's ears. From afar, a figure appeared from the water ripples. In just a single step, he arrived in front of the Black Lotus Altar Master and the others. It was a handsome youth in blue clothes. But when complimented with his voice, it gave off an extremely strange and dangerous feeling. Branch Master. The Black Lotus Altar Master and the others quickly bowed with cupped fists and didn't have any temper. Branch Master. Everyone had a bad premonition. An Altar Master was already so incredible, now that a Branch Master was here, how were they going to fight? In terms of class, a Branch Master was equivalent to a grade 7 swordsman. Su Pingfan's expression turned grave too. They were currently in the Sunflower Water Branch's territory. It was obvious that this person was the Branch Master of the Sunflower Water Branch, the Sunflower Water Branch Master. The Sunflower Water Branch Master stood with his hands behind his back and said to Su Pingfan indifferently, "If you can completely grasp that sword move, you might be able to exchange moves with me. But now, you are still not a match for me. Furthermore, you are injured. How will I know if I don't try?" Su Pingfan took a deep breath and said indifferently. His ordinary sword Dao was to find the extraordinary within the ordinary and return to the ordinary. A desperate situation would definitely allow him to break through. Heaven and earth emotion. Su Pingfan executed his kill move again. Countless sword threads burst out and pierced at the Sunflower Water Branch Master. Overestimating yourself. The Sunflower Water Branch Master spun his left hand and created a layer of water screen of unknown depth to block the sword threads. The sword threads were very sharp, but this water screen might look thin, but it was actually unfathomably deep. When the sword threads penetrated into the water screen, the speed got slower and the power got weaker until it vanished. SSS. Everyone took in a deep cold breath. Su Pingfan's heaven and earth emotion was able to destroy the Sky Scorpion battle formation in a single move. Right now, it couldn't even break through a layer of water screen. Rumble. The Sunflower Water Branch Master shook his left hand and turned the water screen into a wave that sent Su Pingfan flying while violently vomiting fresh blood. The Sunflower Water Branch Master sneered and looked at the silver airship. "Friend, come out." "What?" Su Long and the others were rather confused. Who else was inside the silver airship? From the looks of the Sunflower Water Branch Master, it didn't seem like he was here for Madame Jean and had another objective. The cabin door opened and Li Fuchen walked out. After seeing Li Fuchen's appearance, Su Long and the others felt that their brains weren't enough to process it. What was going on? A grade 4 swordsman couldn't be the Sunflower Water Branch Master's objective, right? "You know me?" Li Fuchen asked the Sunflower Water Branch Master. "On the Flying Silver Island, you killed 6 of my Sky Thrust Union's Joss chiefs. Do you think I know you?" The Sunflower Water Branch Master grinned. "So that is the case. It seems like you are here specifically for me." Li Fuchen didn't find it strange that the Sunflower Water Branch Master knew of his whereabouts. The Sky Thrust Union's influence was spread across the entire Saint Spirit continent and it was inevitable for someone to see his appearance. Furthermore, every city or town had a surveillance array and from the surveillance array, one would be able to see Li Fuchen's image. The Sunflower Water Branch Master shook his head. "Actually, it was an accident to discover you. Originally, my subordinate was here for Madame Jean. I didn't expect for you to be together with Madame Jean. That is for the best. We can capture them all at once." As the Sunflower Water Branch Master spoke, he blasted a palm at Li Fuchen. Chapter 757. The Sunflower Water Helm Master was the Sky Thrust Union's Helm Master, and if he was in the Great Emperor rankings, he would at least be ranked in the top few hundred or even higher. His martial art level was already close to extremity and it wasn't something a dabbler like Su Pingfan could compare with. This Water Dao palm art definitely made contact with the Great Dao of Water. When facing this palm art, it was no different from facing an ocean. "Be careful." The severely injured Su Pingfan immediately saw the power of this palm and quickly warned Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't dodge or make a move. Su Long and the others couldn't see Li Fuchen's expression and thought that Li Fuchen was frightened by the palm prowess and couldn't move. All of them shook their heads and couldn't bear to do it. But when they thought that they were going to die soon, they couldn't help but feel bitter. Rumble. The forceful palm force instantly poured into Li Fuchen's body. The boundless latent force would have crushed anyone else into smithereens. The palm force was endless and each wave was stronger than the previous one. It felt like it would never stop. However, the Sunflower Water Helm Master's expression had turned from confident to grave. If Li Fuchen was killed by this palm, the palm force would naturally dissipate. Right now, the palm force didn't dissipate and was getting even more intense. It meant that Li Fuchen was resisting and the resistance was extremely high. "Is this all you have?" A figure walked out leisurely as if he was taking a stroll in the park while withstanding the palm energy. When the forceful ocean-like palm force landed on Li Fuchen's body, it automatically split to the sides. Li Fuchen's sword energy protection was too powerful and it contained the primary extreme sword intent that was close to extremity. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique was also close to extremity, but Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique was definitely superior to the Sunflower Water Helm Master's palm art. Boundless immeasurable. The Sunflower Water Helm Master's eyes contracted as he executed both palm strikes at Li Fuchen in a crisscrossed manner. Rumble. This time, the palm force was even more intense. It felt like an apocalyptic flood that was going to devour the entire world. However, everything was in vain. When the violent palm force collided with Li Fuchen's sword energy protection, it couldn't even shake the sword energy protection. Such pure sword Dao level. Su Pingfan was shocked. He could feel a boundless sword Dao state from Li Fuchen's sword energy protection. As compared to Li Fuchen's sword Dao state, his ordinary sword Dao was definitely inferior. This person is no longer inferior to the Sword Emperor and the Sword Sovereign. Su Pingfan rarely admired others. He might not even admire the Sword Emperor or the Sword Sovereign. He had always believed that his ordinary sword Dao wasn't inferior to anyone, but he had yet to push his ordinary sword Dao to a higher level. But after witnessing Li Fuchen's sword Dao, he knew that his ordinary sword Dao wasn't comparable. From Li Fuchen's sword Dao, he could feel the most intrinsic sword Dao aura. He relied on his protective chi to withstand the palm force of the Sky Piercer Union's branch leader. Su Long and the others sucked in a cold breath. They were completely dumbfounded. When the ordinary Sword Emperor, Su Pingfan, appeared, they were already shocked. Right now, there was another Li Fuchen who was several times stronger than the ordinary Sword Emperor. No matter how tough their mental state was, they still couldn't take it. He actually withstood the Division Master's palm strike. The Black Lotus Altar Master and the others looked at each other in dismay. Originally, they were filled with confidence and felt that they could toy with this group of people. But from the looks of it now, it was simply a joke. They couldn't even take down an ordinary Sword Emperor, let alone Li Fuchen. There is always someone better than you out there. This was the truest thought in their hearts. Who exactly are you? The Sunflower Water Division Master asked in a deep voice. According to the information from the Flying Silver Island, Li Fuchen's strength was around the top 500 of the Great Emperor rankings. If that was the case, the Sunflower Water Division Master was 90% confident that he could kill Li Fuchen. 10 years ago, he had once killed a Great Emperor rankings ranker that was ranked over the top 300. Let alone Li Fuchen, who was ranked around the top 500, even if the Sunflower Water Division Master was in the top 200, the Sunflower Water Division Master was confident he could fight. But now, he couldn't even break Li Fuchen's chi protection. How was he going to fight? Even the top 100 Great Emperor rankings rankers wouldn't be able to withstand his attack with just the chi protection. I am no one. Furthermore, a dead person doesn't need to know who I am. Li Fuchen raised his right index and middle fingers and gathered a wisp of sword intent on his sword fingers. If I wish to leave, no one can stop me. We shall meet again in the future. The Sunflower Water Division Master produced a pearl that was enshrouded with water radiance. When his chi was poured into the pearl, a heart-palpitating water Dao power burst out and turned into a water sphere that enveloped the Sunflower Water Division Master, the Black Lotus Altar Master, and the others. In the next moment, the water sphere shrunk into a small water droplet and vanished into the void. Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact. Su Long immediately saw that the pearl that was enshrouded with water radiance was a heaven-class high-tier water Dao cardinal artifact. With a heaven-class high-tier water Dao cardinal artifact, if the Sunflower Water Division Master wanted to escape, no one would be able to stop him. Do you think you can escape? Li Fuchen pointed at the void with his sword fingers. PFFF PFFF PFFF, there were sounds of countless bubbles bursting. Immediately after, a violent splash exploded, and 4 figures fell from the sky, exploding into clouds of blood mist in the air. A single finger was able to kill 4 individuals with the protection of a heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact. Such strength had flabbergasted Su Long and the others. Run! At this moment, the Black Lotus Altar Master's men finally reacted. All of them were wailing and fleeing. It was a pity that Li Fuchen didn't plan to let anyone go. He blasted a fist that shook the void and turned this group of people into dust. Putting away the storage pouch of the 4 people and the bead, Li Fuchen said, "The rest of the people's storage pouch, you help to clean up." While speaking, Li Fuchen returned to the silver airship and prepared to continue his seclusion. He hoped that the inspiration from before hadn't dispersed, otherwise, it would be a significant loss. After cleaning up the battlefield, the silver airship continued to advance. However, the dining hall was unprecedentedly quiet. Everyone was guessing who Li Fuchen was. It was a pity that they had seen the images of the famous swordsman on the Great Emperor rankings and there wasn't anyone named Li Fuchen. Su Pingfan said, Brother Li's sword Dao is something that I have never seen in my life. In my opinion, even the Sword Sovereign and Sword Emperor's sword Dao might not be comparable to Brother Li's sword Dao. Of course, I have never seen the Sword Sovereign and Sword Sovereign's sword Dao before. This is just my speculation. Sword Dao was a postnatal Dao. Postnatal Dao was completely dependent on the individual's perception and potential. The stronger the individual's perception and potential, the stronger the postnatal Dao that was comprehended. As for the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder Daos, they were all postnatal Daos. Postnatal Daos were innate and there wasn't any difference in strength, it was just that you hadn't reached a higher realm. Prying into the Dao was to see the person. From a person's sword Dao, one could see the potential of the person. Without a doubt, if Li Fuchen could become a saint one day, he would definitely be one of the best among the saints. In the future, it wouldn't be difficult for him to rule the world with his sword Dao. Of course, the prerequisite was that he couldn't perish. If he perished, it would be useless no matter how glorious he was during his lifetime. After all, everyone would only look at the sun in the sky, who would remember a shooting star? Su Long said, the Saint Spirit continent contains limitless possibilities. No one knows what kind of expert will appear. The so-called Great Emperor rankings is just a ranking on the surface. There are plenty of people whose strength isn't inferior to the experts on the Great Emperor rankings, but they remain unknown. It is obvious that Brother Li is such a person. Gong Yun nodded, Big Brother Su is right. For example, the members of the Sky Thrust Union never enter the Great Emperor rankings. If there is a fair ranking, at least half of the people on the Great Emperor rankings would have to change their names. When everyone was guessing Li Fuchen's identity, Li Fuchen was trying to catch the inspiration that was about to disappear. It seems like I am overthinking. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. If a person's soul C was to be graded, Li Fuchen would definitely be at the top. Having a good memory was just the most basic stage, there was still photographic memory, deducing other things from one instance, etc. Li Fuchen's soul C was already at the stage where he could forcefully retain inspiration. As long as inspiration appeared, the soul C wouldn't let it disappear. If he searched slowly, he would eventually find it. After a few more days, Li Fuchen walked out of the room. Greetings to Brother Li. No wonder Brother Li has such strength. You are too hard-working. Previously, everyone was able to chat and laugh with Li Fuchen, but now, they were much more restrained. Li Fuchen said, it is fate that we are on the same ship. There is no need to be restrained. We are martial artists and swordsmen, we should be more carefree. Brother Li is right. Our cultivation levels are too low. We are ashamed. If everyone was in awe of Li Fuchen at the start, they were now in admiration. Li Fuchen didn't seem old, but he was much more carefree than them. Li Fuchen's casual attitude allowed everyone to relax and started to chat and laugh. In front of Su Pingfan's table, Li Fuchen sat down. Do you mind if I sit here? Feel free. Su Pingfan was different from everyone else. His expression and aura had always been ordinary and didn't have any fluctuations. Your sword Dao is incredible. Li Fuchen had already reached the sword thread state, but he didn't delve into the sword thread state and was far inferior to Su Pingfan. As compared to your sword Dao, my ordinary sword Dao is just a corner. Even if it is flourishing, it is just a drop in the ocean. It isn't worth mentioning. Su Pingfan shook his head and said seriously. Li Fuchen smiled. I am very interested in your ordinary sword Dao. Why don't we have an exchange? Li Fuchen could see that Su Pingfan's ordinary sword Dao was walking on the ordinary path. The sword thread state was only a part of it and not everything. Are you willing to have an exchange of sword Dao with me? Su Pingfan's heart was stirred. He didn't mind if his ordinary sword Dao was leaked. The most important thing for the ordinary sword Dao was to have an ordinary heart. Without the heart, the ordinary sword Dao would be overshadowed. Li Fuchen's sword Dao was the purest sword Dao. If they were to have an exchange, Li Fuchen would definitely be at a disadvantage. The path of the sword Dao is broad and profound. If you cultivate behind closed doors, you will ultimately be unable to advance. Li Fuchen was able to reach his current sword Dao proficiency because he had cultivated thousands of sword arts. Every sword art, be it low-class or high-class sword arts, had its own essence. After extracting the essence and fusing it, Li Fuchen's current sword Dao achievement was achieved. Chapter 758. The duo's sword Dao exchange lasted for an entire month. During this month, the duo didn't sleep, rest, or eat anything. When they were in high spirits, they would constantly drink wine. The slight intoxication made the duo's mind even more excited. When their thoughts were working, it was simply like sparks flying off a flint. "Stop the airship." On this day, Su Pingfan yelled out. Before the silver airship came to a complete stop, he opened the cabin door and rushed out. Heaven and earth feeling. On the left side of the silver airship, Su Pingfan brandished his right hand and shot out countless threads. As compared to over a month ago, this heaven and earth feeling was more mature, more perfect, and more skillful. Heaven and earth feeling. Heaven and earth feeling. Su Pingfan constantly brandished his right hand. It was obvious that the number of threads was decreasing. At the start, there were countless threads, but towards the end, it had shrunk to less than 100 threads. Correspondingly, the sharpness of the threads had increased drastically. If Su Pingfan was to fight with the Sunflower Water Helm Master again, he might not be able to defeat the Helm Master, but he wouldn't lose so miserably. The Helm Master's primary extreme sword Dao is truly broad and profound. It is of great help to me. Finally, Su Pingfan stopped shooting out sword threads. His surging emotions couldn't calm down for a long time. The sword thread state wasn't simply the compression of sword chi, it was a kind of extremity sword Dao state. Over a month ago, as Su Pingfan wasn't able to completely grasp the heaven and earth feeling, he could only rely on his sword Dao state and his own compression of sword chi. As such, every time he executed the heaven and earth feeling, his chi would flow in reverse and his organs would suffer damage. Right now, after interacting with Li Fuchen for days and nights, Su Pingfan's sword thread state was finally close to extremity and was naturally able to execute the heaven and earth feeling. This is my fated opportunity. It has saved me at least 10 years of hard work. Su Pingfan returned to the silver airship and cupped his fist towards Li Fuchen. Many thanks for Brother Li's pointers. Li Fuchen shook his head. It isn't considered pointers. My gains might not be lesser than yours. During this 1 month of interaction, Li Fuchen had too many inspirations. However, Li Fuchen was different from Su Pingfan. Li Fuchen's sword Dao proficiency was too high and his sword Dao essence was too strong. It was impossible for him to increase his cultivation level in a short period of time. He had to accumulate these inspirations and turn them into his own sword Dao foundation. During the rest of the journey, the two of them continued to discuss the way of the sword. Although Su Long and the others could not participate in their discussion, listening to their understanding of the way of the sword benefited them greatly. Each of them seemed to have gained something in their hearts, but at the same time, it also seemed like there was nothing more. Madame Jean and the female swordsman stayed in a private meeting room at the bow of the ship. The two of them had already acknowledged each other. Other than being a little sad at the beginning, they had already recovered. Wanqing, what are your plans now? The female swordsman was called Lin Wanqing. Madame Jean asked. Lin Wanqing shook her head. I don't know either. The 100 Poison Hall Master was already dead. Although she was not the one who killed him, it could be said that she had avenged him. Now, she really did not know what her future plans were. Madame Jean said, why don't you stay in Golden Sand City with me? There is also a swordsman guild branch in Golden Sand City. My big brother is already dead. This isn't too good, right? Lin Wanqing hesitated. Madame Jean said, what isn't good about it? You don't have to call me sister-in-law, just call me big sister. In the future, we will be sisters. Finally, Madame Jean convinced Lin Wanqing. Of course, it was mainly because Lin Wanqing approved of Madame Jean. A woman that her big brother liked shouldn't be bad, and she would help her big brother to protect her. Half a month later, they arrived at the Golden Sand City. The Golden Sand City was similar to the Autumn Leaf City. It was a large city and there was a swordsman guild branch inside. After handing in the mission, everyone received 10,000 contribution points. This way, Li Fuchen would be able to progress to a grade 5 swordsman with just 2,000 contribution points. Everyone, thank you for protecting me along the way. This is a small gift to express our gratitude. Madame Jean handed everyone a storage bag. Su Long opened it and saw a broken white stone. When he took it out, the white stone felt a little prickly, but the surface was very smooth. Stone. The others also received a broken white stone. But soon enough, everyone noticed that the stone was different. This stone was emitting a very special chi intent. At the same time, there was a hidden prowess. Everyone subconsciously poured their spiritual awareness into the stone. PFFF, fresh blood was vomited and everyone was instantly injured. It felt as though their soul sea was punched and they were dizzy. What stone is this? The willpower contained in it is too powerful. Gong Yun was shocked. Madame Jean explained, these stones were discovered by my husband in a ruin. For many years, my husband and I have been researching the specific uses of these stones. It is a pity that until now, we only found out that these stones have the effect of tempering the true spirit. It can temper the true spirit? Everyone's eyes lit up. What was the most crucial thing to progress into a saint? It was the true spirit and the spirit soul. If the true spirit and spirit soul weren't a problem, the number of saints on the saint spirit continent would easily increase by a few times. In the Great Emperor rankings, there were plenty of people who had already cultivated to the half-saint realm. But due to the problems with the true spirit and spirit soul, they were unable to become saints. Of course, everyone didn't expect a single stone to transform their true spirit into a saint spirit. It wasn't realistic and they were already satisfied if it could save them a few decades of time. After all, it wasn't that easy to become a saint. Among everyone, only Su Pingfan and Li Fuchen didn't take out the stones from their storage bags. Su Pingfan originally wanted to take it out, but when he saw that the stone in his storage bag was a few times bigger than others, he didn't want to take it out. Li Fuchen didn't want to take it out either. Because his storage bag didn't contain a broken white stone, it was a broken white stone hand. Others' white stones would only emit a faint prowess, but his broken stone hand had an extremely powerful prowess. Li Fuchen could even vaguely feel a trace of law intent. Willpower sculpture. Li Fuchen guessed in his heart. He had left behind a willpower sculpture on the Emperor Sky continent. If the willpower sculpture was to crumble one day and the shards were obtained by low-level martial artists, it would definitely be a great fated opportunity for them. But it was also in willpower sculpture, but Li Fuchen's willpower sculpture was far inferior. Li Fuchen reckoned that these willpower sculpture shards were left behind by peak-class saints. Regular saints wouldn't have such powerful willpower prowess. After all, these were just shards and there was only a trace of willpower prowess left. If it was a complete willpower sculpture, if anyone dared to use their spiritual awareness to examine it, their soul would instantly scatter. Many thanks. Li Fuchen transmitted a message to Madame Jean. Madame Jean replied, "It is all thanks to young Master Li for this journey. As long as young Master Li feels that this broken stone hand is useful, it is fine." Madame Jean didn't think that a broken stone would be useful to Li Fuchen, therefore, she gave him a broken stone hand. "It should be quite useful to me," Li Fuchen said. "That is good." Madame Jean smiled. In fact, she had her own selfish motives. Be it Su Pingfan or Li Fuchen, they were both existences that had to be on good terms. Chapter 759. The Golden Sand City had a branch of the Swordsman Guild and Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to leave. He was planning to accept a mid-grade mission and increase his swordsman rank to grade 5. As for Wu Zhua and Wu Shi, they were very safe in the Autumn Leaf City and Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about them. At night, in the courtyard of the inn, Li Fuchen took out the broken stone hand. He probed it with his soul sense. Buzz! The horrific willpower prowess instantly acted on Li Fuchen's mind. If Li Fuchen didn't have the saint spirit, he would probably be injured. In the darkness, Li Fuchen could see a giant hand approaching from afar in the pitch-black universe. A single palm strike had shattered a star. The chi presence that could shatter all living things had caused Li Fuchen's mind to tremble and burst out with inspiration. Not good. The courtyard spatial zone was distorting violently. Li Fuchen was shocked and his figure flashed as he rushed out of the courtyard and flew out of the Golden Sand City. This broken stone hand had actually loosened up Li Fuchen's hand of God. The next rank was actually the hand of Moon. Along the way, Li Fuchen's speed was extremely fast. Under the effects of the horrific star's law, there were even some distortions in the void. It made Li Fuchen feel as though he had shrunk the ground into inches and his speed was more than 2 times faster. Every flash felt as though he was shifting. Finally, Li Fuchen arrived outside the city. The star's law on his body finally lost control and burst out violently. In the next moment, the void rippled and distorted like water. The ground split open and countless pieces of soil were sucked towards Li Fuchen. Visible to the naked eye, Li Fuchen turned into a giant ball of earth. The earthen ball grew larger and larger. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, gradually, it rose into the sky. Under the moonlight, the big earthen ball looked like a small moon, its surface reflecting the dim moonlight. Inside the earth sphere, Li Fuchen was seated cross-legged. His body was emitting the star's law and had an intense gravitational force. It was binding the earth sphere and making it even tighter. The surface became smoother and smoother. Under the moonlight, the surface of the earthen ball became brighter and brighter. Look, why are there 2 moons in the sky? Deep into the night, there were still people who were awake. Some people pointed at the sky and exclaimed in surprise. It's true. Could it be an illusion? That's possible. Sometimes, when the void fluctuates, 2 moons will appear. This has happened in the past as well. However, I feel that this moon seems to be very close to us and very real. Everyone discussed spiritedly, each holding their own views. In the Golden Sand City's Castellan mansion, Castellan Jean Kanghua was drinking wine and admiring the moon. Jean Kanghua's pupils shrank. Others might think that it was an illusion, but he didn't think it was. This was clearly the work of an extremely powerful body refinement martial artist. With a wave of his hand, the power of the formation condensed in the air and turned into a mirror. In the mirror, there was a large, smooth iron ball. Under the moonlight, the surface of the iron ball was bright and flawless, conveying a flawless state. At the same time, there was a heavy, star-like aura being emitted, causing Jean Kanghua's heart to tremble. He couldn't help but feel a trace of panic. Who is this? To be able to make him feel fear, it meant that the other party was many times stronger than him. It was like an ant seeing a divine dragon. Even if it was fully armed, it would still feel fear. In the sky, the earthen ball had already turned into an iron ball. Its size had shrunk by 10,000 times, but it was still several hundred meters in size. Under the terrifying gravitational force, the iron ball was extremely tight and smooth. A normal warrior would not be able to see the slightest bit of unevenness with their naked eyes. Even a high-level warrior would need to gather their jinchi in their eyes to be able to see the slightest flaw. The hand of star, hand of moon, and hand of sun represented a kind of state, and it wasn't as simple as the surface. After all, the moon and sun were stars. It was already contradictory to say that the moon and sun were superior to the stars. The hand of star represented the initial comprehension of the star's law. The hand of moon represented the star's law. It was like the moonlight, bright and flawless, and had already reached maturity. The hand of sun represented the perfection stage of the great sun. It meant that the maturity had already reached the sub-perfection stage. Any further and it would exceed the limits of the star's law. Li Fuchen didn't expect for this broken stone hand to contain such powerful power laws and intents. With Li Fuchen's abnormally high perception and saint spirit, his spiritual awareness was able to observe down to the finest details. With all sorts of conditions, Li Fuchen was finally able to make contact with the Hand of Moon. At this moment, Li Fuchen's star's law was much stronger than before. The gravitational force that was emitted was extremely dense and could bind and compress everything. The metal sphere's density was something that even a great emperor wouldn't be able to break. The iron ball rose higher and had already reached the thunderbolt layer. From below, the iron ball's radiance couldn't be seen anymore. Bang boom! Countless heaven thunders blasted on the iron ball, but they weren't even qualified to leave a mark on the iron ball. At the upper section of the thunderbolt layer, there were more heaven thunders and it was getting more terrifying. The surface of the iron ball had traces of electric currents. Finally, the iron ball arrived at the heat layer. Countless black smoke was emitted. Immediately after, the iron ball was ignited with flames and looked like a blazing fireball. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, in just a short moment, the iron ball was only 10 meters in size. With its toughness, even if Li Fuchen slashed with his sword, he might not be able to split it open immediately. After the compression of gravity and the tempering of the heat layer, the iron ball had been tempered to be indestructible and wasn't inferior to heaven-class mid-tier metals. Inside the iron ball, Li Fuchen felt a horrific heat that was transmitted to his body through the iron ball. Before the law field was broken, Li Fuchen's clothes were all burned into ashes. It was obvious that the heat law here could ignore Li Fuchen's law field. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had the star immortal body. His entire body was as tough as steel, even his hair was exceptionally tough. With the tempering of the heat and after feeling the prowess of the universe, Li Fuchen's Hand of Moon was finally slowly stabilized and didn't lose control like before. A moment later, when Li Fuchen's skin was as red as a cooked prawn, Li Fuchen finally couldn't endure the heat of the heat layer and descended to the thunderbolt layer. Crackle! The indestructible iron ball was split open. A pair of delicate and slender hands had forcefully torn the iron ball apart. A naked Li Fuchen walked out from the two halves of the steel ball. His skin was white and flawless and was faintly emitting a bright and fine radiance. His eyes were bright like the stars and were emitting boundless magical power and radiance. His body was very strong, but it was not exaggerated. Instead, it was thick where it should be thick, and thin where it should be thin. His muscles were like marble, no, like gems, giving people a feeling that they had been cut by knives and axes, and were extremely hard. Is this the Hand of Moon? Li Fuchen extended his hand and sucked in countless heaven thunders, turning them into a small and exquisite thunderball. The thunderball was spinning and didn't have any destructive power. If I encounter the brute force overlord again, I will be able to severely injure him in a single palm strike. Li Fuchen's Hand of Star was much inferior to the brute force overlord. Li Fuchen's mortal hand was slightly superior to the brute force overlord. But for the Hand of Moon, Li Fuchen was able to suppress the brute force overlord. He might not be able to kill the brute force overlord in a single palm strike, but a single palm strike was enough to severely injure the brute force overlord. Li Fuchen attempted to circulate the mortal calamity and wanted to fuse the mortal calamity power with the Hand of Moon's chi power. However, Li Fuchen realized that the mortal calamity power was too weak and it was hard to fuse with the Hand of Moon's chi power. If he forcefully fused it, it would only weaken the power. Li Fuchen shook his head as he knew that the mortal calamity was a part of the 9 calamity divine fist and the 9 calamity divine fist was definitely inferior to the Hand of God. Unless he could push the mortal calamity to a higher rank, it would be hard to fuse it with the Hand of Moon. It was rather difficult to push the mortal calamity to a higher rank. Right now, Li Fuchen's mortal calamity had already surpassed the original mortal calamity. Every step he took was opening up a new path. The crucial thing was that he was rather unfamiliar with the calamity power law and wasn't able to comprehend it. Perhaps when a star was destroyed, it would produce calamity power law. But this was the deep blue plane and it wasn't possible to observe the destruction of a star at such a close distance. Of course, Li Fuchen vaguely understood that the calamity power law didn't have to be so superior. In normal life, there would definitely be calamity power law too. When a martial artist perished, there would also be calamity power. But it would be very weak and people who didn't cultivate calamity power law wouldn't be able to sense it. When everything was destroyed, there should be calamity power. Calamity power wasn't the power of destruction. It was a more mystical power and it involved the mysteries of the universe. If Li Fuchen didn't cultivate the mortal calamity, he wouldn't have such an understanding of calamity power. It could be said that the mortal calamity had enlightened his understanding of calamity power. Li Fuchen took out a set of clothes from the storage bag and wore them before flying down. Soon enough, Li Fuchen returned to the Golden Sand City. Standing in the courtyard, Li Fuchen could feel the omnipresent array power. The Golden Sand City was a major city and its Class 9 low-tier array was much stronger than the Class 9 low-tier array in other cities. But now, Li Fuchen could already feel the array power. He might not have the confidence to fight with a low-level saint, but he was confident that even if he was restrained by this Class 9 low-tier array, he would be able to break free in an instant. After all, his spiritual awareness was at the saint's level and it should be stronger than a low-level saint. After all, low-level saints didn't have a powerful spirit soul like his. Li Fuchen took out the broken stone hand from the storage bag and permeated it with his spiritual awareness again. This time, Li Fuchen could feel it even more deeply. In the pitch-black universe, that giant hand looked like an eternal existence. It simply pressed forward and smashed a star into pieces. It felt like there was nothing that couldn't be destroyed in front of this giant hand. Could the original body of this intense statue be the owner of the hand of God? Li Fuchen didn't feel the star's law or the calamity power law from the broken stone hand. It was just the power law, but who was the owner of the hand of God? Even if he was only executing the hand of force, he was already able to suppress the universe and was invincible. Chapter 760. For the next few days, Li Fuchen had been consolidating and familiarizing himself with the Hand of Moon. A week later, he was able to completely control the stellar rules. Even if he only shot a pebble, under the effect of the stellar rules, the pebble would be like a comet, piercing through the enemy. After arriving at the Swordsman Guild, Li Fuchen was preparing to accept another mid-grade mission to increase his swordsman rank to grade 5. Li Fuchen might still be lacking 2,000 contribution points to become a grade 5 swordsman, but he wasn't planning to accept a regular mid-grade mission. After all, there was still grade 6 swordsman after grade 5 swordsman. Therefore, missions with more contribution points were his first choice. This time, there weren't any missions with 10,000 contribution points waiting for Li Fuchen. After choosing for a while, Li Fuchen accepted a guild mission with a reward of 4,000 contribution points. Outside the city, there was a flash of radiance. The speed was 10 times faster than the peak-grade silver airship. Inside the radiance, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. After reaching the Hand of Moon, the star's law that he emitted was enough to distort the void and shorten the distance between 2 points. Originally, his speed wasn't slower than the peak-grade silver airship, but now, he was 10 times faster. If he was willing, he would be able to rush back to the Autumn Leaf City from the Golden Sand City in less than 3 days. Previously, Li Fuchen used the high-grade silver airship to travel from the Autumn Leaf City to the Golden Sand City and it took more than 3 months. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen arrived at the Thousands Demonic Cave. The Thousands Demonic Cave, as the name suggested, was a place where demonic beasts gathered. There was a plant called the demonic heart fruit inside. This demonic heart fruit couldn't be graded as it was almost useless to martial artists. With a flash, Li Fuchen skimmed into the Thousands Demonic Cave through a giant cave. The Thousands Demonic Cave was massive and was just like an underground world. It was boundless and dark. Unlike the outside world, even if it was daytime, this place would be shrouded in dense darkness law. Any human that entered this place would have a decline in strength. Li Fuchen wasn't an exception. Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness and could see everything within a radius of 500 miles. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen discovered a demonic heart fruit. The demonic heart fruit was a kind of vine fruit. There would normally be 3 fruits on the vine and each fruit was fiery red like a glowing ruby. However, beside the demon heart fruit, there was a demon emperor guarding it. It was a darkness emperor python. The darkness ruler Python's body contained a powerful darkness bloodline. In the Thousands demonic cave or during the night, its strength would increase by several folds. Furthermore, its spiritual awareness would be several times stronger than other demonic beast rulers. Li Fuchen might have executed the invisibility incantation, but it wasn't enough to hide from the darkness ruler Python. Of course, if he really wanted to hide his whereabouts, Li Fuchen could still do so, but he felt that it wasn't necessary. After all, this was just a darkness emperor Python, not a demon saint. Even if it was a demonic beast overlord, it would depend on the class of the demonic beast overlord. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of regular low-tier demonic beast overlords. After reaching the Hand of Moon, he just happened to lack a suitable opponent. Hiss hiss hiss, the thick body of the darkness sovereign Python coiled up. On its body, the pitch-black scales were as big as a wash basin. The dense darkness demonic chi was like black flames, and also like countless tentacles, extending in all directions. Human, how dare you step into the Thousand Demons cave? Who gave you the guts? The darkness emperor Python was a little excited, but it also felt a little strange. This was the Thousand Demons cave, it was impossible for humans to not know about it. If they knew and still dared to come, they were simply courting death. The Thousand Demons cave has demonic heart fruits, so I am here. Don't block the way, otherwise, I don't mind killing you. Li Fuchen removed the invisibility incantation and used his hand to draw the 3 demonic heart fruits into his hand. The Darkness Emperor Python was startled and was immediately enraged. Courting death, no human has ever dared to speak to me like this. The darkness demonic chi extended rapidly. As a darkness demonic beast, its darkness demonic chi had an intense devouring effect. Any human that was engulfed by the darkness demonic chi would immediately be melted and turned into nutrients for the darkness emperor Python. But this time, it encountered a tough opponent. Before its darkness demonic chi extended over, Li Fuchen's star's law had already enveloped the darkness emperor Python. Subsequently, the darkness emperor Python was crushed into a pile of blood and there wasn't a single intact corpse. The commotion here had attracted plenty of demonic beast rulers' attention. When they noticed that a human had sneaked into the Thousand Demons cave, they were all enraged. They were usually the ones going out to wipe out the humans. When did a human sneak into their lair? Demonic chi rushed into the sky as dozens of demonic beast rulers rushed over from all directions. There were plenty of demonic beast great rulers among them. Li Fuchen shook his head and released the star's law to crush all the demonic beast rulers into a pile of blood. I still lack 7 demonic heart fruits. Li Fuchen continued to venture deeper into the Thousand Demons cave. In less than half a day, Li Fuchen had already killed more than 1,000 demonic beast rulers. It was a massive number as there were only a few 100,000 demonic beast rulers in the entire Thousand Demons cave. 12 demonic heart fruits is enough. After keeping the 3 demonic heart fruits, Li Fuchen returned to where he came from. Human, after killing so many of our great rulers, are you going to leave just like that? There was a thunderous voice that echoed. In the depths of the Thousand Demons cave, a bundle of darkness enveloped over. The horrific pressure was enough to make one panic. So what if I leave just like that? Li Fuchen turned around and faced the darkness that was extending over. The Thousands demonic cave had 2 demonic beast overlords, the Dark Scale Overlord and the Bone Fire Overlord. Both of them were low-tier overlords. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, this demonic beast overlord should be the Dark Scale Overlord. Soon enough, a massive being covered in dark red scales walked out from the darkness. The Dark Scale Overlord's body contained the Darkness Chilant's bloodline. The Darkness Chilan was a high-tier overlord beast and one of the overlords of the universe. It might not be a overlord beast, but the Dark Scale Overlord that had the Darkness Chilant's bloodline was much stronger than regular low-tier overlords. Such guts! The Dark Scale Overlord's eyes flickered with ominous light. He couldn't understand where Li Fuchen got his confidence from. Die! After a slight hesitation, the Dark Scale Overlord immediately executed a thunderous attack. He opened his mouth and shot a black flame at Li Fuchen. Just in time. Li Fuchen raised his fist and blasted a fist. Boom! The void distorted and the massive fist was like a dazzling comet that clashed in the pitch-black universe. Everywhere it went, everything was destroyed. Even the Thousand Demons Cave's darkness law had to retreat. The Dark Scale Overlord was astonished as the black flame was scattered. The fist was like a hot knife through butter as it blasted on his chest. Crackle! There was a sound of bones shattering. The Dark Scale Overlord's chest caved in and his massive body was sent flying. He only stopped after crashing into dozens of demonic beast rulers. Impossible! The Dark Scale Overlord vomited a mouthful of demonic beast blood and felt that his view of the world had been overturned. A single fist was enough to send him flying. Could Li Fuchen be a saint that concealed his cultivation? Yes, it must be a saint. If he wasn't a saint, it was impossible for a single fist to send him flying. Flee! Without any hesitation, the Dark Scale Overlord turned and fled. The Thousand Demons Cave was massive and had a complicated terrain. In the past, saints had chased after them, but they had all escaped. Otherwise, the Dark Scale Overlord and the Bone Fire Overlord wouldn't treat this place as their nest. He fled. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. This was the Dark Scale Overlord's nest and Li Fuchen wasn't confident that he could kill the Dark Scale Overlord. It was better not to waste time. After this battle, Li Fuchen had a rough understanding of his strength. The Dark Scale Overlord was obviously 2 times stronger than the Brute Force Overlord, but he was still sent flying by a single fist. If Li Fuchen was facing the Brute Force Overlord, he would definitely be able to severely injure the Brute Force Overlord in a single fist. Chapter 761. After handing over 10 demonic heart fruits, Li Fuchen's guild points finally reached 32,000. Next, he just needed to pass the Grade 5 Swordsman test to be promoted to a Grade 5 Swordsman. The so-called Swordsman test was to fight with a swordsman puppet. As long as one won, one would pass the test. Without any suspense, Li Fuchen sent the Grade 5 Swordsman puppet flying in a single sword, shocking the examiner. To be able to send the Grade 5 Swordsman puppet flying in a single sword, it meant that Li Fuchen already had the strength of a top-notch Grade 5 swordsman. Of course, the examiner didn't know Li Fuchen's true strength. If he knew, he wouldn't be surprised to see Li Fuchen send the Grade 5 swordsman puppet flying in a single sword. If Li Fuchen was willing, a single gaze was enough to shatter the Grade 5 swordsman puppet. There wasn't even a need to draw his sword. The insignia of a Grade 5 swordsman was 2 crossed silver swords and looked rather domineering. After progressing to a Grade 5 swordsman, Li Fuchen could take on even more mid-grade missions. Some of the mid-grade missions had requirements for the swordsman's grade. Only Grade 6 swordsmen could take on all the mid-grade missions. In fact, Grade 6 swordsmen could even take on some simple high-grade missions. This mission isn't bad. Inside the mission hall, Li Fuchen saw a newly issued guild mission. The mission required a Grade 5 swordsman to explore a newly discovered savage hidden domain. The deeper the exploration, the higher the reward, and there wasn't a limit. The so-called savage hidden domain didn't just refer to a single hidden domain. All the hidden domains from the Savage era could be called savage hidden domains. The Savage Arcane Plane retained the style of the Savage era and the laws of heaven and earth. There were countless treasures inside. At the same time, there were also savage demon beasts. It was extremely difficult to explore. Some of the larger Savage Arcane Planes even had savage demon sages. Although these savage demon sages were extremely powerful, they were unable to leave the Savage Arcane Plane. Once they left the Savage Arcane Plane, they would immediately turn to dust. After accepting the mission, Li Fuchen didn't stop and arrived at the Broken Tooth Valley that was over 40 million miles away from the Golden Sand City. In the past, the Broken Tooth Valley was a place with few people. However, ever since the Savage Mystic Realm was discovered in the Broken Tooth Valley, this place became lively. Nearby, restaurants, inns, and tea houses rose from the ground. It looked like a small town. Take a look, take a look. This is an ancient weapon from the Savage Mystic Realm. It only costs 5,000 upper spiritual stones. Don't miss this opportunity. Selling savage gems, ruby, emerald, sapphire, all kinds of gems. Outside Broken Tooth Valley, there were hundreds of people setting up stalls. Some people were indifferent to these stall owners, but there were also people who deliberately went up to them. In the cultivation of martial arts, apart from talent and potential, opportunities were the most important. There were indeed a lot of fake things here, but it did not eliminate the possibility that there would be real ones. Anyway, there was no harm in looking at it one more time. After arriving at the Broken Tooth Valley, Li Fuchen saw a giant opening. Through the opening, he could see a bit of the scenery inside the savage hidden domain. It was also a landscape, but the landscape in the savage mystic realm gave off a primitive feeling. The world is vast, and there are so many mysteries in the universe. It's enough to make one crazy. Li Fuchen stepped into the gap. Once Li Fuchen entered the savage hidden domain, he immediately felt an extremely heavy pressure on his body. This feeling was the same as when he first arrived at the Saint Spirit continent. This was the pressure of the heaven and earth law. Not even a saint could defy it. After looking around, Li Fuchen realized that the mountains in the savage hidden domain were rough and deep. The water was dark and dangerous. The sky was very bright, but it gave off an indescribable pressure. Li Fuchen closed his eyes and carefully sensed the heaven and earth law of the savage hidden domain. Firstly, it was the sword Tao of heaven and earth. After a long time, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. This savage hidden domain's heaven and earth law was obviously incomplete, but it was very clear. It was even clearer than the Saint Spirit continent, as though a layer of outer layer had been peeled off. The sword Tao here was rough and simple. It wasn't as complicated and varied as the outside world. It was profound, but it was the source of the sword Tao. Due to the incomplete heaven and earth law, the sword Tao was broken by several layers. If one wanted to cultivate in this place, it might not be faster than the outside world. The power law in this place was much more profound than the outside world. If it wasn't incomplete, this place would definitely be the cultivation sanctuary for body refinement martial artists. This is rather strange. Could the heaven and earth law have evolved as time elapsed? No one knew how long the deep blue plane had existed for, but it was definitely more than a few 100 million years. No one knew if the deep blue plane from a few 100 million or even a few billion years ago was any different from the current deep blue plane. After all, even the immortal Heaven Lord and the Curse Heaven Lord had only appeared recently. They were at most 1,000,000 years or a few million years old. As compared to the deep blue plane, they weren't even considered infants. Roar! There was a sonorous dragon roar. In the sky, a few winged dragons noticed Li Fuchen and dove over. Li Fuchen raised his hand and swung, turning the winged dragons into blood mist. The winged dragons were the most commonly seen savage demonic beasts in the savage hidden domain. Their strength was much stronger than the same-tier demonic beasts in the outside world. But to Li Fuchen, savage demonic beasts and demonic beasts in the outside world were just a simple move of his hand. There wasn't any difference. Picking up a crystal ball, Li Fuchen started to record the surrounding terrain and environment. This crystal ball was called the Heaven Crystal Ball and it contained a trace of spatial power. It was able to record the surrounding terrain and environment and integrate them together. It wasn't just a simple recording. According to the mission, as long as Li Fuchen recorded the terrain and environment within a radius of 300,000 miles, he would be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. If Li Fuchen recorded the terrain and environment within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, he would be rewarded with 10,000 contribution points. The bigger the terrain and environment, the better the reward. If this savage hidden domain was big enough, Li Fuchen could rely on this mission to advance to a grade 6 swordsman. The savage hidden domain's gravity was extremely strong and Li Fuchen's traveling speed was several times slower than the Saint Spirit continent. Along the way, he saw plenty of savage demonic beasts like the Earth Dragon, Titan Python, and Deinosuchus. These savage demonic beasts actually existed in the outside world too. But after so many years of evolution, there was a huge difference between the two. Even their appearances were different. Apart from the savage demonic beasts, Li Fuchen saw most of the humans. There were too many people exploring the savage hidden domain. It was fortunate that everyone restrained themselves and didn't kill each other. Roar! In a mountain range, there was a thunderous roar and there would be millstone-sized rocks flying everywhere. That is the savage demonic beast, the 8-armed demon ape. Most of the great emperors wouldn't be a match for it. It is a tyrant among the class 8 demonic beasts. It is a pity that he encountered the saber ghost, Miao Xianyu. On some of the mountains, there were plenty of people standing and discussing. In the center of the mountain range, there was a giant ape with 8 arms fighting with a saber wielder. The 8-armed demon ape's close combat ability was extremely formidable. When the 8 arms worked together, it was like a violent storm that was airtight. If it was any other great emperor, that great emperor would have been smashed to death. Unfortunately, his opponent was the 64th ranked saber ghost, Miao Xianyu. Miao Xianyu was known as the saber ghost and his saber art was unfathomable. After a few moves, he figured out the 8-armed demon ape's attack pattern. With a turn of his saber, one of the 8-armed demon ape's arms was severed. After losing an arm, the 8-armed demon ape's body turned sluggish. In the next moment, the other 7 arms were severed. Finally, the head was severed and there was a rain of blood. Such a terrifying saber wielder. No wonder he is the saber ghost. Everyone felt a chill. Miao Xianyu's saber art was simply despairing and they couldn't muster up any will to resist. The saber art might look fleeting, but it is actually extremely meticulous. Li Fuchen raised his brows and felt that the saber ghost, Miao Xianyu, was much stronger than Wu Qingjue. If the two were to fight, Wu Qingjue would probably be defeated within 10 moves. After killing the 8-armed demon ape, Miao Xianyu looked around. When he saw Li Fuchen, he couldn't help but pause. This person is the person that Miao Hailong mentioned? Miao Xianyu had seen Li Fuchen's image before, therefore, he was able to recognize Li Fuchen immediately. Raising his saber high, Miao Xianyu suddenly cleaved at the mountain that Li Fuchen was at. Crackle! The saber chi drew across the mountain and left behind a deep saber mark. What is the meaning of this? Li Fuchen said indifferently. Miao Xianyu licked his lips and said, "You are rather courageous. It is a pity that you are going to die after encountering me." According to Miao Hailong, Li Fuchen's strength was around the top 500 of the Great Emperor rankings. Even if Li Fuchen concealed his strength, he would at most advance 100 or 200 ranks. It was impossible for him to be that strong. "You want to kill me?" "Why?" Li Fuchen asked. "There is no why. It is purely because you are an eyesore. Therefore, die." Miao Xianyu flashed and charged at Li Fuchen. This person is truly unlucky. How did he offend the saber ghost? Didn't you hear what the saber ghost said? He is purely an eyesore to this person. It is great to be strong. He can kill anyone he doesn't like. I can only say that this person didn't check the almanac before going out. Everyone sighed and couldn't bear to see Li Fuchen getting killed. Of course, there were even more people who were just watching the show. That is a good reason, but do you think you can kill me? Li Fuchen shook his head and flashed as he also charged at the saber ghost. In the void, the duo instantly crossed each other. TFFF. The saber ghost, Miao Xianyu's glabella spurted out a stream of blood. After taking a closer look, Miao Xianyu's glabella had already been penetrated. How can you be so strong? Miao Xianyu's eyes were filled with shock and regret. Li Fuchen's strength wasn't just in the top few hundred of the Great Emperor rankings, he was definitely in the top few dozen or even higher. Not even the saber demon, Miao Qingxin, was a match for him. If he could go back in time, Miao Xianyu would never provoke Li Fuchen. It was a pity that there was no medicine for regret in this world. I am unwilling. Miao Xianyu yelled out and fell down. SS. Everyone took a deep cold breath and felt the cold air rushing from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. Their entire bodies were ice cold. They felt that they couldn't see through this world. Earlier on, the saber ghost, Miao Xianyu acted as though he controlled Li Fuchen's life and death. Who would have expected that as compared to Miao Xianyu, Li Fuchen was the truly ruthless person? Most importantly, they didn't see how Li Fuchen killed Miao Xianyu. This world is getting more and more dangerous. There are many ruthless people. Chapter 762. Killing Saber Ghost Miao Xianyu was just a small interlude for Li Fuchen. Up until now, no matter if it was his body refinement strength or sword Dao strength, he only needed a single move to kill Miao Xianyu. It didn't matter how unpredictable the opponent's saber art was or how meticulous it was. In the face of absolute strength, it was just like a piece of tofu that would be shattered in a single strike. What's more, Li Fuchen's sword art was much more unpredictable than his opponent's. If he used his finishing move, even 10 Miao Xianyu wouldn't be able to withstand a single slash from him. Put away the other's knife and storage pouch, Li Fuchen turned and left. There was an image of a piece of land in the heaven crystal ball. The edges of the image were black, which meant that it had not been explored yet. There was also some black in the image, which meant that it had not been fully explored. Following the direction, Li Fuchen flew towards the black region between the images of the land. When the black area gradually disappeared, Li Fuchen then explored the periphery. Using the heaven crystal ball to explore an unknown secret realm was very difficult. One had to explore every single area. However, this was also related to the heaven crystal ball's level. The higher the level of the heaven crystal ball, the more terrain and environment it could record at once, and it could save them a lot of time. The heaven crystal ball in Li Fuchen's hand was only a mid-grade heaven crystal ball. As for high-grade heaven crystal balls, they didn't exist in the outside world and were only in the hands of those major factions. Within a radius of 300,000 li. In a perimeter of 1 million kilometers. I hope this savage mystic realm is bigger. Li Fuchen's eyes had a trace of expectation. The bigger the savage mystic realm, the more contribution points he would get. He did not intend to spend too much time on guild quests. The Zhu family is conducting some business here. Outsiders, please leave immediately. Otherwise, you will be going against the Zhu family. In front of them, a group of people dressed in fiery red robes blocked the way. Many people were stopped there. It's the Zhu family, let's go. The Zhu family is known as a demigod family. We cannot afford to offend them. Upon hearing that the other party was from the Zhu clan, the crowd hurriedly left. Zhu family. From afar, Li Fuchen frowned. He didn't know why, but when he heard about the Zhu clan, he recalled the East Unicorn Continent's Zhu clan and Zhu Hongxiu. Back then, the Zhu clan had vanished for no reason and Li Fuchen had always felt strange. His intuition told him that this matter was not simple. Friend, this Zhu clan is a saint clan? Li Fuchen stopped one of them and asked. He only knew that the Saint Spirit continent had over 30 Saint Monarch factions, but he didn't ask around in detail. You don't even know about the Zhu clan? This Zhu clan isn't an ordinary saint clan. It is the #1 clan of the Saint Spirit continent and is known as the Demigod clan. Their demigod ancestor might have vanished for millions of years, but his prestige still remains. Apart from that, the Zhu clan has the most saints among all the saint clans. There are 7 of them. Demigod? This was the first time Li Fuchen heard of this term. Li Fuchen then asked, may I ask if everyone in the Zhu clan has the blazing flame bone frame? The bone frames of the East Unicorn Continent's Zhu clan were basically all blazing flame bone frames. To be exact, it is the fire god bone frame. The Zhu clan has a fire god pool. As long as a member of the Zhu clan soaks in the fire god pool, their bone frame will have a significant increase. The increase is mainly dependent on the purity of the bloodline. This is also why the Zhu clan is still able to flourish for millions of years without their demigod ancestor. That's right, I will give you a piece of advice, don't provoke the Zhu clan. Finishing his statement, the saber wielder left in a hurry. Hey, do you not understand human language? Get lost. Seeing that Li Fuchen was still standing in place, one of the Zhu clan great emperors berated. Li Fuchen glared at the opposition, and the horrific willpower made the opposition feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. Swish! Li Fuchen left. Right now, he still didn't know if Zhu Hongxiu was a member of the Zhu clan, therefore, it wasn't a good time to form a feud with the Zhu clan. Otherwise, it didn't matter if they were from a demigod clan. The Zhu clan had sealed off a huge region, and it was over a few 100,000 miles. It was unknown what treasures were in this region that were worth the Zhu clan mobilizing so many people. Li Fuchen continued to explore other regions. Others were here to search for treasures, but Li Fuchen was here to record the terrain and environment. Of course, due to Li Fuchen's overwhelming spiritual awareness, he had obtained plenty of treasures along the way. There were all sorts of heaven-class herbs from the Savage era, heaven-class metallic ores with different structures, and all sorts of gems and crystals. These items filled up an entire storage bag and were worth hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Pioneering is much more profitable than plundering. Li Fuchen had finally witnessed what it meant to pioneer. Due to the fact that this savage hidden domain was only recently discovered, no one had touched the treasures inside. Those who entered first might encounter the most dangers, but they would also have the most opportunities. They would be able to earn a huge amount of wealth with ease. Li Fuchen was even more horrific. His spiritual awareness was at the saint's level and could penetrate deep into the ground. Everywhere he went, he would be able to scrape the ground. His speed of earning wealth was at least 100 times faster than others. Buzz! On the right side, there was a shocking energy wave. This energy wave wasn't caused by a battle, it was caused by a massive amount of energy. Spirit stone or vein. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up as he flashed and flew over. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the source of the energy wave. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could sense that there was a glowing dragon underground. It is a high-grade spirit stone or vein. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. A high-grade spirit stone or vein would definitely contain peak-grade spirit stones, and the peak-grade spirit stones would normally be at the dragon's head. There were plenty of people here and everyone was frenziedly excavating high-grade spirit stones. Each excavation would be dozens or even 100 high-grade spirit stones. The number might be lesser, but it was better to last for a long time. There were only a few people who were indifferent and seemed to be searching for something. Li Fuchen knew that they were searching for peak-grade spirit stones. No one lacked high-grade spirit stones, but peak-grade spirit stones were things that even saints required. With a saint's spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen discovered a peak-grade spirit stone first and was planning to excavate the ground to collect it. Get lost! A gray-haired elder rushed over and waved his hand to blast a mist dragon at Li Fuchen. The mist dragon was flashing with thunderbolts and contained the might of the apocalypse. How could Li Fuchen not see that the gray-haired elder was a half-saint? A half-saint's strength would at least be ranked in the top few dozen on the Great Emperor rankings. You are the one to get lost. Li Fuchen didn't even turn around and shook his hand to blast the mist dragon. The gray-haired elder was sent flying and vomited fresh blood. What? Not even a half-saint is a match for him. The few individuals that were eyeing Li Fuchen stopped breathing and immediately stopped. They didn't dare to act recklessly. After repelling the gray-haired elder, Li Fuchen cleaved with his left hand. The ground split open and a peak-grade spirit stone was revealed. Li Fuchen reached out and pulled the peak-grade spirit stone into his hand. It is a peak-grade spirit stone. Everyone, work together. The appearance of the peak-grade spirit stone had given them courage. If there wasn't a peak-grade spirit stone, they wouldn't have a conflict with Li Fuchen as it wasn't worth it. But since they discovered the peak-grade spirit stone, how could they allow Li Fuchen to monopolize it? World Dominator. Battle Dragon Leg. 9 Firmament Sword Art. A horrific fist force, a leg force that was like a roaming dragon, and a heaven thunder sword chi were all blasting at Li Fuchen. If it was the gray-haired elder, he wouldn't be able to withstand the joint attack and would definitely suffer severe injuries or even perish. Those that were excavating the high-grade spirit stones had also noticed the battle. They didn't recognize the gray-haired elder, but they recognized 3 of the individuals. The one executing the fist art was the Great Emperor Rankings, who was ranked 93rd on the Great Emperor Rankings. The one executing the leg art was the Battle Dragon Great Emperor, who was ranked 79th on the Great Emperor Rankings. The one executing the sword art was the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign, who was ranked 61st on the Great Emperor Rankings. Any one of them was enough to intimidate the world, let alone when all of them were gathered together. Get lost! Li Fuchen sneered and blasted a fist that filled up the entire place. As compared to this fist, the Great Emperor's fist force, the Battle Dragon Great Emperor's leg force, and the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign's sword chi were like ants encountering an elephant. They were instantly crushed. PFFF PFFF PFFF, there was a violent spurt of fresh blood. Just like the gray-haired elder, they were all sent flying. Who is this person? Seeing this scene, everyone's jaws were wide open and they were flabbergasted. To be able to defeat these individuals in a single fist, he would at least be ranked top 20 on the Great Emperor Rankings. Li Fuchen didn't plan to kill these individuals. With his current strength, he might be able to contest with low-level saints, but there wasn't a need to make enemies everywhere and invite trouble for himself. With his astounding spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen was able to find peak-grade spirit stones with ease. In just a short moment, he found 5 peak-grade spirit stones and everyone was envious. After keeping the peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen started to excavate the high-grade spirit stones. A high-grade spirit stone or vein contained hundreds of millions of high-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen might have more than 2 billion or even 3 billion in wealth, but who would complain about having more high-grade spirit stones? It was naturally better to have more. 10 million. 100 million. 200 million. 300 million. Li Fuchen excavated the high-grade spirit stones more than 100 times faster than others. With a single dig, he would be able to excavate a piece of land that was the size of a small hill. After a slight tremble, the excess soil would fall off and what was left were the glistening high-grade spirit stones. There were too many people excavating the high-grade spirit stones. Half a day later, the entire high-grade spirit stone or vein had been excavated cleanly. Even though there were some high-grade spirit stones, they were hidden deep underground and Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to excavate them. It is about time. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen left with satisfaction. Days passed by and Li Fuchen finally arrived at the border of the savage hidden domain. The border might seem spacious and boundless, but it was already the end. It was obstructed by a formless spatial barrier and if one wasn't careful, it would be easy to crash into it. Li Fuchen changed directions and continued to explore other places. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen arrived at the vicinity of the Zhou clan's sealed region. Li Fuchen could vaguely feel a terrifying chi presence awakening. It is a demonic beast overlord. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Chapter 763. The center of the Zhou clan's sealed region was a giant basin. Right now, the basin was collapsing and a pair of sharp claws that could tear the sky was slamming on the ground at the edge of the basin. Roar! There was a horrifying roar that shook the heaven and earth as a giant figure leaped out. It was a terrifying creature that looked like a lizard and had 2 heads. One of the heads was a lizard head and the other was a dragon head. 2-headed Tyrannosaurus. One of the Zhou clansmen recognized the terrifying creature. The 2-headed Tyrannosaurus might not be a overlord beast, but it had the bloodline of the high-tier overlord beast, the 3-headed golden dragon. Furthermore, it was born in the Savage Era, therefore, its strength was much stronger than the Dark-Scale overlord who had the Darkness Chilance bloodline. It was obvious from the chi presence. Form the Fire God Battle Formation. The Zhou clan had sent over 1,000 members this time. There were over 700 mid-level emperors and over 300 high-level emperors. 980 of them gathered together and burst out with a terrifying flaming battle formation. Within the flames, there was a flaming demon god with 2 horns on its head. Its body was actually bigger than the 2-headed Tyrannosaurus. Its skin was dark red and raging flames were burning on its body. 1,000 men battle formation. 1,000 miles away, Li Fuchen sensed the situation here and his eyes contracted. A battle formation of 100 to 200 men was already shocking enough. A 1,000 men battle formation would definitely increase the combat strength by one level. It also meant that this battle formation was enough to allow a Law Phase Realm Emperor to fight with a savage overlord. A half-god clan was indeed a half-god clan, as they actually had a 1,000 men battle formation. This wasn't a Class 6 or Class 7 battle formation, it was a Class 8 battle formation. Previously, Li Fuchen didn't think much of the Zhu clan and felt that apart from saints, the Zhu clan didn't have any other methods to deal with him. But now, Li Fuchen didn't think so. The Zhu clan even had a Class 8 1,000 men battle formation. Who knew if they had other more incredible methods? Die! The two-headed Tyrannosaurus sensed the threat from the flaming demon god. It exerted strength in its limbs and pounced over. The two heads were attacking from the left and right. Get lost! The flaming demon god might just be a formation image, but it seemed to have spirit consciousness. It roared and smashed its fists on the two heads of the two-headed Tyrannosaurus like comets. Rumble! Layers upon layers of chi waves erupted, and everything within a radius of several dozen li was turned upside down. The sun and moon lost their light. He's indeed much stronger than Demon Sage Dark Scale. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Among the low-tier overlords, the brute force overlord was undoubtedly the weakest, followed by the dark scale overlord, and the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus was stronger than both of them. If it was a low-tier saint beast, it would have the combat power of a low-tier saint. For example, if the Thunder Beast grew up, it would be able to fight against a low-tier saint and might even be able to suppress some low-tier saints. The Thunder Beast was just a low-tier saint beast. When a mid-tier saint beast was at the low-tier demonic beast overlord level, it was enough to crush most of the low-tier saints. When a high-tier saint beast was at the low-tier demonic beast overlord level, let alone a low-tier saint, it could even fight with a mid-tier saint. Of course, among the humans, there were also absolute prodigies that could transcend realms to fight. For example, people like the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. After becoming low-stage saints, if they were given a certain amount of time, they would become the strongest group of low-stage saints. In short, no matter if it was a demonic beast or a human, there was still a huge gap in strength between them. Boom boom boom. The twin-headed Tyrannosaurus and the flaming demon god were in a frenzied battle. The twin-headed Tyrannosaurus had two heads. The lizard head was able to spray magma, and the magma contained Earth Dao Law and Fire Dao Law. Wherever the magma reached, it would turn into raging lava. The dragon head was able to spray golden flames that were even more terrifying than the raging lava. Anything that came into contact with the sparks would immediately be incinerated into ashes. Even the blazing flames on the flaming demon god's body couldn't withstand the golden flames, and its dark red skin would occasionally have large holes burned. However, the flaming demon god wasn't a pushover either. When its giant fist smashed on the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus, it caused the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus to be dizzy and splattered with fresh blood. Li Fuchen didn't leave and had been observing the battle. He was imagining how he should fight if he was the flaming demon god or the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus. The final conclusion was that the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus and the flaming demon god wouldn't be able to deal with him. In fact, he was able to suppress the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus and the flaming demon god. Firstly, after cultivating to the Hand of Moon, his body refinement strength was stronger than the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus and the flaming demon god. Secondly, after cultivating to the Hand of Moon, his star immortal body had reached a higher level. Only the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus golden flames would be able to deal some damage to him. As for the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus magma and the flaming demon god's fists, they wouldn't be able to injure him at all. The Zhu clan should have a backup plan, right? Li Fuchen guessed. This battle lasted for 2 hours and there was still no victor. The Zhu clan finally revealed their trump card. The flaming demon god's hands had an additional shield and a blazing greatsword. Li Fuchen could see that be it the shield or the blazing greatsword, they were both Heaven-class high-tier equipment. Generally speaking, Heaven-class high-tier equipment would only be able to exhibit the greatest power in the hands of a saint. The flaming demon god was actually considered a weaker low-level saint, and it was enough to exhibit most of the power of a heaven-class high-tier equipment. 2 heaven-class high-tier equipment, huh? Li Fuchen lamented. Only a saint clan like the Zhu clan could casually take out 2 heaven-class high-tier equipment. They probably didn't take them out earlier because they wanted to test the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus' strength. With the heaven-class high-tier equipment, the flaming demon god's strength had increased greatly, and it was able to suppress the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus. Once the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus spewed magma and golden flames, the flaming demon god would use the shield to block. After the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus was done spewing magma, the flaming greatsword would flash and the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus body would have a large wound. Incredible! Li Fuchen nodded silently. He might also have the heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, the Joint Heaven Sword, but he wasn't able to fully utilize the Joint Heaven Sword's power. His cultivation was only at the 7th level of Law Phase Realm. Even if his primary extreme sword energy was very powerful, it wasn't at the saint's level. Of course, because his sword Dao rank was very high, even if he wasn't able to utilize the Joint Heaven Sword's full power, his strength was already at the low-tier demonic beast overlord. The twin-headed Tyrannosaurus roared repeatedly and suppressed the flaming demon god. However, it was only a temporary burst and wasn't able to last for long. Bang! The flaming demon god moved swiftly and arrived at the side of the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus like a spark. It smashed its shield ruthlessly and caused the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus lizard head to be dizzy. PFFF, there was a flash of flaming arc and the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus lizard head fell off. After losing one of its lizard heads, the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus was probably afraid and wanted to escape back into the abyss basin. Where do you think you are going? The flaming demon god leaped high and cleaved with the flaming greatsword to sever the other head of the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus. As such, a savage overlord had been slain by the flaming demon god. The Zhu clan is indeed formidable. Li Fuchen turned and left. Inside the flaming demon god's skull, a few people noticed Li Fuchen. Immediately after, the flaming demon god cleaved at Li Fuchen. Crackle. Chapter 764. After 1 month, Li Fuchen had just finished exploring the savage hidden domain. He had explored a radius of 5 million miles. Swordsman Guild Branch. After obtaining 250,000 guild points, Li Fuchen was ready to take the Grade 6 Swordsman test. Once he passed the Grade 6 Swordsman test, he would be a Grade 6 Swordsman in the Swordsman Guild. Just like the Grade 5 Swordsman test, Li Fuchen used a single sword to send the Grade 6 Swordsman puppet flying. The Golden Sand City's Swordsman Guild branch had records that Li Fuchen was a Grade 6 Swordsman and was suspected to have the strength of a Grade 7 Swordsman. In order to send the Grade 6 Swordsman puppet flying, Li Fuchen's strength must be at the pinnacle of a Grade 6 Swordsman. It wasn't wrong to say that Li Fuchen was suspected to be a Grade 7 Swordsman. For the next few days, Li Fuchen started to use peak-grade spirit stones to increase his cultivation. 5 peak-grade spirit stones were priceless to any Law Phase Realm Emperor. It could be said that as long as the Dantian could withstand it and the mental state could keep up, a first-level Emperor would be able to reach the high level of Law Phase Realm in a short period of time. It would save up to 100 years or even a few centuries of hard work. Why were those prodigies from major factions able to increase their cultivation so quickly? Firstly, it was because of their incredible perception. Secondly, they had abundant resources. Especially those factions that had saints in the past, their treasure vaults would definitely have plenty of peak-grade spirit stones. 8th level of Law Phase Realm. 9th level of Law Phase Realm. After consuming 5 peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen's cultivation had successfully stepped into the 9th level of Law Phase Realm. As for his Dantian limit, it was already at the 9th level of Law Phase Realm. After increasing his cultivation by 2 levels, Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength had increased by several times. After all, he was cultivating the primary extreme sword technique and it was close to extremity. Furthermore, with a stronger primary extreme sword energy, Li Fuchen would be able to utilize more of the Joint Heaven Sword's power. It is time to return to the Autumn Leaf City and move. Be it the Golden Sand City or the Autumn Leaf City, the Swordsman Guild branch was only a Class 3 branch. Li Fuchen wanted to go to a city with a Class 2 or a Class 1 branch. After all, he would only be able to progress to a Grade 7 swordsman there. The reason why Li Fuchen was so persistent in increasing his swordsman rank wasn't for himself, it was for the people around him. The higher his rank in the Swordsman Guild, the higher his status would be, and the safer the people around him would be. In just a few days, Li Fuchen returned to the Autumn Leaf City. On the second morning, a peak-grade silver airship soared into the sky and headed towards the depths of the Saint Spirit continent. On the silver airship, Wuxi said with longing, "I have never been to a high-class city. I heard that it is the most flourishing place in the Saint Spirit continent." The cities of the Saint Spirit continent were divided into low-class cities, mid-class cities, and high-class cities. Cities like Azure River City and Half Mountain City were low-level cities, while Autumn Leaf City and Golden Sand City were mid-level cities. However, the most flourishing place in the Divine Continent was definitely not a high-class city, but a main city. In the entire Saint Spirit continent, there were only 9 main cities. It could be said that the main city was the place where one's status was determined. If one wasn't a saint faction, one wouldn't have the right to speak there. The Saint Spirit continent was too huge. The closest high-class city to the Autumn Leaf City was 500 million miles away. A peak-grade silver airship would take more than half a year to arrive. Let alone law phase realm emperors, even saints would normally only be active in a certain region of the Saint Spirit continent. To them, the Saint Spirit continent was similarly massive. If they simply relied on flying to travel, even low-level saints would need many days to reach a distant place. Li Fuchen's speed was around 10 times faster than the peak-grade silver airship. If he traveled at full speed, he would be able to arrive in less than a month. However, he wasn't alone and he wasn't in a hurry either. After arriving on the Saint Spirit continent, he was already used to the rapid flow of time. Saints should be able to execute shifting techniques now, right? Inside the silver airship, Li Fuchen said to himself while looking at the scenery that flashed past the transparent cabin wall. Executing shifting techniques required the support of powerful qi. If his primary extreme sword energy was as powerful as the Hand of Moon's qi power, he would be able to barely execute the sword shift. But at the current stage, the sword energy was still inferior to the qi power and wasn't enough to execute the sword shift. When the night descended, the roars of demonic beasts and demons were echoing. The peak-grade silver airship flew at a high altitude and wouldn't be obstructed by demonic beasts and demons. Even if demonic beast great rulers or demon rulers came to obstruct, they would be turned into blood mist by Li Fuchen's casual sword intent. But sometimes, the true enemy wasn't from different races, but from the same race. The barbaric peak-grade emperor didn't know if it was his misperception, but he felt that the night was getting denser. It felt as though he had entered a pool of boundless ink. Even the silver airship's speed seemed to be much slower. Something isn't right. The barbaric peak-grade emperor frowned. Something isn't right, this is a field. Li Fuchen rarely walked out of the cultivation room and arrived at the bow of the airship. Field? The barbaric peak-grade emperor was shocked. Whose field was so powerful? Could it be a saint? When the barbaric peak-grade emperor regained his senses, Li Fuchen had already flown out of the silver airship. With his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen could sense a figure appearing in front of him. It was a mysterious person wearing a black robe and a black mask. Who are you? Li Fuchen's voice passed through the field and was transmitted into the other party's ears. The Gao clan has underestimated you. If you are able to discover me in advance, it means that your strength is already at the top of the Great Emperor rankings. The black-robed masked man's voice was illusory and had a chilling intent. Are you sent by the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild and the Gao clan? Li Fuchen asked. The Long Rainbow Merchant Guild was backed by the Gao clan and the Gao clan was backed by a saint. Robbing 1.5 billion high-grade spirit stones from the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild was enough to make the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild feel heartache. It was normal for them to send a top-notch Great Emperor over. Send me. The Gao clan isn't worthy, but my arrival is indeed related to the Gao clan. The black-robed masked man didn't conceal anything. You are acting so mysterious, you should be a member of a dark organization, right? Li Fuchen recalled about the Emperor Sky Continent's clan of darkness. It just so happened that the Saint Spirit Continent also had the clan of darkness. If he didn't guess it wrongly, the Dark Knight Great Emperor should be from the Saint Spirit Continent's clan of darkness. Remember, the person who killed you is the Night Emperor. You don't need to know anything else. The Night Emperor made a move. In the dense night, a black dragon that looked like it was formed by the night was diving at Li Fuchen. As compared to this invisible black dragon, the peak-grade airship was just like an ant, while Li Fuchen was just like a speck of dust. Darkness Law, huh? Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and acted as though he couldn't see the black dragon. He allowed the black dragon to charge at him. Clang 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 clang, the black dragon was massive and powerful, but when it was 10 feet away from Li Fuchen, it was blocked by a layer of sword light. Bring out your full strength. Such a small trick isn't enough to deal with me. When facing an unfamiliar and powerful enemy, Li Fuchen acted like the owner and suppressed the Night Emperor in terms of chi presence. The Night Emperor's eyes burst out with cold light. He realized that the Gao clan wasn't the only one who underestimated Li Fuchen, he had also underestimated Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's strength was obviously top 10 of the Great Emperor rankings, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to block this attack. Night 100 Dragon Kill. The Night Emperor formed a seal with both hands and blasted at Li Fuchen. Roar! Countless dragon roars burst out, and even the roars of the demonic beasts and demons had been drowned out. In fact, when the dragon roars echoed, the ground below fell into silence. It wasn't just the humans who were afraid, the demonic beasts and demons were afraid too. They didn't even dare to make any loud noises. Hundreds of invisible black dragons were surging at Li Fuchen. The peak-grade airship kept retreating to avoid getting involved. When facing the serious Night Emperor, Li Fuchen drew his sword. With a swing of the sword, the resplendent sword light was like a cold sun, completely dispersing all the darkness. Not even a speck remained. The hundreds of black dragons were no exception. This wasn't the light dispersing the darkness, it was the pure sword Dao law dispersing the darkness law. What? The Night Emperor was shocked. He had once assassinated the Sword Sovereign, but the Sword Sovereign wasn't able to break his Night 100 Dragon kill so easily. Even though it was a few dozen years ago. After withdrawing the shock in his eyes, the Night Emperor's hand flashed with black light and a pair of black gloves appeared. The black gloves were emitting powerful darkness law. Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact, darkness gloves. Let's see how you are going to block it this time. It was the same Night 100 Dragon kill, but the Night 100 Dragon kill executed with the darkness gloves was several times stronger. The night sky within a 100-mile radius felt as though it was dislocated. It felt as though the night sky was formed by countless black dragons. Creak creak creak. The peak-grade airship had a series of unpleasant sounds. It was obvious that the Night Emperor's attack had already affected the peak-grade airship. If he didn't do anything, the peak-grade airship would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, the barbaric peak-grade emperor couldn't make the peak-grade airship retreat anymore. There was an invisible force that restrained the silver airship. Night Emperor, you are very unlucky to only encounter me now. If you encountered me earlier, you might be able to fight with me. Li Fuchen's eyes flickered with sword light. Sword See Horizon. With a single slash, a horrific sword field had spread out. Previously, the Night Emperor controlled this spatial zone, but now, Li Fuchen was the ruler of this spatial zone. After Li Fuchen executed this move, this spatial zone had turned into a Sword Dao spatial zone. Li Fuchen was the god of the sword that controlled the Sword Dao spatial zone. Life and death were all under his sword. The night sky was shattered. The Night Emperor's body was bursting with fresh blood. Before he could react, his body was penetrated by countless sword lights and he looked like a glowing porcupine. How can he be so powerful? The Night Emperor was appalled. Li Fuchen's strength was actually above the Sword Sovereign from a few dozen years ago. In fact, it was far beyond the Sword Sovereign. When facing Li Fuchen, the Night Emperor felt as though he was facing the Sword Emperor. 10 years ago, the Night Emperor once encountered the Sword Emperor from afar, but a single gaze from the Sword Emperor was enough to make the Night Emperor retreat. Flee! Dragging his broken body, the Night Emperor fled frantically. The night sky and darkness law were protecting the Night Emperor. Do you think you can escape? After activating the Bright Saint Ring's power, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. An unparalleled sword chi split heaven and earth, split yin and yang, split the night sky, and ruthlessly slashed at the Night Emperor's body. TFFF. The Night Emperor's body was like a mist that scattered and completely fused into the darkness law. No wonder the Night Emperor would move at night. Li Fuchen had a feeling that he didn't kill the Night Emperor. Even if he circulated his body refinement strength, he wouldn't be able to kill the Night Emperor in a single fist. Chapter 765. After returning to the silver airship continued to fly. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor guessed, if I didn't guess it wrongly, this person should be the strongest assassination Great Emperor of the Clan of Darkness, the Night Emperor. It is said that the Night Emperor once assassinated the Sword Sovereign. He might not have succeeded, but he was able to escape unscathed. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor was extremely impressed with Li Fuchen. The current Li Fuchen was obviously stronger than the Sword Sovereign from a few dozen years ago. He was already at the pinnacle below the saints. Following Li Fuchen was much better than working for the Wu clan. Li Fuchen nodded. The Night Emperor was indeed worthy of the title of the strongest assassination Great Emperor. His frontal strength was already comparable with the Devil Sovereign. A few tens of thousands of miles away, a broken figure appeared. This person has already reached the top 5 of the Great Emperor rankings or even higher. Damn it! The Night Emperor's eyes were filled with anger, fear, and unwillingness. With the darkness shifting technique and the favorable timing of the night, he was confident that even if he encountered the number 1 Heaven Emperor on the Great Emperor rankings, he was confident that he could escape. But when facing Li Fuchen, he nearly couldn't escape. This caused a shadow to appear in his heart. As the strongest assassination Great Emperor of the Clan of Darkness, it wasn't a good thing to have a shadow in his heart. This person must die. Let the Gao clan's saints deal with him. The Night Emperor was planning to tell the Gao clan the truth about Li Fuchen. He believed that the Gao clan wouldn't let Li Fuchen off. Of course, the Clan of Darkness also had saints, but in order to get the Clan of Darkness's saints to make a move, the price was huge. Even if the Gao clan could afford it, they probably wouldn't do it. After all, rather than getting the Clan of Darkness's saints to make a move, they might as well do it themselves. The peak-grade silver airship was too slow for Li Fuchen. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's body refinement Dao and sword Dao were already at a bottleneck. Within a short period of time, there was no way for him to progress further. Since he had nothing to do, Li Fuchen would take turns to circulate his sword energy or chi power to increase the speed of the silver airship. As such, it would originally take more than half a year to reach the nearest high-class city. Right now, it only took less than 2 months to get close. Rosy Cloud City, one of the high-class cities in the Saint Spirit continent. This city spanned close to 10,000 miles from north to south and 7,000 miles from east to west. The flourishing degree was 10 times or dozens of times more than the Autumn Leaf City and the Golden Sand City. Someone had calculated that there were hundreds of thousands of Law Phase Realm Emperors residing in Rosy Cloud City and thousands of Great Emperors. In fact, it was rumored that there was a saint in seclusion in Rosy Cloud City, but no one knew if it was true. It could be said that one Rosy Cloud City was equivalent to 10 or dozens of Golden Sand cities combined. Normally, Law Phase Realm Emperors were considered influential figures in low-class cities or mid-class cities. However, in Rosy Cloud City, they were only considered mid-class figures. Only Great Emperors were considered influential figures. When Li Fuchen's peak-grade silver airship arrived at Rosy Cloud City, it didn't attract much attention. After all, there were plenty of silver airships and there were plenty of peak-grade silver airships. Is this Rosy Cloud City? Wu Shi and Wu Zhua held their breaths. The two of them were considered to have seen a lot of things. The Wu clan was once a saint clan, and as the grandsons of the clan head, what had they not seen before? But after seeing Rosy Cloud City, the two of them realized that as compared to Rosy Cloud City, the Wu clan was nothing. The majestic Rosy Cloud City had city walls that were dozens of miles in height and the city gates were close to 100 miles in height. On the periphery of the city walls, there were white clouds and in the sky above the city, there were giant rainbow clouds. Above the rainbow clouds, there were palaces and pavilions. If one had to describe it, Rosy Cloud City was a perfect combination of grandeur and immortal chi. Arriving here was as though arriving in another world. No wonder it is a high-class city. Li Fuchen couldn't help but nod. He wasn't as absent-minded as Wu Shi and Wu Zhua, neither was he as dazed as the barbaric Peak Great Emperor and the others. Strength determined the situation and Li Fuchen's vision wasn't something that ordinary people could compare with. Let alone a high-class city, even if a main city was in front of him, his mind wouldn't waver. When one's strength reached a certain level, everything would just be fleeting clouds. Li Fuchen's situation had already entered the universe and planes were just the starting point. Come, let's enter, Li Fuchen said. After keeping the silver airship, the group landed on the ground obediently and walked towards the city gates. As a high-class city, Rosy Cloud City's City Protection Array was a Class 9 mid-tier array. In the entire Saint Spirit continent, there was only one Class 9 mid-tier array saint. Of course, Rosy Cloud City's array was set up a long time ago and wasn't set up by this Class 9 mid-tier array saint. After entering Rosy Cloud City, the first thing that entered the eyes was a white jade path that was a few hundred meters wide. The path was filled with people and it was very lively. But as the path was wide enough, it didn't feel crowded. Li Fuchen took a glance and noticed over 100 Law Phase realm emperors and a few great emperors on this path. In the Rosy Cloud City, there were plenty of such paths. As for primary sea realm monarchs, the streets were filled with them. On the Saint Spirit continent, it was too easy to become a primary sea realm monarch. As long as one's bone frame was 5-star, it was possible to reach the primary sea realm. With the Saint Spirit continent's environment, most of the children would have 4-star or 5-star bone frames. It was very rare to have 4-star bone frames and below. Does the environment determine everything? Li Fuchen pondered. This seems to be too abnormal. Li Fuchen frowned. Perhaps, there is reincarnation. Li Fuchen thought about Yan Qinggu. Since Yan Qinggu could use the reincarnation secret technique to reincarnate into the East Unicorn continent, it meant that the Deep Blue Plane had reincarnation. After a person died, they would be reincarnated into another continent. However, during the reincarnation process, their memories would be wiped. Li Fuchen looked up at the sky and faintly felt the existence of the plane's willpower. If the continent had willpower, the plane should have willpower too. However, be it the continent willpower or the plane willpower, they didn't have any subjective consciousness. They were just like the heaven Tao that revolved in an orderly manner. Only when the safety of the continent or the plane was threatened, the willpower would burst out and gather the power of the entire continent or plane to destroy that enemy. The willpower of a high-class continent was already enough to deter any saints. If it was the plain willpower, even if a god descended into the world, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Li Fuchen couldn't help but think about the golden amulet. He had a premonition that this golden amulet probably didn't belong to this universe. Because in this universe, the highest martial Tao realm was only at the Soul Unity realm. The so-called heaven monarchs and half-gods were only at the peak level of the Soul Unity realm. The golden amulet was able to transform his spirit soul into the purple color and it wasn't something that a half-god could do. It was reckoned that a half-god's spirit soul wouldn't be purple either. A saint's spirit soul would be green, a heaven monarch's and a half-god's spirit soul would at most be blue. It is said that above the Soul Unity realm is the God realm. Li Fuchen's eyes revealed a trace of yearning. Chapter 766. After arriving at Rosy Cloud City, Li Fuchen first purchased a manor. Rosy Cloud City was a high-class city and it was extremely expensive to purchase houses. Regular people would basically stay in commoner houses or small courtyards. Regular law phase realm emperors would be considered wealthy if they could purchase a large courtyard in Rosy Cloud City. Those that could purchase mansions would at least be high-level emperors, while those that could purchase mansions would at least be great emperors. Li Fuchen purchased this manor and it was rare in the entire Rosy Cloud City. The original owner was one of the top-ranked great emperors in the Rosy Cloud City. As he was moving out of the Rosy Cloud City, he decided to sell it. As such, Li Fuchen spent 8 million high-grade spirit stones to purchase it. Of course, 8 million high-grade spirit stones was just a drop in the ocean for Li Fuchen and he didn't need to feel the heartache. It is too beautiful. Wu Shi and Wu Zhua toured around the manor. This manor occupied a few hundred hectares and was several times bigger than the manor in Autumn Leaf City. There was a fountain array and all sorts of precious plants. There was even a small lake and there was a pavilion on the lake. Half of the lake was occupied by water lilies. In Rosy Cloud City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it was simply a symbol of status to have such a large manor. Li Fuchen didn't care about these superficial things, but it was still great to be able to stay in a larger place. Otherwise, he would be restricted when practicing his sword. There are truly a lot of arrays. Li Fuchen smiled. In this manor, there were dozens of arrays of various sizes. For example, the fountain array formation was just a small array formation. It had the effect of circulating water and pressurizing the water. At the bottom of the lake, there was also a purification and gathering array formation. It had the effect of purifying the water and gathering the heaven and earth yuan qi. On the martial arts field, there was a strengthening array formation that had the effect of reducing the force and strengthening the martial arts field. Just setting up these arrays would require plenty of high-grade spirit stones. After settling down Wu Shi, Wu Zhua, and the others, Li Fuchen arrived at the Swordsman Guild. The Rosy Cloud City's Swordsman Guild was a Class 2 branch and was one of the elite factions in Rosy Cloud City. It had a very extraordinary status and even saints wouldn't be willing to provoke the Swordsman Guild. Otherwise, if the Sword Dao Guild Sword Dao Saint made a move, it would be a fight to the death. Mission Hall. Li Fuchen arrived at the high-class mission area. Rank 7 swordsmen were extremely rare in any high-rank city. Therefore, many high-rank missions could be taken by rank 6 swordsmen. Kill the blood-sucking Devil Emperor and bring back its head. Reward, 100,000 contribution points. The Swordsman Guild was considered the most righteous faction on the Saint Spirit continent. They would frequently issue assassination missions and the targets were all people that had committed heinous crimes. The Blood-Siphon Devil Emperor was extremely powerful. He might not be listed on the Great Emperor rankings, but his strength was at least top 2,000. After tearing off the mission slip, Li Fuchen received a jade scroll that contained the Blood-Siphon Devil Emperor's image and chi presence. After exiting the Rosy Cloud City, Li Fuchen headed straight for the town where the Blood-Siphon Devil Emperor appeared recently. The Blood-Siphon Devil Emperor was very shrewd and never went to the cities. Instead, he would absorb the essence blood of law phase realm emperors or people with special physiques in various towns. Moreover, the Saint Spiritual continent was too huge. It was extremely difficult to find the Blood-Siphon Devil Emperor, let alone kill him. With Li Fuchen's strength, if he traveled at full speed, his speed would be 10 times faster than the peak-grade airship. In just a few days, he arrived at his destination. Of course, he wouldn't be able to find the Blood-Siphon Devil Emperor here as he would never stay in a single place for a long time. But as long as the Blood-Siphon Devil Emperor stayed here for a while, Li Fuchen would be able to follow the chi presence and it was his advantage. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness quickly locked onto the chi presence left behind by the Blood-Siphon Devil Emperor. He found the right direction and gave chase. Half a month later, the chi presence is getting clearer. It should have been left behind a few days ago. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. On this day, Li Fuchen sensed an energy wave coming from the front from a distance. This chi presence, it is the blood siphon devil emperor. Within the energy wave, there were traces of chi presence. There were two types of chi presence and one of them actually belonged to the blood siphon devil emperor. A few tens of thousands of miles away, two figures were in combat. One side was a middle-aged man with a face that was as pale as powder and had crafty eyes. The other side was a beautiful woman with a holy chi presence. Blood siphon devil emperor, let's see where you can run to this time. The beautiful woman wielded a thin sword and enveloped the blood siphon devil emperor with countless sword shadows. The blood siphon devil emperor let out a mischievous laugh while his body was like a phantom that shuttled through the sword shadows. I didn't expect for your Sacred Heart Park to be pursuing me too. Didn't I just suck the blood of a few of your Sacred Heart Park's disciples? Is there a need to muster such a large force? The beautiful woman was enraged after hearing the response and her sword art became even sharper. The blood siphon devil emperor didn't just suck blood, even his junior sister's vitaline had been sucked away, causing them to die in extreme pain. However, the beautiful woman soon realized that her sword art wasn't able to deal with the blood siphon devil emperor. According to the information, the blood siphon devil emperor's strength was around top 2000 of the great emperor rankings. From the looks of it now, it wasn't just top 2000, it was probably top 1000. It seems like you realized it. That's right, my strength has increased again. The blood siphon devil emperor laughed heartily. 1 month ago, my blood siphon devil technique was already at the completion stage. Let alone you, even if the top few hundred great emperor rankings came, they wouldn't be able to deal with me. While speaking, the blood siphon devil emperor's body shook and countless blood siphon devil emperors lunged at the beautiful woman. PFFF 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 PFFF. The beautiful woman's sword pierced through the blood siphon devil emperors one after another, but they were all illusions. Tell me, how should I deal with you? An icy cold hand suddenly grabbed onto the beautiful woman's neck from behind. With a slight force, the beautiful woman felt her body turning stiff and it felt as though her chi and blood were frozen. She couldn't move anymore. The blood siphon devil emperor licked his lips and said, "It would be a waste to suck the blood of such a great beauty. I can play with her for at least a month." The beautiful woman was shocked and immediately wanted to forcefully circulate her chi to explode her heart meridians. The blood siphon devil emperor grinned and poured a stream of blood siphon devil chi into the beautiful woman's body. You wish to die? Not so easily. Sensing that her chi was completely sealed, the beautiful woman was in despair. At the same time, she was filled with regret. If she knew this would happen, she would have moved together with Senior Qingyan. Right now, she wouldn't even be able to die even if she wanted to. Just as the blood siphon devil emperor was preparing to leave, Li Fuchen arrived. You are the blood siphon devil emperor? Li Fuchen sized up the blood siphon devil emperor and the beautiful woman in his hand. Who are you? The blood siphon devil emperor's eyes flashed with a strange expression. You don't have to use such petty tricks on me. After releasing his chi presence, the blood siphon devil emperor that just appeared behind Li Fuchen was immediately shredded into nothingness. Don't move, I will kill him if you move again. The blood siphon devil emperor threatened Li Fuchen. You can't do it. A voice echoed from behind the blood siphon devil emperor. Immediately after, an iron-like hand grabbed onto the blood siphon devil emperor's neck. Once the hand loosened, the beautiful woman was immediately freed. Who exactly are you? Chapter 767. After plucking the blood siphon devil emperor's head, Li Fuchen was preparing to leave. I am Miao Xueqing from the Sacred Heart Garden. Thank you for saving me just now. Miao Xueqing cupped her fists and said gratefully. You're a disciple of Sacred Heart Park? Li Fuchen was astonished. Chu Qingyan was also from Sacred Heart Park. Not bad. Miao Xueqing nodded. You should know Chu Qingyan, right? Li Fuchen asked. Miao Xueqing was also surprised. Young master knows senior sister Qingyan? Yes, I know her. Li Fuchen nodded and felt a little strange at the same time. Chu Qingyan's strength wasn't as strong as Mao Xueqing. How did she become Mao Xueqing's senior sister? But on the other hand, Chu Qingyan had been stranded in the Emperor's Sky Continent for dozens of years. Perhaps, when she returned to the Saint Spirit Continent, her strength might have increased by leaps and bounds. After the duo had a conversation, Li Fuchen was planning to leave. He and Chu Qingyan were just ordinary friends, or it should be said that they weren't even considered friends. They were just acquaintances and there wasn't a need to have too many interactions in the future. "May I know your name?" Miao Xueqing asked. Li Fuchen didn't even turn his head. Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen huh? Mao Xueqing remembered this name deeply. The Saint Spirit Continent had countless heavenly prodigies, but Li Fuchen gave her a feeling like a divine dragon, mysterious, powerful, and charming. In less than a month, Li Fuchen had retrieved the Blood Siphon Devil Emperor's head. Such speed had shocked some of the upper echelons of the Swordsman Guild. When they flipped through Li Fuchen's records, they noticed that it was written that Li Fuchen had sent the grade 6 swordsman puppet flying with a single sword. He was suspected to have the strength of a grade 7 swordsman. No wonder. The upper echelon of the Swordsman Guild suddenly understood. To be able to send the class 6 swordsman puppet flying with a single sword, the strength must be at least at the pinnacle class 6 swordsman. Pinnacle class 6 swordsmen would be ranked in the top 1,000 of the Great Emperor rankings. There were plenty of missions in the Swordsman Guild's grade 2 branch. Li Fuchen would take on a high-class mission every few days and he would never take more than a month to complete the mission. After a few months, Li Fuchen's contribution points had already reached 600,000. He was only half of the required contribution points to be promoted to a grade 7 swordsman. For the rest of the time, Li Fuchen did not continue to go out on missions and has been staying in the manor. "I'm finally at the peak of the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm." In the secret room, Li Fuchen forcefully exhaled a turbid breath. The missions over the past few months had not only brought him hundreds of thousands of contribution points, but also a large amount of wealth and 2 supreme spiritual stones, one of which was contributed by the blood-sucking demon emperor. However, after his cultivation reached the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, it was very difficult to improve his cultivation. 2 supreme-grade spiritual stones only allowed him to reach the peak of the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm. Moreover, it included his own hard work. Without hard work, he would only be in the late stage of the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm. It's already so difficult to reach the pinnacle of the 9th tier. It would be impossible to reach the level of a quasi-sage without 8 to 10 supreme-grade spirit stones. Different from others, Li Fuchen's true spirit had already evolved into a saint spirit. With enough accumulation, be it a half-saint or a saint, he would be able to break through without any obstructions. However, the amount of peak-grade spirit stones required wouldn't be a small amount. In comparison to his cultivation, Li Fuchen's sword art rank had also improved significantly. He already had a lot of inspiration for the second move of the Prime Extreme Sword Art. According to his assumption, the second move of the primary extreme sword technique would be infinitely close to the ultimate state of sword techniques, and the third move would probably be the ultimate state of sword techniques. If I am able to create the second move of the primary extreme sword art, it will be all thanks to Su Pingfan. Su Pingfan's ordinary sword Dao was to find the extraordinary within the ordinary and return the extraordinary back to the ordinary. This was definitely a new path and it had increased Li Fuchen's sword Dao vision. Buzz! Inside the storage bag, the swordsman crest suddenly vibrated. What happened? Li Fuchen was rather surprised. This was the first time the swordsman crest vibrated. The swordsman crest had different levels of communication functions according to the grade. Li Fuchen's grade 6 swordsman crest was already equivalent to a high-grade communication token. After activating the swordsman crest, a voice echoed. Half a year later, the main city, Wind Cloud City, will be hosting the swordsman tournament. All grade 6 and 7 swordsmen can participate. The top 10 will be qualified to enter the sword world. I hope you don't miss it. The voice stopped abruptly. Swordsman tournament? Sword world? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. He had heard of this swordsman tournament before. It was hosted once every 20 years and all grade 6 and 7 swordsmen could participate. As for grade 8 swordsmen, they didn't have to participate and could enter the sword world immediately. The so-called sword world was the sacred land of the Swordsman Guild. In the sword world, the sword Dao law was unprecedentedly clear. Cultivating the sword Dao inside was 10 times or dozens of times better than cultivating in the outside world. This is a good opportunity. Li Fuchen didn't just desire to enter the sword world, he also desired to spar with a sword Dao Great Emperor. His current sword Dao strength might be comparable with the sword Sovereign and sword Emperor, but it didn't mean that he could disregard other sword Daos. Every sword Dao had its own essence. In Li Fuchen's opinion, Su Pingfan's ordinary sword Dao was a top-notch sword Dao and might not be inferior to the sword Sovereign and sword Emperor. Apart from that, the emotionless sword Emperor's emotionless sword Dao and the heart sword Sovereign's heart sword Dao were definitely top-notch sword Daos. If Li Fuchen could absorb their sword Dao essence, he might be able to create the second move of the primary extreme sword art. Of course, it didn't matter even if he couldn't create it. As long as he had enough sword Dao foundation, he would also have a high chance to create the second move of the primary extreme sword art after entering the sword world. Half a year was still a long time. As a high-class city, the Rosy Cloud City had a teleportation array that connected directly to the main city. It was possible to head there on the day of the tournament. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry, but the other grade 6 and grade 7 swordsmen that weren't in high-class cities were in a hurry. After receiving the news, they immediately rushed to the nearest high-class city with their fastest speed. The swordsman tournament was only held once every 20 years. If they missed this time, they would have to wait for another 20 years. Furthermore, only the top 10 of the swordsman tournament could enter the sword world, but the top rankers would still be able to obtain rewards. They might even be able to receive pointers from sword Dao saints. Normally, they wouldn't even be able to see sword Dao saints. During this period of time, the entire Saint Spirit Continent's sword Dao circle was in an uproar. Many swordsmen below grade 6 were rushing to high-class cities. They weren't qualified to participate in the tournament, but they still received the news. After all, the news came from the various branches. Unless they were too far away and couldn't receive the news. It was obvious that this tournament was prepared for all swordsmen. Those that weren't qualified to participate could spectate from outside. During the spectating process, their sword Dao might have a breakthrough and reach the next level. Swordsman Tournament. I wonder how many experts will appear in this year's Swordsman Tournament. In a valley that was filled with all sorts of long swords, a swordsman was seated cross-legged. His chi presence might not be obvious, but the long swords in the valley felt as though they had seen an emperor and were trembling slightly. Swordsman Tournament, I can go and take a look. On a giant peak that pierced through the sky, there was a person standing with his hands behind his back. One could see that the area he was in was slightly distorted and there were invisible sword lights intertwining. If a sword Dao Great Emperor was here, he would definitely be shocked. This person obviously didn't use any sword intent or chi, but his body was constantly enveloped by a sword field. It felt as though his body was a sword, an exceptional sword. A casual release of his chi presence would be able to form a sword field. This was obviously the union of man and sword that was extremely close to extremity. Chapter 768. Half a year passed in a flash. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword art's second move finally had some form. After such a long delay, who knew that the opportunity would be right in front of us? Li Fuchen might not have created the second move of the primary extreme sword art, but he had already thought of the name of the second move. It was called Sect Origin Swords. That's right, the name was the same as the Azure Water Sect Origin Swords, but the essence was worlds apart. The Azure Water Sect Origin Swords only pursued quantity and the essence of the sword Dao was very shallow. As for Li Fuchen's Sect Origin Swords, it referred to turning complexity into simplicity and turning 10,000 swords into one sword. It was the ultimate sword Dao state of returning to the origin. It could be said to be the polar opposite of the Sect Origin Swords. One pursued quantity while the other pursued quality. According to Li Fuchen's plan, once this sword was brandished, there would be a myriad of transformations. The myriad transformations wouldn't deviate from the core, and the sword Dao essence would be one level higher than the sword Sea Horizon. It's a pity that I didn't discover this opportunity earlier. If he had discovered the opportunity earlier, half a year would have been enough for him to create the second move of the primary extreme sword art, myriad returning swords. Of course, it was not too late now. In the swordsman tournament, the top 10 would be able to enter the sword world. With his sword Dao strength, top 10 was more than enough. On the next day, Li Fuchen headed for Wind Cloud City. He wasn't planning to bring Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo over. The swordsman tournament standard was too high, and the two of them were only at the battle spirit realm. It wouldn't be useful for them to spectate the tournament and might cause them to bite off more than they could chew. It wouldn't be too late to let them spectate the next swordsman tournament. At the Rosy Cloud City's teleportation plaza, rays of light rushed into the sky. One of the rays of light was enveloping Li Fuchen's figure. Wind Cloud City was one of the 9 main cities of the Saint Spirit continent. If the Rosy Cloud City was a paradise in the human world, then the Wind Cloud City was a human god realm. The city gate tower was a few hundred miles in height, and there were 3 words, Wind Cloud City. Each of them was 10 miles in size and were written in an imposing manner. Even Li Fuchen felt an extreme pressure. Extreme state calligraphy. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank. This calligraphy had obviously reached the extreme realm, which meant that the person who wrote these 3 words had also reached the extreme realm in martial arts. The Wind Cloud City's teleportation plaza wasn't inside the city, it was outside the city. Therefore, Li Fuchen was able to see the words Wind Cloud City. At the same time, rays of light descended, and swordsmen with different temperaments landed on the transportation platform. Everyone looked at each other, their fighting spirit surging. Grade 6 and Grade 7 swordsmen could participate in the swordsman tournament. From this moment onwards, they were all opponents. It was impossible for them to get along harmoniously. The light was still descending like a meteor shower. Among them, most of them were swordsmen below the 6th grade. They were purely here to watch the battle. Quickly look, it is the 9th ranker of the Sword Emperor rankings, the Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor. His wind-chasing sword art is formless and is known as one of the 5 fastest swords. The 12th ranker on the Sword Emperor rankings, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, is here too. I was fortunate enough to witness his Scarlet Fire sword art once. It is extremely ferocious, and the Scarlet Fire sword field can ignite the enemy's heart fire, causing the enemy to self-immolate. Those that were well known were all Grade 7 swordsmen. In the entire swordsman guild, there were only around 20 to 30 Grade 7 swordsmen. Which one of them wasn't a world-renowned swordsman? The so-called Sword Emperor rankings was a ranking for Sword Dao Great Emperors. There were a total of 108 elite swordsmen. The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor was ranked 9th on the Sword Emperor rankings and ranked 105th on the Great Emperor rankings. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was ranked 12th on the Sword Emperor rankings and ranked 128th on the Great Emperor rankings. Their rankings might not be high, but in fact, be it the Great Emperor rankings or the Sword Emperor rankings, they were all based on time. The rankings from 20 years ago didn't represent the current rankings. For example, the Sword Emperor only took 20 years to climb from 98th to 1st rank on the Sword Emperor rankings. The Sword Sovereign spent 20 years to go from an unknown existence to 2nd rank on the Sword Emperor rankings. This was also the reason why the Swordsman tournament allowed all Grade 6 and Grade 7 swordsmen to participate. If they were only looking at the rankings, they could just choose 10 individuals. Why would they need to compete? After coming to the Saint Spirit continent, I realized that the path of Sword Dao is endless. We are all Sword Dao Great Emperors, but we are far inferior. Among the crowd at the teleportation plaza, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor sighed. In the Heaven Pillar continent, there were only 2 Sword Dao Great Emperors, Jiang Yi and the Iron Blood Great Emperor. But in the Saint Spirit continent, there were countless Sword Dao Great Emperors. Every Sword Dao Great Emperor had their own Sword Dao, and every Sword Dao Great Emperor had their own Sword Dao. If there were 10,000 Sword Dao Great Emperors, then there would be 10,000 Sword Dao. Jiang Yi's purple bamboo sword Dao and the Iron Blood Great Emperor's Iron Blood sword Dao wouldn't even be able to make a splash among the countless sword Daos. We're only missing a heaven-tier high-tier cultivation technique. Otherwise, we might have a place in this place. The Iron Blood Great Emperor said. In response, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor nodded. Great Emperors that only had heaven-class high-tier martial arts and no heaven-class high-tier cultivation techniques could only be considered regular Great Emperors. Those famous Great Emperors all had heaven-class high-tier cultivation techniques. That's right, I wonder if Li Fuchen is here. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor thought of Li Fuchen. On the Emperor Sky Continent and the Heaven Pillar Continent, Li Fuchen was known as the Sword Emperor. On the Saint Spirit Continent, they wouldn't address Li Fuchen by his title. After all, there could only be one Sword Emperor in the world. If they dared to address Li Fuchen as the Sword Emperor and others heard it, it would only bring endless trouble to themselves and Li Fuchen. He shouldn't miss out on such a grand occasion of the Sword Dao. The Iron Blood Great Emperor looked around. The Saint Spirit Continent might be massive, but with Li Fuchen's innate talent and perception, it was impossible for him to be nameless. Li Fuchen was already the ruler of the Emperor Sky Continent and the Heaven Pillar Continent before the age of 40. His innate talent and perception was something that they had never seen before. Even on the Saint Spirit Continent, Li Fuchen was considered top-notch and wasn't inferior to anyone. Soon enough, the duo noticed Li Fuchen. In the crowd, Li Fuchen wasn't an abnormally eye-catching presence, but he wasn't someone that was easily overlooked either. It felt as though he was in the gap between the Qi presences. If one didn't observe carefully, they wouldn't even notice him. It was a very mystical feeling. Li Fuchen. The Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor walked over. After seeing the duo, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. You two are here too. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land was how Li Fuchen felt. It was also how the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor felt. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor mocked himself, we are only here to spectate and aren't qualified to participate in the tournament. He and the Iron Blood Great Emperor were only grade 4 swordsmen. Li Fuchen said, Swordsman Guild, 100,000 guild points can be used to redeem a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. Work hard. Li Fuchen knew that the duo lacked a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique and it was probably the main reason why the duo joined the Swordsman Guild. As the trio was conversing, swordsmen arrived at the teleportation plaza. Every grade 7 swordsman that arrived would cause a heated discussion. The number 6 Sword Emperor rankings, the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign is here. The 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign was in high spirits. He was absolutely confident that he could enter the top 10 in this swordsman tournament. As long as he could enter the sword world, his sword Dao level would definitely increase by another level. By then, he might be able to contest with the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. Why is he here too? When the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign's eyes landed on Li Fuchen, his eyes involuntarily contracted and his face was filled with fear. Li Fuchen had left a deep impression on him. Back in the Savage Hidden Domain, they couldn't even withstand a single fist from Li Fuchen and were in a miserable state. However, in the Savage Hidden Domain, Li Fuchen was obviously a body refinement martial artist. How did he become a swordsman? The 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign was no longer in high spirits as he hurried into the city. Let's enter the city too. Li Fuchen said to the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor and the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Alright. The duo nodded and entered the city with Li Fuchen. As soon as the trio entered the city, the teleportation plaza was filled with an extreme commotion. It is the Heart Sword Sovereign and the Emotionless Sword Emperor. The Heart Sword Sovereign was ranked 4th on the Sword Emperor rankings. The Emotionless Sword Emperor was ranked 3rd. Chapter 769. After entering Wind Cloud City, the trio first looked for an inn. During this period of time, there were plenty of people heading to Wind Cloud City. With Wind Cloud City's reception capability, this number of people wasn't considered much, but inns with good locations were very rare. If they didn't find a good place to stay, they might have to stay in a remote area. After spending half a day, the trio found a place to stay. It was an inn with a courtyard. Normally, only inns with courtyards were considered top-notch inns. After all, those with status wouldn't stay in guest rooms. Come, let's go out for a meal. After tidying up their accommodations, the trio left the inn and prepared to find a restaurant to eat. As a main city, Wind Cloud City had tens of thousands of inns, but there weren't many famous inns. After asking around, the trio arrived at one of the top 10 inns in Wind Cloud City, the Listen Rain Restaurant. From the outside, the Listen Rain Restaurant looked rather exquisite and elegant. The entire restaurant was enveloped in a layer of water-path array. In the sky, the rainwater was like a curtain of pearls as it rained down on the Listen Rain Restaurant and the banana leaves around the restaurant. It gave off a feeling of serenity amidst the noise. The array Tao of the Saint Spirit continent has already penetrated deep into everyday life. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor praised. Li Fuchen and the Iron Blood Great Emperor nodded. Those with a certain status would prioritize the environment the most. If the environment was good, it didn't matter if they spent more money. Guests, all the lobbies are full and there are only private rooms available. The waiter came over and said, "Then bring us to the private room, the best private room." Li Fuchen knew that the Listen Rain restaurant was very expensive, but he didn't care. The waiter sized up the trio and hesitated before saying, "The best private room will cost at least 200,000 high-grade spirit stones." This was one of the top 10 inns in the main city and the price was ridiculously expensive. It was normally used to host top-notch great emperors or saints. Regular great emperors wouldn't be able to afford it. So expensive. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor and the Iron Blood Great Emperor were speechless. Their net worth was only a few million high-grade spirit stones. How could they bear to spend 200,000 high-grade spirit stones for a meal? "I'll take this private room." A young man and woman walked in and the young man said to the waiter, "So it is the Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor. This way please." The waiter recognized the youth. In fact, there were only a few people who didn't recognize him. This youth was the Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor who was ranked 15th on the Sword Emperor rankings and was a regular customer of the Listen Rain restaurant. "Shui Jie, I often come to this restaurant. The taste is very good, and the environment is quite good." The Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor ignored Li Fuchen and the others and said to the lady with snow-white skin, "Then I'll have to trouble you to spend some money." The woman called Shui Jie nodded slightly. Just as the attendant was preparing to bring the Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor and the Snow Charmer to a private room, Li Fuchen spoke, "Are you guys mistaken? No matter where it is, there has to be an order of arrival, right?" Hearing this, the Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor frowned slightly. "Sir, there is no need to put on airs. With your net worth, a few 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for a meal would cost you close to 10% of your net worth. Is there a need for that?" He had tens of millions of upper-level spirit stones, but he did not always choose the best private room when he came over for a meal. It was conceivable that with the wealth of these people, eating a meal here would hurt their muscles and bones. Li Fuchen said, "This is our matter, you are meddling too much. Waiter, bring us to the private room." The waiter was in a difficult position. The Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor was a distinguished guest of the Listen Rain restaurant and not a regular customer, therefore, he was in a difficult position. What is going on? Just as the waiter couldn't make a decision, the shopkeeper walked over. The waiter hurriedly went over and explained what had happened. The shopkeeper glared at the waiter and said to the Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor, "Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor, you are my Listen Rain restaurant's distinguished guest, but when doing business, we must abide by the rules. Without rules, the Listen Rain restaurant cannot continue operating. How about this, I will arrange another superior private room for you." "My apologies. Shui Jie, how is it?" The Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor was someone with status and didn't wish to cause trouble in public, therefore, he had no choice but to ask the Snow Charmer. "Sure." The Snow Charmer nodded. "Then bring us over." The Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor said. "Sure, this way please." The shopkeeper personally led the way. Friend, it seems like you are also a swordsman. I wonder if you are qualified to participate in the swordsman tournament. If you are, I will take good care of you. The falling Rainbow Sword Emperor transmitted his voice into Li Fuchen's ears. After losing face, it was impossible for the falling Rainbow Sword Emperor to not be angry. But this was Wind Cloud City and he couldn't attack the falling Rainbow Sword Emperor. He had no choice but to hope that Li Fuchen would participate in the swordsman tournament. Then we shall meet at the swordsman tournament. Li Fuchen had indirectly admitted that he would participate in the swordsman tournament. The falling Rainbow Sword Emperor didn't say anything but revealed a sneer. Since Li Fuchen was qualified to participate in the swordsman tournament, then he had the chance to attack Li Fuchen. The three of you will have to pay a deposit of 200,000 spirit stones. The waiter wasn't intentionally making things difficult for Li Fuchen and the others. It didn't matter which restaurant it was, as long as they weren't regular customers, they would have to pay the minimum fee before choosing a private room. Here is 1 million spirit stones. You can return the excess to me later. Li Fuchen handed a storage bag to the waiter. 1 million. The waiter's hand shook. After opening it, there was indeed 1 million spirit stones. It turned out that this was a wealthy customer. He didn't think that Li Fuchen was trying to look impressive as it wasn't necessary. Those that could casually take out 1 million spirit stones would definitely have a net worth of over 100 million spirit stones. Those that had a few million spirit stones would definitely be fools to take out 1 million spirit stones to look impressive. The three of you, this way please. The waiter led the way respectfully. On the way to the private room, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor said, Li Fuchen, isn't it a waste to spend so many high-grade spirit stones for a single meal? Li Fuchen smiled and said, this amount of spirit stones is nothing to me. You guys just have to eat as much as you want. Li Fuchen's net worth was a few billion spirit stones and this amount of spirit stones was indeed nothing. Soon enough, the trio arrived at the private room. This private room was huge and spacious. There was a rock garden and green water. Above the green water, there was a small pavilion. Above the pavilion, there was a pitter-patter of rain. Beside the green water, there was a small patch of lush bamboo forest. At a glance, it looked like an ink painting and the trio was walking into the ink painting. Tsk Tisk, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor's eyes lit up. He was different from the Iron Blood Great Emperor and Li Fuchen. He loved this style the most and his sword Dao was also this style. This charm isn't simple. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor sighed. Li Fuchen said, it is indeed not as simple as the spatial layout. Every part of the design contains the chi presence of Dao. When combined, it is like adding the finishing touch and activating the chi field. The dishes were served quickly and in just a short moment, the table was filled with dishes. The trio ate and chatted with great satisfaction. The swordsman tournament was going to be held in 3 days. The venue was the largest martial arena in Wind Cloud City, the Wind Cloud Martial Arena. It might be a grand event in the Sword Dao Circle, but it still attracted the attention of countless people. Many of them specially rushed to Wind Cloud City to spectate the tournament. Like the 34th ranked Saber Demon, 8th ranked Devil Sovereign, and 4th ranked Saber Emperor. Everyone accidentally saw them on the streets. It was imaginable how many spectators were in Wind Cloud City. Before the tournament, everyone was trying to find out the strength of their opponents. There wasn't an impenetrable wall in this world. After some scouting, apart from the figures on the Sword Emperor rankings, there were some nameless but extremely formidable swordsmen that had caught everyone's attention. Among them, there were 3 individuals that were the most dazzling. There was a young swordsman called Tang Xing. He might not be on the Sword Emperor rankings or the Great Emperor rankings, but he was already a grade 7 swordsman. It was said that when he passed the grade 7 swordsman test, he was able to send a grade 7 swordsman puppet flying with a single sword. His strength was definitely at the pinnacle of a grade 7 swordsman. On the surface, he wasn't inferior to any swordsman apart from the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. There was also a female swordsman called Murong Yoyu. She had once killed the 99th ranked Earth-Ean Great Emperor in a single sword. She was known as the #1 female swordsman in this year's swordsman tournament and was even more popular than Tang Xing. After all, be it in the martial Dao world or the sword Dao world, there were too few female experts. There might not even be one in 100. The last one was called Li Jianqin and he was from the former Saint clan, the Li clan. This Li clan was a very ancient sword Dao clan. During its glorious period, it was the #2 clan on the Saint Spirit continent and was just inferior to the demigod clan, the Zhu clan. It was said that Li Jianqin was a sword Dao prodigy that was rarely seen in a million years. His innate talent wasn't inferior to the #1 sword sovereign in the history of the Li clan. But unlike others, Li Jianqin had never walked around the Saint Spirit continent. As such, the Sword Emperor rankings and the Great Emperor rankings didn't have his name. But since he was from the Li clan and was known as a sword Dao prodigy that was rarely seen in a million years, it was imaginable how strong he was. Li Jianqin ha. On the main street, Chu Qingyan and Mao Xueqing were walking side by side. After hearing the name Li Jianqin, Chu Qingyan and Mao Xueqing first thought of Li Fuqian. Because they had the same surname. I wonder who is stronger between Li Jianqin and Li Fuqian. Mao Xueqing had already found out about Li Fuqian's achievements from Chu Qingyan. One had to admit that Li Fuqian was simply a legend. Before the age of 40, he had already dominated the Heaven Pillar continent and the Emperor Sky continent. He had even led Senior Qingyan from the Cursed Temple to the Saint Spirit continent. Chu Qingyan said, the Li clan has an extremity sword art that was passed down. If Li Jianqin cultivated an extremity sword art, not even the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign might be a match. Does that mean Li Fuqian is more likely? Mao Xueqing asked. Chu Qingyan shook her head. If it is anyone else, they will definitely not be a match for Li Jianqin. But if it is Li Fuqian, everything is unknown. Most importantly, even if Li Jianqin cultivated an extremity sword art, he wouldn't be able to push his sword Dao to the extremity. After all, not even the Sword Emperor could push his sword art to the extremity. A true extremity martial art requires the Saint Spirit to propel it. Without the Saint Spirit, even if one comprehended an extremity martial art, after a single move, the true spirit would immediately crumble. Of course, Chu Qingyan didn't think that Li Fuqian could defeat Li Jianqin. In fact, she felt that Li Jianqin had a higher chance of winning. Chapter 770. 3 days passed by in a flash. On the morning of the 4th day, the entire Wind Cloud City seemed to have come alive and was in a hubbub of voices. Like streams returning to the origin, all the people from the alleys first gathered on the main street, then from the main street to the main road, before finally surging towards the Wind Cloud Martial Arena. The Wind Cloud Martial Arena was already opened and each entrance was guarded by Law Phase Realm Emperors. In order to enter, one had to take out the Wind Cloud Talisman. The so-called Wind Cloud Talisman was the entrance ticket to the Wind Cloud Martial Arena. It was separated into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. Each grade had a serial number. Everyone would choose their own seat according to the serial number. D-grade Wind Cloud Talisman would cost 500 high-grade Spirit Stones, C-grade Wind Cloud Talisman would cost 3,000 high-grade Spirit Stones, B-grade Wind Cloud Talisman would cost 30,000 high-grade Spirit Stones, and A-grade Wind Cloud Talisman would cost 500,000 high-grade Spirit Stones. After entering the martial arena with the Wind Cloud Talisman, the first thing that entered the eyes was a bowl-shaped martial arena and the densely packed seats on the walls of the bowl. As the largest martial arena in Wind Cloud City, the Wind Cloud Martial Arena could accommodate 3 million spectators and it was a massive scale. The Swordsman Tournament is finally starting. I didn't travel all the way to Wind Cloud City in vain. Isn't that so? The Wind Cloud Talisman might be a small cost, but the teleportation fee is the main cost. But I am already satisfied to see elite swordsmen spar. Most of the spectators were Law Phase Realm Emperors. Even if there were some Primary Sea Realm Monarchs, they were Primary Sea Realm Monarchs from Wind Cloud City. Of course, it was a different matter if someone brought them here. Some of the major clans and factions would bring their juniors here to broaden their horizons. This scene is truly grand. Along with the crowd, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor and the Iron Blood Great Emperor entered the martial arena. The duo originally wanted to purchase a B-grade Wind Cloud Talisman, but it was already sold out. The duo had no choice but to purchase a C-grade Wind Cloud Talisman each. However, the C-grade seats weren't bad either. There was a screen to obstruct the view and there was a long table in front of them. The table was filled with all sorts of snacks and fruits. After sitting down, the two of them looked around and discovered that 10% of the people had already arrived. Looking down, they saw a huge black battle stage. Although this battle stage was tightly sealed, the two of them could still see that there were 2 horizontal and 2 vertical gaps on the battle stage. The battle stage was divided into 9 sections. They reckoned that it could be divided into 9 battle stages. As time passed, more and more people gathered. The black stream of people rushed to various locations. With so many people around, any martial monarch realm expert would be easily recognized. It is the number 4 Saber Emperor on the Great Emperor rankings and the number 34 Saber Demon on the Great Emperor rankings. Why are the two of them walking together and chatting so happily? That's normal. The Saber Emperor's wife is from the Miao clan. Furthermore, their Saber Dao abilities are similar. They have a common language. I see. I heard that Blade Ghost, Miao Xianyu, was killed. I wonder if Blade Demon found the murderer. While the crowd was in a heated discussion, the famous Great Emperor experts appeared one after another. There were Saber Emperors, Saber Demons, Demon Sovereigns, Saber Sovereigns, Spear Sovereigns, and Axe Sovereigns. Peerless Great Emperors that were rarely seen appeared one after another. The crowd felt that just seeing these people was already worth the price of the ticket. After all, they had only seen images of these people and had never seen them in person. In the spacious area below the martial stage, the participating swordsmen appeared one after another. However, they were all grade 7 swordsmen. The grade 6 swordsmen had to go through a selection before they were qualified to compete on the stage. Emotionless Sword Emperor, Heart Sword Sovereign, 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign, Wind Chasing Sword Emperor, Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor, Stars Sword Emperor, Tang Xing. Everyone counted the number of grade 7 swordsmen. There were around 35 grade 7 swordsmen and it was more than expected. As for Murong Youyu and Li Jianxin, they weren't grade 7 swordsmen yet. Therefore, they had to go through the selection for the grade 6 swordsmen. Inside the Wind Cloud martial stage, there was a hidden martial stage. At this moment, the hidden martial stage was filled with hundreds of individuals. There were grade 6 swordsmen from the Swordsman Guild and the upper echelons of the Swordsman Guild. You will only be qualified to compete after defeating the grade 7 swordsman puppet. Everyone, line up in order and go up one by one. An elder from the Swordsman Guild spoke. In response, the first grade 6 swordsman went up the martial stage. On the martial stage, there was a swordsman puppet that was wearing a swordsman attire and wielding a long sword. Begin. The elder activated the swordsman puppet. Swish! The swordsman puppet's speed was much faster than everyone imagined. It was just like lightning and instantly arrived in front of the grade 6 swordsman. It then cleaved down. The angle of this sword was simply at the pinnacle of perfection. Even Li Fuchen couldn't find any flaws. There were only 2 methods to deal with the swordsman puppet. One was to suppress with absolute strength, the other was to counterattack with a faster speed. If the strength was on par, the swordsman puppet would be invincible. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, the grade 6 swordsman was sent flying. When he fell off the stage, he was still in a daze. How could a grade 7 swordsman puppet be so fast? The elder was expressionless. If he couldn't even block a single sword from the grade 7 swordsman puppet, he wasn't qualified to participate. Soon enough, the second grade 6 swordsman went up the stage. This grade 6 swordsman was slightly stronger and was able to withstand 2 sword slashes. But after the third sword, he was still sent flying. Third, fourth, in just a short moment, there were already 7 grade 6 swordsmen who took the test. Apart from one person who barely passed, the rest were utterly defeated. Such power! Everyone's expression changed. They assumed that the grade 7 swordsman puppet would at most be 10 times stronger than the grade 6 swordsman puppet. But from the looks of it, it wasn't just 10 times stronger, it was at least 20 times stronger. Overgrown vegetation. On the martial stage, a skinny grade 6 swordsman withstood over a dozen sword slashes and successfully executed his kill move. Once the kill move was executed, countless sword shadows were like overgrown vegetation that surged at the grade 7 swordsman puppet. Li Fuchen shook his head. This kill move might be powerful, but it had plenty of flaws too. The grade 7 swordsman puppet was obviously forged by a sword Dao saint and contained the sword Dao of a sword Dao saint. The sword Dao saint might not have poured in all of his sword Dao and had only poured in some basic sword Dao, but because it was the sword Dao of a sword Dao saint, the foundation was extremely fearsome. It was fine if there weren't any flaws, but as long as there was a trace of flaw, the puppet would be able to accurately grasp it and deal a fatal blow. As expected, the grade 7 swordsman puppet flashed and shuttled through the sword shadows. Immediately after, it brandished its sword and 3 sword lights sealed off all of the skinny swordsman's escape routes, knocking him off the martial stage. Damn it! The skinny swordsman vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was extremely unwilling. Let me do it. A stalwart swordsman who was close to 2.5 meters tall rushed onto the martial stage while carrying a large sword. Clang! The stalwart swordsman might have a robust body, but his speed was unbelievably fast. He easily sealed off the grade 7 swordsman puppet's attack and used his powerful strength to force the grade 7 swordsman puppet to take a step back. Defeat! Taking a step forward with his left foot, the stalwart swordsman thrust with his sword. A thick sword field instantly restrained the swordsman puppet. There was a bang. The swordsman puppet was sent flying. The elder nodded. This person was rather strong and was able to defeat the swordsman puppet with just 2 sword moves. It is Murong Yoyu. I wonder how many sword moves she will need to defeat the swordsman puppet. She will probably need 2 sword moves. The grade 7 swordsman puppet is too powerful. While everyone was discussing, Murong Yoyu walked onto the stage with an indifferent expression. When facing the lightning-fast swordsman puppet, Murong Yoyu's hand was on the sword hilt. There was a flash of sword light and everyone felt like they saw a water droplet penetrating the void. In the next moment, the swordsman puppet was sent flying like an arrow. Those with sharp eyes could clearly see that there was a pit on the swordsman puppet's chest. When the stalwart swordsman attacked the swordsman puppet earlier, it was only able to leave a shallow mark on the puppet's body. Interesting. The stalwart swordsman's eyes contracted. Murong Yoyu's sword speed was too fast, so fast that he could only see an afterimage. Too powerful. A single sword move is enough to send the swordsman puppet flying, and it is so far away. If it was us, our bodies would probably be penetrated. No wonder she is the #1 female swordsman below the saints. After seeing this scene, everyone took a deep cold breath. The stalwart swordsman could at least see an afterimage. They didn't even see if Murong Yoyu made her move and only saw a flash of sword light. Rather incredible water Dao sword art. Li Fuchen was rather surprised. Murong Yoyu's sword Dao strength was much stronger than the 9 firmament sword sovereign. Be it sword Dao or water Dao, Murong Yoyu was already close to extremity. When the two were fused, it was able to produce such horrific power and speed. Li Fuchen might be pursuing the purest sword Dao and didn't wish to fuse other Daos. But it was just a personal pursuit. In fact, before the sword Dao reached the pinnacle, fusing other Daos would make it easier to increase one's strength. The owner of the Joint Heaven Sword had fused the Void Dao into the Sword Dao, therefore, the Void Heaven Sword art was so powerful. After the Void Heaven Sword art, there would definitely be a stronger Void Dao sword art. Because his Joint Heaven Sword still had a seal that wasn't removed. The Heaven class high tier wasn't the Joint Heaven Sword's strongest state. Li Fuchen didn't wish to fuse other Daos, but he didn't reject absorbing the essences of other Daos. If the Sword Dao was compared to a tree, the essences of other Daos would be the nutrients that would allow the tree to flourish. Fusion was different. Fusion was fusing the tree with other plants, but the tree would be the main plant. One swordsman after another went up the stage and the grade 6 swordsmen were eliminated. There were only less than 10 out of 100 that passed the stage. Su Pingfan didn't come. With his strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to defeat the grade 7 swordsman puppet. He probably felt that it was meaningless if he couldn't get into the top 10. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Everyone knew a little about Murong Yoyu's strength, but they didn't know anything about Li Jianxin's strength. They only knew that he was the most outstanding sword Dao prodigy in the history of the Li clan. When it was Li Jianxin's turn to go up, everyone looked at him. There was curiosity, suspicion, and anticipation. It was also rare for Murong Yoyu to look at a single person. Under everyone's attention, Li Jianxin walked towards the martial stage in a calm manner. It was unknown if it was an illusion, but they felt that the spatial zone that Li Jianxin was in seemed to be misplaced. His speed was obviously very slow, but before they could blink, he was already on the stage. Cling! There was a burst of sparks as Li Jianxin turned around and walked off the stage. On the opposite side, there was a small hole on the chest of the swordsman puppet. As for the rest of them, they didn't see anything and looked like fools. Jianxin. Li Fuchen's expression turned serious for the first time. Others might not be able to see the mystique, but he could see it clearly. Li Jianxin's sword speed was 2 times faster than Murong Yoyu. Furthermore, Li Jianxin had perfect control of the sword Dao Law. He condensed the sword Dao Law into a single point and instantly destroyed the swordsman puppet's body. Such strength was enough for Li Fuchen to pay attention. Chapter 771. Is he still a human? The stalwart swordsman couldn't help but crush the wine flask in his hand, causing the wine to splatter all over the ground. When Murong Yoyu made her move, he could at least see an afterimage. When Li Jianxin made his move, he couldn't even see the afterimage or the sword light. He could only see the sparks bursting out from the chest of the swordsman puppet. They were both swordsmen, but the difference was too huge, at least dozens of times. If he fought with Li Jianxin, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. How is it possible to condense the sword Dao Law into a single point? Murong Yoyu's vision was obviously much better than the stalwart swordsman, but she could only see an afterimage. She couldn't understand how Li Jianxin was able to condense all the sword intent, sword field, and sword chi into a single point. What kind of control was required to achieve this? This child is truly terrifying. The elder revealed a shocked expression for the first time. When Murong Yoyu made her move, he was only admiring it. No wonder he is the descendant of Senior Sword Lord. Such sword Dao talent is truly world-shaking. In a supreme private room in the Wind Cloud Martial Arena, 3 middle-aged men and women were seated. The trio was chatting cheerfully and didn't emit any chi presence. If a top-notch sword Dao Great Emperor was here, he would easily notice that the trio was in an area with no other heaven and earth laws apart from the sword Dao Law. If the upper echelons of the Swordsman Guild were here, they would recognize that the trio was the 3 sword Dao Saints of the Swordsman Guild. They were the Tiger Fang Sword Saint, 100 Flower Sword Saint, and Mystic Deep Sword Saint. Among them, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint and 100 Flower Sword Saint were low-tier sword Dao Saints, while the Mystic Deep Sword Saint was a mid-tier sword Dao Saint. On the Saint Spirit continent, there were almost no high-tier saints. Most of them had left the deep blue plane and headed for the depths of the universe. There might be some high-tier saints that stayed behind, but they were in the minority. Therefore, mid-tier saints were already the pinnacle combat strength of the Saint Spirit continent. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint praised, to be able to condense the sword heart at the Law Phase realm, this sword Dao talent is indeed rare. In the future, as long as there are enough fated opportunities, it isn't impossible to become a Heaven Monarch. Heaven Monarchs were peak stage saints. As for demigods, it would depend on fated opportunities. Without heaven-defying fated opportunities, it was useless no matter how talented one was. The 100 Flower Sword Saint said, that Murong Yoyu isn't bad either. Apart from not condensing the sword heart, she isn't inferior to this child. The mystic deep sword saint nodded. Murong Yoyu isn't as simple as she looks. If I didn't guess it wrongly, her sword Dao and water Dao have already fused to an extremely high level. She is just one step away from condensing the water Dao sword heart. With their eyesight, the three of them easily saw through them. The secret martial arena was perfectly silent, and no sound could be heard for a long time. At this moment, if a needle were to fall on the ground, it would probably explode like thunder. I wonder if the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign have condensed the sword heart. With regards to the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign's strength, everyone had remained at the level they had been several decades ago. This was because the two of them were too powerful, and there were very few opportunities for them to fight. Dozens of years had passed, and no one knew what level the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign had reached. However, in the entire Swordsman Guild, only these two people had become rank 8 swordsmen. This already spoke volumes. The old man woke up from his shock and shouted, "Next!" The tournament was about to start and they mustn't waste too much time here. Perhaps Li Jianxin's appearance was too shocking, no one had the interest to watch the next grade 6 swordsman seriously. There were a few grade 6 swordsmen who weren't inferior to the stalwart swordsmen and were very depressed. But when they thought about Li Jianxin's insane strength, they had no choice but to suppress their depression. When there were over 30 participants left, it was finally Li Fuchen's turn. Inside the supreme private room, the mystic deep sword saint's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. What is it? The Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint looked at the mystic deep sword saint with astonishment. The mystic deep sword saint said, "This child is rather interesting. His sword Dao is actually so pure. It is just like the aurora in the universe, resplendent and dazzling." There was a difference between a mid-level sword Dao saint and a low-level sword Dao saint. The mystic deep sword saint could see things that the other two couldn't. After hearing the statement, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint observed Li Fuchen carefully. They naturally knew the mystic deep sword saint's strength. Since the mystic deep sword saint said so, it meant that Li Fuchen wasn't an ordinary person. As expected, after a careful observation, they were able to see something. If Li Jianxin was the sharpest sword, then Li Fuchen was the most primitive sword. It wasn't that eye-catching, but after a careful observation, one would feel an extreme magical power from the depths of their heart. Li Jianxin frowned slightly. With the sword heart's senses, he noticed a trace of abnormality. This trace of abnormality was transmitted from Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen walked towards the martial stage step by step. He strolled leisurely and wasn't too slow. From this point, he was very similar to Li Jianxin. But there were subtle differences and only a few people could see the differences. Arriving at the martial stage, Li Fuchen drew his sword and slashed before turning to leave the stage. The repaired grade 7 swordsman puppet's chest had a deep sword wound. During this period of time, the grade 7 swordsman puppet didn't even move a single step and was just like a dead object. Previously, when Li Jianxin made a move, the grade 7 swordsman puppet actually moved a little, but it was too weak and no one noticed it. But Li Jianxin, Murong Yoyu, and the elder noticed it too. Li Fuchen's sword wasn't actually as fast as Li Jianxin and wasn't as fast as Murong Yoyu. It was obvious that Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength and was just casually brandishing his sword. How is this possible? This was the second time the elder revealed a shocked expression. He felt that he was hallucinating today. Li Jianxin was already shocking enough, now there was another Li Fuchen. Most importantly, he couldn't see anything. Could the swordsman puppet have been damaged earlier? The elder wanted to test it again. The elder didn't know that in the supreme private room, the 3 sword Dao saints from the Swordsman Guild had stood up. They knew what was going on. The swordsman puppet was ultimately a dead object. It could only sense chi movements and predict the attacker's attack angle. Once the opponent completely sealed off its senses, the swordsman puppet would self-destruct. To put it in simpler terms, the swordsman puppet could sense that all of its actions were meaningless in front of Li Fuchen. The moment Li Fuchen brandished his sword, the swordsman puppet didn't know how to attack. After all, it wasn't a human. Even if it didn't know how to attack, it still had to attack. It was just a puppet and didn't have any consciousness. This feeling was mystical and indescribable. This child's sword Tao foundation is so deep that I have never seen anything like it. The mystic deep sword saint sighed. Only when the sword Tao foundation was deep enough would it be able to suppress the swordsman puppet's sword Tao. The swordsman puppet's sword Tao was poured in by a sword Tao saint. Even if it was only half of the sword Tao, it was already very terrifying. Of course, it didn't mean that Li Fuchen was stronger than Li Jianxin. The swordsman puppet was just a puppet and it had an irreparable flaw. It just so happened that Li Fuchen was able to counter this flaw. The swordsman puppet might have been damaged earlier. I will need to test it again. The elder hesitated for a moment and decided to be cautious. There is no need. He has passed. A voice abruptly rang out. Yes. The elder was shocked as he knew that the Swordsman Guild's Sword Tao Saint had spoken. As for the others, they were all confused and didn't know what level Li Fuchen had reached. They only knew that Li Fuchen was very strong. Soon enough, the selection ended. Chapter 772. After pushing open the door, the 33 individuals walked towards the Wind Cloud Martial Arena. Boom! The instant the door opened, there was a tsunami of sound. Everyone looked up and saw that the Wind Cloud Martial Arena that could accommodate 3 million individuals was basically full. Among the 3 million individuals, more than half of them were Law Phase Realm Emperors. 100 or 1,000 Law Phase Realm Emperors might not have a huge presence, but when more than 1 million Law Phase Realm Emperors were gathered together, the prowess was enough to make any great emperor's blood boil. Those with weaker willpower would even start to get nervous. Their bodies would tremble and their minds would go blank. Look at how frightened these people are. Huh. In the empty space around the martial stage, a few Grade 7 swordsmen mocked. As Grade 7 swordsmen, they had absolute confidence when facing Grade 6 swordsmen. Your strength isn't bad to actually pass the selection. When the falling Rainbow Sword Emperor saw Li Fuchen, he revealed a smile. He was truly afraid that Li Fuchen wouldn't pass the selection. If that was the case, there would be one less fun. As for whether he would be defeated by Li Fuchen, he didn't even think about it. What a joke, the falling Rainbow Sword Emperor was ranked 15th on the Sword Emperor rankings. If the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign weren't here, he would be ranked 13th. Furthermore, after decades of arduous cultivation, he believed his strength had reached an extremely horrifying level. Let alone Li Fuchen, he was confident he could contest with the emotionless Sword Emperor and Heart Sword Sovereign. I hope his Sword Tao strength isn't as powerful as his body refinement strength. The 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign had complicated thoughts. He might be ranked 6th on the Sword Emperor rankings, but he was truly afraid of Li Fuchen previously. When facing Li Fuchen, he wasn't able to remain calm. Soon enough, the referee went on stage and announced the rules of the tournament. The tournament was a points competition. The higher the points, the higher the ranking. During the tournament, Heaven-class high-tier artifacts weren't allowed to enhance one's strength. Everything depended on oneself. If anyone used strength that didn't belong to them, they would be disqualified. The tournament rewards were very generous. The top 10 wouldn't just be able to enter the Sword World. First place would be rewarded with 5 million contribution points, second place would be rewarded with 2 million contribution points, third place would be rewarded with 1 million contribution points, 4th to 10th place would be rewarded with 500,000 contribution points. 11th to 20th place wouldn't just be rewarded with 500,000 contribution points, they would also be able to receive pointers from Sword Tao Saints. The pointers from Sword Tao Saints might not be comparable to entering the Sword World, but it was definitely hundreds or even thousands of times better than those who couldn't enter the Sword World. 5 million contribution points, huh? Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the prize for first place to be so rich. Becoming a 7th grade swordsman required 2 million contribution points. With 5 million contribution points, not only could he become a 7th grade swordsman, but he would also not be far from reaching the 8th grade. Although it's not that easy to fight for first place, what's the point of something that's too easy? Li Fuchen let out a faint smile while his eyes flickered. What a generous reward. I don't dare say I'll be in the top 10, but I'll definitely fight for the top 20. That's right. There are only 68 people in total. I don't believe I can't enter the top 20. The expressions of all the participating swordsmen changed, becoming extremely sharp. Opportunity, what is an opportunity? The swordsman tournament was a first-class opportunity. Previously, they were still a little apprehensive. Now, even if they were to face the emotionless Sword Emperor and the others, they would still dare to fight with all their might. In the audience seats, everyone was also lamenting the rich rewards of the swordsman tournament. The Swordsman Guild's contribution points could be used to exchange for resources within the Swordsman Guild. The Swordsman Guild was a top-class faction in the Saint Spirit continent. It was imaginable how much resources they had. Inside the B-class private room, the saber demon Miao Qingxin's eyes were instantly locked onto Li Fuchen. It's him. Miao Qingxin's eyes revealed murderous intent. He already knew that Miao Xianyu was killed by Li Fuchen. After all, there were plenty of people present and one of them sold the information to the Miao clan. Brother Miao, what's wrong? Saber Emperor Chu Kuang asked from the side. Miao Qingxin said, I found the person who killed Miao Xianyu. Who is it? Do you need my help? Chu Kuang's wife was Miao Qingxin's cousin. It wasn't a big deal to help her eliminate an enemy. Miao Qingxin said, I wish to take revenge personally. Of course, if I can't deal with him, it won't be too late to ask Brother Chu for help. If it was in the past, he wouldn't be a match for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was able to kill Miao Xianyu in a single sword move and it was indeed shocking. But 10 years ago, Miao Qingxin's strength started to improve drastically. During the previous sparring sessions, he was able to withstand 5 moves from the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang. Who was the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang? He was ranked 4th on the Great Emperor rankings. Apart from the first ranker, the Heaven Emperor, no one dared to say they could defeat the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang. It was unimaginable for Miao Qingxin to withstand 5 moves from the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang. Alright. Chu Kuang nodded. At his strength level, there weren't a lot of people that could be considered a match for him. In the swordsman tournament, no one was worthy enough to be his match as the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign weren't in the tournament. In a Class A private room, the Gao clan's members were all present. Including the Gao clan saint, the Broken Flow Saint. Ancestor, this person destroyed one of our Gao clan's auction halls and stole 1.5 billion high-grade spirit stones. A Gao clan's upper echelon pointed at Li Fuchen and said with a cold voice. 1.5 billion high-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum, but to the Gao clan, the destruction of the auction hall was more severe than losing 1.5 billion high-grade spirit stones. There were plenty of merchant associations on the Saint Spirit continent. The Gao clan's Long Rainbow Merchant Guild was able to reach its current status because of countless years of accumulation. Now that one of their auction halls was destroyed and the auction funds were stolen, it was a huge blow to the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild. In the future, no one would dare to entrust their treasures to the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild. Don't worry, I will deal with this child personally. The Broken Flow Saint said indifferently. He already found out from the Night Emperor that Li Fuchen's strength was much stronger than it looked. Apart from him, no one else could deal with Li Fuchen. With the ancestor making a move, this child is dead for sure. The Gao clan's upper echelon gave Li Fuchen a death sentence in their hearts. No matter how strong a Law Phase Realm Emperor was, he was still a Law Phase Realm Emperor. Once a saint made a move, there was no way for him to survive. On the martial stage, after the referee explained the rules and rewards, he said loudly, "The tournament shall begin now." Rumble. The martial stage suddenly split into 9 smaller martial stages. Each of the stages had a circle of light barrier. Martial Stage 1, Yuan Haojie against Wu Xing. Martial Stage 2, Martial Stage 3. Because it was a points tournament, 9 matches would be conducted at the same time. On Martial Stage 1, the stalwart swordsman Yuan Haojie stood a few dozen meters away from the grade 7 swordsman Wu Xing. "Admit defeat, you aren't a match for me," Wu Xing said indifferently. He was ranked 20th on the Sword Emperor rankings. Apart from Li Jianxin and Murong Youyu, he didn't care about the rest. "Underestimating me won't end well." Yuan Haojie grinned. Wu Xing was too arrogant and conceited. Was a grade 7 swordsman very impressive? Earlier on, he defeated the grade 7 swordsman Puppet in 2 sword moves. "Oh, then I would like to see what the bad outcome is." Wu Xing made a move. His title was the Flowing Light Sword Emperor. Among the Sword Emperors, his sword speed wasn't top 5, but top 10. On the martial stage, countless flowing lights burst out and enveloped Yuan Haojie. Good timing. The large sword in Yuan Haojie's hand felt weightless. When he brandished his sword, countless sword shadows stacked up and formed an iron wall that blocked the flowing lights. Cling 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 cling. Wu Xing's sword art was indeed fast, but his attack power was obviously weaker and couldn't break the layer of sword shadows. The Sword Emperor rankings are indeed unreliable. Wu Xing is defeated. In Li Fuchen's opinion, Wu Xing pursued speed too much and didn't utilize the true advantage of the flowing light sword Dao. In most situations, the faster the speed, the stronger the power, just like Li Fuchen's meteor sword art. After attacking for a long time, Wu Xing was getting anxious. Godspeed flowing light. Finally, Wu Xing executed his kill move. Once the kill move was executed, the sword speed increased drastically again. In the void, an unstoppable flowing light burst out and wanted to break Yuan Haojie's defense. The power is great, but the sword Dao law is superficial. Li Fuchen shook his head again. Break! Yuan Haojie thrust his large sword forward and the sword shadows gathered to form a thick sword field. It carried a comet chi presence and blasted at the flowing light. PFFF. The flowing light collapsed and Wu Xing was sent flying before crashing into the light barrier. Martial Stage 1, Yuan Haojie wins, 1 point. Wu Xing loses, -1 point. Of the 9 martial stages, the first stage was the first to decide the victor. Once Yuan Haojie and Wu Xing got off the stage, the referee said, "Martial Stage 1, Li Fuchen against Wang He." Wang He was the same as Li Fuchen, they were both grade 6 swordsmen. Originally, when Li Fuchen defeated the grade 7 swordsman Puppet in a single sword move, Wang He should have admitted defeat. But in his heart, he felt that the grade 7 swordsman Puppet was probably damaged after Li Jianxin broke a hole in it. That was why Li Fuchen was able to defeat the grade 7 swordsman Puppet so easily. No matter what, it was rather unsightly for Wang He to admit defeat at the start. Whether Li Fuchen was strong or not, they would only know after the fight. "Please give me some pointers." Wang He cupped his fist and said. "Bring out your strongest move." Everyone's sword Dao had its merits and Li Fuchen didn't mind giving Wang He more opportunities. Wang He frowned and felt that Li Fuchen was too arrogant. The match started. Wang He didn't listen to Li Fuchen and used his strongest move right from the start. Instead, he was trying to probe Li Fuchen. Sword of Impermanence. But Li Fuchen wasn't planning to waste too much time with Wang He. Since Wang He wasn't going to use his strongest move, Li Fuchen was going to force Wang He to do so. Once the Sword of Impermanence was executed, the martial stage was filled with Li Fuchen's figure. This move was a heaven-class high-tier sword move that was created with the Impermanence sword art as the foundation. After so many years, apart from the Void Heaven sword art and primary extreme sword art, Li Fuchen's other sword arts didn't fall behind. It was more than enough to deal with regular swordsmen. Such a ghostly sword art. Wang He was shocked as he felt sword chi flowing everywhere. He wasn't able to predict the angle of Li Fuchen's sword. Without a choice, Wang He used his kill move. His body spun and a sword chi storm extended out. Within the sword chi storm, there was a soaring bird. This was his unique sword Dao, the soaring sword Dao. Interesting. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Wang He's strength was truly weak, but Wang Yi's sword Dao was filled with spirituality. That flying bird was waiting for an opportunity, and it was obviously formed by the sword intent. With the qi activity, Li Fuchen didn't need to rely on judgment to find the opponent's flaw and sword trajectory. Alright, you can be defeated now. Since Li Fuchen had observed Wang Yi's sword Dao quintessence, he naturally didn't intend to continue the fight. His body was like a phantom and his sword was like a phantom. He instantly passed through the sword qi storm and dodged the flying bird sword intent before slashing at Wang Yi. Chapter 773. Your swordsmanship is ghostly. Unfortunately, if you only have this much strength, you will definitely lose to me. Li Fuchen's strength had surprised the falling Rainbow Sword Emperor. In his opinion, Li Fuchen's sword art wasn't inferior to the 18th ranked Ghost Shadow Sword Emperor. The duo's sword art was ghostly and unpredictable, making it hard to defend. It was a pity that the Ghost Shadow Sword Emperor wasn't a match for him, let alone Li Fuchen. Of the 9 martial stages, some of the martial stages would decide the victor very quickly, while some of the martial stages would take a long time to decide the victor. It was because everyone was too eager to enter the top 20. As long as there was a trace of a chance, they would not be willing to give up. Martial Stage 3, Murong Yoyu against Wang Qi. After more than a dozen matches, the heavyweight duels were about to begin. Murong Yoyu was one of the most dazzling rising stars in this year's swordsman tournament, while Wang Qi was known as the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign and was ranked number 6 on the Sword Emperor rankings. The battle between the two of them could be said to be a confrontation between the old and the new. I won't lose. Wang Qi was rather fearful of Li Fuchen, but he wasn't afraid of Murong Yoyu at all. After all, he was ranked 6th on the Sword Emperor rankings and he had always been the one looking down on others. Wang Qi lost. Li Fuchen had witnessed Wang Qi's ability before. The other party's 9 Heavens sword art was extremely powerful. When the sword struck out, it seemed to be able to draw upon the power of the heavens. It was extremely close to the extreme realm. In comparison, Murong Yoyu's water path sword art was obviously more profound and the power was more concentrated. Dang! On the martial stage, sword shadows crisscrossed and sparks flew. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign's sword force wasn't a match for Murong Yoyu's sword force. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign's sword force was in chaos and his body was shaking a little. How could that be? Wang Qi's expression changed, and his eyes turned sharp. 9 Heavens soaring clouds. Soaring into the sky, Wang Qi slashed down with his sword. A powerful sword aura poured down like a bolt of lightning. Dripping water wears through a stone. Murong Yoyu lifted her head and countered with her sword. A drop of water penetrated Wang Qi's sword art with unbelievable speed. Dang! At the critical moment, Wang Qi raised his sword to block the attack, but his entire body was sent flying even higher. Damn it! 9 Heavens violent lightning. Wang Qi vanished and was replaced by rolling clouds and explosive thunder. In the next moment, countless thunderbolts ripped apart the clouds and headed straight for Murong Yoyu. This is a sword art illusion. Someone in the audience exclaimed. Sword Dao was ever-changing, and sword technique illusion was one of the extremes. Countless bolts of lightning were countless sword lights. Each sword light gave off a killing intent that was impossible to dodge. Murong Yoyu lifted her head and didn't have any intention to dodge. You should be honored to witness this sword of mine. When Murong Yoyu brandished her sword, countless water droplets flew up from the ground and into the sky. At this moment, the sky was no longer the sky, and the earth was no longer the earth. Yin and Yang were reversed. The droplets of water were extremely condensed, and they spun rapidly as they shot forward. Boom boom boom, the power of the water droplets was also unbelievably great. A single water droplet could destroy at least several bolts of lightning. Finally, Wang Qi couldn't take it anymore. Blood spurted out of his body, and he was almost turned into a sieve. The sword art illusion completely dissipated. Such a terrifying soft water sword principle. This should be the soft water sword principle's water drip sword principle. Everyone could see some of the sword daos, but some of the more abstract sword daos were hard to see. Like Su Pingfan's ordinary sword dao, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword dao, the emotionless sword emperor's emotionless sword dao, and the heart sword sovereign's heart sword dao. These abstract sword daos couldn't be seen through just from the sword art, unless one knew what sword art the opponent cultivated. The water drip sword principle walked on the path of breaking through the surface with a single point. When Muong Yoyu defeated Wang Qi, the Wind Cloud martial arena was in an uproar. The 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign, Wang Qi, was ranked number 6 on the Sword Emperor rankings and was actually defeated by a rising star. Right now, they didn't know who was stronger or weaker. If a rising star could defeat a veteran Sword Emperor expert, then why couldn't the lower-ranked people on the Sword Emperor rankings defeat the top-ranked people? It was reckoned that even the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign might be dragged down. As the tournament continued, exciting battles were constantly being displayed on the 9 martial stages. Sword Dao was the number 1 Dao for killing, but it was also the Dao with the most spectator value. When 2 swordsmen fought, if a single sword was used to determine the victor, it would let everyone feel the danger of the sword Dao. If there was a prolonged battle, it would let everyone feel the magnificence of the sword Dao. If it was a fight between 2 saber wielders, the spectator value would definitely drop by 1 level. Everyone would only be able to see the dominance and heroism of the saber Dao. There wouldn't be the soul-stirring feeling of dancing on the tip of the saber. Soon enough, it was Li Jianxin's turn. His opponent was actually the ranked 9th on the Sword Emperor rankings, the Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor. The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor was known as one of the 5 fastest swords on the Sword Emperor rankings. In terms of sword speed, he was comparable with the Emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign. On the martial stage, the Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor didn't attack immediately. Instead, he stared at Li Jianxin with a grave expression. Li Jianxin was simply standing there, but the Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor couldn't find any flaw. If there was no flaw, it meant that even if the Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor attacked, it would be futile. "I heard that your sword speed is very fast," Li Jianxin said. The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor said, "I am untalented, but everyone is praising me." If everyone is praising you, it means that your sword speed is indeed very fast. How about this? If you can block this sword of mine, it will be my loss. Li Jian thought. What? The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor was slightly stunned. Soon after, he was enraged. The other party was obviously looking down on him. He didn't think that the other party was letting him off. Li Jianxin wants to decide the outcome with 1 sword. How domineering. Too rash. The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor is one of the 5 fastest swords on the Sword Emperor rankings. Even the Emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign aren't 100% confident to compete with the Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor in terms of sword speed and a single sword to decide the victor. Where there's a will, there's a way. You'll know after seeing it. Whether it was in the spectator stands or below the stage, everyone was discussing spiritedly as they stared unblinkingly at the stage. At this moment, even a blink of an eye might cause one to miss the most exciting scene. Be careful, Li Jian thought. The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor didn't say anything and waited solemnly. He didn't believe that he couldn't block his opponent's sword. There was a faint change in the brightness of the stage. Li Jianxin turned around and left the stage. What do you mean? The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor was furious. You lost, Li Jian said indifferently without turning his head. I lost? The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor didn't understand. TFFF. A stream of blood shot out from the Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor's shoulder. I have indeed lost. The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor was terrified. What kind of sword speed was this? He actually couldn't sense it at all, let alone block it. In the world, how could there be such a fast sword speed in the Law Phase realm? Could Li Jian have reached the Sword Sovereign or Sword Emperor realm? The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor wasn't the only one who was terrified. More than 90% of the spectators were terrified. If there was a day when they became enemies with Li Jianxin, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. Li Jian's sword speed had reached a horrifying level. Interesting. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang's eyes burst out with radiance beside the saber demon Miao Qingxin. He is very incredible. Miao Qingxin didn't dare to believe that a rookie's strength could reach such a level. Chu Kuang said, "Without reaching my level, one will never know how powerful he is." He didn't explain. There were some things that couldn't be explained. Below the stage, the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes contracted. Before this, they only had the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign in their eyes. They didn't even bother about the other swordsmen. Li Jianxin's appearance made them feel a trace of pressure and danger. This is the power of the Sword Heart. With the Sword Heart, one can perfectly control the Sword Dao law. Li Fuchen revealed a smile and emitted an undetectable battle intent. He had always been invincible in the same realm. To be honest, as a swordsman, he yearned for battle. He yearned for evenly matched battles and the feeling of fighting for victory. "I hope you can be stronger." Li Fuchen could see that Li Jianxin had only revealed a portion of his strength. With just this bit of strength, Li Jianxin wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen hoped that Li Jianxin could be stronger and more perfect. Only then would Li Fuchen go all out. After Li Jianxin got off the stage, everyone was stunned for a long time. Murong Youyu was already stunning enough, who would have expected Li Jianxin to be even more stunning and terrifying? Could this year's swordsman tournament bring back the era of the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign? Back then, the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign were also rookies and won the swordsman tournament. For the next few dozen years, they had been the number 1 and number 2 of the Sword Emperor rankings and no one could surpass them. A few dozen years later, someone as stunning as them had appeared. This person might be able to challenge the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign's position. Martial Stage 9, Li Fuchen against Cui Luohong. Once the referee finished speaking, the falling Rainbow Sword Emperor, Cui Luohong, appeared on the martial stage like a rainbow. "Li Fuchen, I said that I will take good care of you in the swordsman tournament." The falling Rainbow Sword Emperor grinned. "Are you sure you want to take care of me?" Li Fuchen flashed and appeared in front of the falling Rainbow Sword Emperor. "Of course. I, the falling Rainbow Sword Emperor, never go back on my words." The falling Rainbow Sword Emperor waved his hand and a rainbow-like sword appeared in his hand. "To be able to witness my Rainbow Fall Sword Dao, consider it your honor." The falling Rainbow Sword Emperor pointed out with his long sword. Streaks of rainbow-colored sword chi shot out. These rainbow-colored sword chi actually fused and refracted in the void. At a glance, it was impossible to distinguish which were real sword chi and which were refracted sword chi. "This is your falling Rainbow Sword Dao." "It doesn't look like much." Li Fuchen strolled among the rainbow sword chi. When countless sword chi landed on his body, there were only traces of sparks. This is just the beginning. The falling Rainbow Sword Emperor's eyes contracted. Li Fuchen's strength was a little beyond his expectation. Li Fuchen was actually able to block his attack with just a layer of sword chi protection. However, the falling Rainbow Sword Emperor wasn't going to boost Li Fuchen's prowess. White Rainbow Penetrating Sunday, the falling Rainbow Sword Emperor executed his finishing move. When he brandished his sword, an unimaginably pure white sword chi burst out. At the same time, a deadly and silent Sword Dao presence was emitted. The entire place was filled with desolation and desolation. Falling rainbow represents the end of the rainbow. It is still acceptable. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and scattered the white sword chi. In the air, there were invisible threads that were wantonly slicing. Sword move. Flowing merciless edge. Chapter 774. There was once a period of time when the flowing merciless edge was Li Fuchen's strongest sword move. It might have been replaced by the Void Heaven sword art and the primary extreme sword art, and even surpassed by the meteor sword art, but as Li Fuchen's sword Dao progressed rapidly, the flowing merciless edge was also progressing rapidly. A few years ago, it was already close to extremity. The current flowing merciless edge didn't contain the fire Dao law anymore, it only contained pure sword Dao law. It was all thanks to Su Pingfan's ordinary sword Dao. The falling Rainbow Sword Emperor was appalled when his white sun-penetrating rainbow was neutralized. He frantically retreated, and while he was retreating, he swung his sword to break the sword threads to prevent himself from getting injured. Clang 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 clang, sparks flew and the falling Rainbow Sword Emperor's arm was a little numb. These sword threads were tougher and more fearsome than he imagined. If he was slightly weaker, he would have already been defeated. Damn it! Why is he so strong? The falling Rainbow Sword Emperor had an ashen expression and felt extremely humiliated. Previously, he said that he would take good care of Li Fuchen. Right now, he was the one at a disadvantage. With the frenzied swinging of the sword threads were finally broken. Of course, it was mainly because Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength. The falling Rainbow Sword Emperor probably had more powerful sword moves that he hadn't executed yet. It wouldn't be too late to defeat the falling Rainbow Sword Emperor after witnessing it. Li Fuchen, I have underestimated you. This next sword move is my trump card to enter the top 10. Now, you are qualified to witness it. Falling Rainbow 9 Suns. The falling Rainbow Sword Emperor soared into the sky and vanished in the next moment. In the sky, 9 colorful suns appeared. The suns suddenly flashed and turned into 9 dazzling sword chi that blasted at Li Fuchen. When facing the 9 sword chi, Li Fuchen felt a great destructive feeling as though 9 suns had fallen at the same time. If it was any other swordsman that received this move, they would have been blasted into ashes. It was a pity that Li Fuchen was the one receiving this move. It was still the flowing merciless edge, but this time, the flowing merciless edge felt as though heaven and earth were silent and the great Tao was emotionless. In the void, the sword threads crisscrossed and easily sliced apart the 9 sword chi. Before landing on the falling Rainbow Sword Emperor. Clang! The falling Rainbow Sword Emperor was sent flying, and his body was stained with blood. This year's swordsman tournament is truly a new generation that surpasses the old. This Li Fuchen might not be as dazzling as Li Jianxin and Murong Yoyu, but he is comparable with Yuan Haojie. Indeed, the falling Rainbow Sword Emperor is ranked 15th on the Sword Emperor rankings. He was actually defeated just like that without any suspense. As for the falling Rainbow Sword Emperor's defeat, everyone was already used to it. This year's swordsman tournament was undoubtedly just inferior to the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign swordsman tournament. There were plenty of rising stars, and the veteran Sword Emperor rankings experts were facing a powerful crisis. Your strength is not bad. I look forward to fighting with you. When Li Fuchen got off the stage, Yuan Haojie said. Among the grade 6 swordsmen, he only acknowledged Li Jianxin, Murong Yoyu, and Li Fuchen. But the first 2 were too strong and only Li Fuchen was evenly matched with them. Sure. I'll be more serious when the time comes. Li Fuchen said. Yuan Haojie glared at Li Fuchen. What do you mean by more serious? Do you think you are the only one that didn't go all out? Of course, he could see that Li Fuchen didn't go all out, but he didn't conceal too much strength either. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to suddenly increase his strength by 10 times. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't say anything. Yuan Haojie was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He wished he could immediately fight with Li Fuchen and teach him a lesson. It was Yuan Haojie's turn for the next match. Perhaps he was angered by Li Fuchen. Yuan Haojie immediately displayed astounding strength and sent his opponent flying with a single sword move. When he got off the stage, he intentionally looked at Li Fuchen with provocation. Li Fuchen had an indifferent expression and ignored Yuan Haojie. Yuan Haojie's strength wasn't bad, but he wasn't qualified for Li Fuchen to go all out, unless Yuan Haojie's strength increased by a few dozen times. Martial Stage 4, Tang Xing against Jing Shan. After the match between Murong Yoyu and the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign Wang Qi, it was time for another pinnacle martial contest. Jing Shan had the title of Mountain Collapse Sword Emperor and was ranked 8th on the Sword Emperor rankings. His sword art was as heavy as a mountain and those who were weaker wouldn't even be able to block his sword prowess and would be crushed into a pile of blood. As for Tang Xing, he was this year's swordsman tournament's rising star that was just inferior to Li Jianqin. Previously, his opponents were rather weak, therefore, he didn't have much presence. Right now, his opponent was the 8th-ranked Sword Emperor ranking Xing Shan. Everyone was wondering if he could shock the crowd. Xing Shan naturally wouldn't underestimate Tang Xing. The 9-firmament Sword Sovereign and the wind-chasing Sword Emperor were already examples. If Xing Shan dared to underestimate Tang Xing, he would definitely suffer a miserable defeat. Of course, it was impossible for Tang Xing to imitate Murong Youyu and Li Jianqin and defeat Xing Shan easily. Xing Shan wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Xing Shan's sword was a giant sword that was as wide as a door plank. When the giant sword was brandished, a heavy sword prowess was already emitted. Below the martial stage, some of the nearby participants felt their bodies sinking. It felt as though a mountain was pressing down on them and making it hard for them to breathe. Such a terrifying mountain collapse sword Dao. From the sword prowess, his strength seems to be superior to the 9-firmament Sword Sovereign. A few of them were in a heated discussion. The 9-firmament Sword Sovereign, Wang Qi's expression changed. He might not be willing to admit it, but he had a faint feeling that Xing Shan's strength had already surpassed him. It also meant to say that after so many years, his improvement was much smaller than Xing Shan. During the previous swordsman tournament, he defeated Xing Shan in just a few dozen moves. Be careful! Xing Shan roared out and cleaved at Tang Xing with the mountain collapse sword Dao. Tang Xing didn't move, but his sword intent that was as heavy as the stars revolved around his body. It seemed like he was planning to use his sword intent to forcefully resist Xing Shan's sword. Rumble! On the martial stage, the air was vibrating and there was a visible ripple that extended out. Everyone was shocked to realize that Xing Shan's sword prowess that was like a rainbow couldn't even break Tang Xing's sword intent. Instead, Xing Shan was pushed back and staggered. What kind of sword Dao is this? It is even heavier and more boundless than Xing Shan's mountain collapse sword Dao. There is obviously the presence of the stars revolving inside. No one knew what sword art Tang Xing cultivated, therefore, they didn't know what sword Dao Tang Xing was walking on. Stars sword Dao. Only Li Fuchen was able to see that Tang Xing cultivated the stars sword Dao. Because Xing Shan's sword intent obviously contained the stars law. His hand of star and hand of moon also contained the stars law. However, Li Fuchen could see that Xing Shan's stars law hadn't produced the gravity law. If it produced the gravity law, Xing Shan's strength would be extremely terrifying and it might even become a formidable foe for Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen's hand of moon only contained the stars law. But Xing Shan's stars sword Dao didn't just contain the stars law, it also had the sword Dao law. When the two were fused, there would be the sword Dao's lethality and the stars Dao's heaviness. As compared to Tang Xing's stars sword Dao, Xing Shan's mountain collapse sword Dao was innately weaker. After all, the mountain collapse sword Dao was just a type of the thick earth sword Dao and it wasn't comparable with this special sword Dao. What? Xing Shan was appalled and his qi blood was boiling. On the opposite side, Tang Xing said indifferently, I have already withstood your sword. Next, it is your turn. While speaking, a heavy sword appeared in Tang Xing's hand. With a cleave, an extremely heavy sword prowess pressed at Xing Shan ruthlessly. Bang! The stage shook, Xing Shan was forced to kneel on one knee and spit out a mouthful of blood. Too strong, really too strong. He was no match for him at all. Originally, I thought that Li Jianqin was this year's swordsman tournament's #1 rising star and was qualified to challenge a motionless Sword Emperor and Heart Sword Sovereign. Now, it seems like Tang Xing isn't inferior to Li Jianqin at all. Yes, although Li Jianqin's sword speed is unimaginably fast, Tang Xing's swordsmanship is clearly both offensive and defensive. It will be very difficult to break through his defense with one strike. In the previous swordsman tournament, there were Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. In this swordsman tournament, if Li Jianqin and Tang Xing can defeat a motionless Sword Emperor and Heart Sword Sovereign respectively, they will become the new Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. Although it's a little early to talk about this, it's more or less the same. Since the start of the competition, Tang Xing, who didn't have much of a presence, instantly became a famous person, stunning the entire audience. Martial Stage 6, Li Fuchen against Yuan Haojie. Soon enough, it was Li Fuchen's turn again. This time, his opponent was Yuan Haojie, who had provoked him before. It's our turn. Yuan Haojie's eyes were filled with battle intent. It's our turn. Li Fuchen flew up the stage. Without any words, the duo instantly exchanged moves. It was obvious that Yuan Haojie was also walking on the path of the heavy sword Dao. However, his sword Dao wasn't the star's sword Dao or the thick earth sword Dao. It was the comet sword Dao. The comet sword Dao wasn't as heavy as the star's sword Dao and the thick earth sword Dao, but it was very explosive and had both power and speed. If a description had to be made, the comet sword Dao was similar to the combination of the meteor sword Dao and the thick earth sword Dao. In order to fight, Li Fuchen used the meteor sword art. The meteor sword art also had both power and speed. Be defeated. Yuan Haojie wielded his large sword as though it was light. Countless sword shadows gathered and turned into a comet that rushed at Li Fuchen. Meteor fall. Li Fuchen rushed into the sky and slashed down. The dazzling sword light countered with an even faster speed. Boom! When the two sword lights clashed, the martial stage was dazzling and even engulfed the duo. How many sword arts is this Li Fuchen proficient in? Indeed, I have the same question too. Every time he changes his opponent, he will use a different sword art. It is truly hard to understand his patterns. Biting off more than one can chew. It doesn't seem like a good thing to be proficient in multiple sword arts. But every one of his sword techniques has reached a level close to the pinnacle. At the start, everyone didn't pay much attention to Li Fuchen. But after several matches, everyone gradually noticed Li Fuchen's brilliance. To be able to cultivate multiple sword arts close to extremity wasn't something a regular person could do. How is this possible? Why is his sword Dao even faster than mine? When the dazzling radiance dissipated, Yuan Haojie's body shook a little and he had an awful expression. His comet sword Dao had both power and speed. According to his assumption, he should be able to suppress Li Fuchen. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen's sword Dao to also have both power and speed. It might not be as heavy as his sword Dao, but with the support of absolute speed, the power was unbelievable. Comet burst. After taking a deep breath, Yuan Haojie's sword prowess increased drastically. When he brandished his sword, the dazzling sword light was like a real comet. It carried horrific light and heat and rushed at Li Fuchen with shocking speed. It wasn't over yet. When the comet sword light got close to Li Fuchen, it suddenly exploded. Countless light shards enveloped Li Fuchen. This sword move was Yuan Haojie's sure kill move. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen could receive it. It is a little repetitive with my meteor sword art. It is time to end this. Becoming the union of man and sword, Li Fuchen turned into an even more dazzling sword light. He penetrated Yuan Haojie's sword prowess and clashed with Yuan Haojie. PFFF. Yuan Haojie's chest burst out with blood and his eyes were wide open. Union of man and sword. The heart sword sovereign squinted his eyes. The sword emperor was also on the union of man and sword. Chapter 775. I've lost this time. Let's fight again next time. Yuan Haojie sounded unwilling. Li Fuchen's meteor sword Dao was only superior to his comet sword Dao by one level and the difference wasn't huge. Next time, he would definitely defeat Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen laughed, there is no need for that. If his opponent couldn't even defeat his meteor sword art, how was he supposed to deal with his void heaven sword art and primary extreme sword art? Arrogant. You are only one level stronger than me. Let's see how you face the others later. Yuan Haojie wasn't convinced. Li Fuchen was too arrogant and the crucial point was that he was defeated by Li Fuchen. He could only hope that someone would teach Li Fuchen a lesson and let Li Fuchen know the immensity of heaven and earth. The two got off the stage, and the match continued. Stage 2, Xiao Yuan vs. Lu Hua. As soon as the judge's voice fell, the entire Wind Cloud arena was in an uproar. This Xiao Yuan was the Heart Sword Sovereign, ranked number 4 on the Sword Emperor rankings. He was just inferior to the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign and was on par with the emotionless Sword Emperor. Lu Hua wasn't a nobody and was the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor who was ranked 12th on the Sword Emperor rankings. Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, you aren't my match. Heart Sword Sovereign Xiao Yuan said to the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. How would we know if we don't try? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was bursting with battle intent. He was only ranked 12th on the Sword Emperor rankings, but he wasn't satisfied with this rank. Since that's the case, then make your move. The Heart Sword Sovereign stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't have a sword on him. Boundless crimson fire. Clang! The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor unsheathed his scarlet treasured sword and gently waved it. A scarlet wave surged toward the Heart Sword Sovereign. The Heart Sword Sovereign was still standing with his hands behind his back. He had no intention of attacking. However, when the scarlet wave approached him, a supreme sword light burst forth and split the scarlet wave into two. It has appeared. It's the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao. Heart Sword Dao, using the heart as a sword. The stronger the heart, the stronger the sword. In the spectator seats, everyone was talking about it. Heart and sword as one. Is this the Heart Sword principle? Li Fuchen was moved. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao was definitely an extremely rare sword Dao. Many people could use their heart force to control their sword intent. However, the Heart Sword Sovereign didn't use his heart force to control his sword intent. Instead, he used his heart as a sword. It was on a much higher level. A heart sword cleaved apart the scarlet wave. The Heart Sword Sovereign looked at the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. You aren't my match. Heart Sword Sovereign, I admit that you are very strong, but I, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, have never stopped advancing. Today, I will let the world witness the Scarlet Blood Sword intent that I, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, have comprehended after decades of hard work. Boom! As the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor spoke, a scarlet sword intent that was as red as blood surged out of his body. He actually combined the fire sword intent with the power of blood. In the Supreme Private Room, the mystic Deep Sword Monarch was moved. The Tiger Fang Sword Sage praised, this Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor is truly impressive. He has already fused his life into his Sword Dao. Only Sword Dao saints would know how difficult it was to combine the sword intent with the power of blood. Without fearsome conviction, it was impossible to do so. The 100-Flower Sword Saint nodded. Life is like fire, sword intent is like fire. It is obvious that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor isn't just a Sword Dao Emperor, he is also a Body Refinement Emperor. Only a Body Refinement Emperor would be able to consume Qi blood without restraint. The 3 Sword Dao Saints were shocked, so was Li Fuchen. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword intent could already be considered a Body Refinement Sword Dao. To be more specific, it should be a Blazing Flame Body Refinement Sword Dao. Li Fuchen's eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. He didn't know how powerful this Blazing Flame Body Refinement Sword Dao was. On the martial stage, the Heart Sword Sovereign could clearly feel the pressure from the Scarlet Blood Sword intent as it was unprecedented. If the Heart Sword Sovereign could feel the pressure, it meant that the Heart Sword Sovereign was qualified to fight with him. Heart Sword Sovereign, receive another sword move from me. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor brandished his sword and slashed at the Heart Sword Sovereign with countless Scarlet Blood Sword Qi. Crackle crackle. In the air, there were sword lights that intersected and intercepted the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword Qi. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao wasn't that easy to break. When others made a move, they would need to brandish their sword, but the Heart Sword Sovereign only needed to use his thoughts. The gap has shrunk. Li Fuchen's eyes were like lightning. Previously, the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword was able to split the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's sword move. Right now, both sides were almost evenly matched and the gap had shrunk. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was getting braver as the battle progressed. The Scarlet Blood Sword chi was getting stronger as though it was injected with chicken blood. The entire martial stage was dyed blood red. However, no matter how powerful the Scarlet Blood Sword chi was, it was hard to get within 10 feet of the Heart Sword Sovereign. It was as though the 10 feet was a forbidden zone. Scarlet Fire like Dragon. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor roared and increased the Scarlet Blood Sword intense power again. The sword chi turned into a blood-colored fire dragon and rushed at the Heart Sword Sovereign. Clang clang clang. The forbidden zone was broken. The blood-colored fire dragon forcefully rushed into the forbidden zone and stopped 10 feet away from the Heart Sword Sovereign. Seeing how dominant the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was, the spectators and below the martial stage were already in a heated discussion. The situation is getting more chaotic. I originally thought that only Li Jianxin and Tang Xing can challenge the emotionless Sword Emperor and Heart Sword Sovereign. Right now, there is another Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. That's right. Who would have thought that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor is actually so incredible? Everyone else has been surpassed, but he is trying his best to catch up. But it is still unknown if he can contest with the Heart Sword Sovereign. The Heart Sword Dao might be using the heart as a sword, but only the Heart Sword Sovereign who uses a sword is the strongest Heart Sword Sovereign. As everyone was discussing, the situation on the martial stage was reaching its climax. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword intent was too powerful. Even the Heart Sword Sovereign couldn't suppress the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor for a short period of time. Heart Sword Sovereign, are you still not going to draw your sword? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor yelled out. The Heart Sword Sovereign sighed and his eyes turned sharp. You should be proud to force me to draw my sword. Heart Sword First Form, Heart Move. A sword instantly appeared in the Heart Sword Sovereign's hand. When the sword was unsheathed, the sword light rippled like water and spread out. PFFF PFFF PFFF. When the sword was brandished, the extremely ferocious Scarlet Blood Sword intent had instantly dispersed. Such an incredible sword art. The Heart Sword Sovereign is even stronger than 20 years ago. Everyone else is improving, how can the Heart Sword Sovereign not improve? I wonder how much he has improved. After seeing the prowess of the Heart Sword Sovereign's first sword, even Li Fuchen's eyes were bursting with radiance. The Heart Sword Sovereign's move had a profound and extraordinary sword intent. It wasn't a regular sword intent. Even Li Fuchen wasn't able to see the profundity of this move. Of course, if Li Fuchen could see it, the Heart Sword Dao wouldn't be so mystical. Even though he had witnessed the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao 20 years ago, when the Heart Sword Sovereign made his move, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor still felt a trace of despair. But soon enough, this trace of despair was incinerated into ashes. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's eyes burst out with fiery sword light. Heart Sword Sovereign, receive my strongest move, Scarlet Fire Universe. Rumble. The Scarlet Blood Sword intent burst out to the limits. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor flashed and thrust at the Heart Sword Sovereign. When this sword move was executed, the sword chi split and the sky and ground were filled with Scarlet Blood Sword chi. It felt as though the entire contest stage had turned into a Scarlet Blood Sword chi world. Heart Sword Second Form, Enchantment. The Heart Sword Sovereign had an indifferent expression. He brandished his sword and shattered the Scarlet Blood Sword chi world. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was sent flying while vomiting blood. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor wasn't weak. After comprehending the Scarlet Blood Sword intent, his strength was far superior to the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign and was at the pinnacle of strength. But in comparison, the Heart Sword Sovereign was ridiculously strong. No one could see through the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao. The Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign might be able to see through it, but the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign didn't need to participate in the Swordsman tournament. It could be said that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was defeated with honor. Chapter 776. Martial Stage 6, Li Fuchen against Zhu Lang. Li Fuchen, who had already won over a dozen consecutive matches, finally encountered a rather formidable opponent. Of course, Zhu Lang was the wind-chasing Sword Emperor and was ranked 9th on the Sword Emperor rankings. He might not even be able to withstand a single sword from Li Jianxin, but who was Li Jianxin? He was an existence that was comparable with the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign. Wind-chasing 9 swords. On the martial stage, the wind-chasing Sword Emperor immediately executed his sword art. He was like a gust of wind that engulfed Li Fuchen. Cling cling clang clang, there was a burst of sparks as Li Fuchen blocked all of the wind-chasing Sword Emperor's sword moves. The wind-chasing Sword Emperor didn't mind as this was only the first sword. Each sword of the wind-chasing 9 swords was faster than the previous one. At the 9th sword, the speed would reach the state of formless and formless. It was a pity that he couldn't execute the 9th sword immediately, otherwise, he would be able to withstand Li Jianxin's first sword. 2nd sword, 3rd sword, soon enough, the wind-chasing Sword Emperor was already on the 6th sword. The wind on the martial stage had already turned into a violent gale. This wasn't a normal violent gale, it was a violent gale that only existed in regions with abnormally dense wind Dao laws. Such violent gale was a forbidden zone for most law phase realm emperors, and anyone who entered would die. But Li Fuchen, who was in the violent gale, was much more formidable than the wind-chasing Sword Emperor imagined. No matter what angle he attacked from, Li Fuchen would be able to block it easily. If he was the violent gale, Li Fuchen would be an impenetrable steel bucket. 7th sword. 8th sword. The violent gale turned into a storm. In an instant, the wind-chasing Sword Emperor didn't even know how many swords he executed. He only had one thought: faster, faster. Wind-chasing Sword Dao, chasing the violent gale. The sword will be as fast as the wind. Li Fuchen's eyes were like lightning as he observed the wind-chasing Sword Emperor's wind-chasing Sword Dao. The wind-chasing Sword Dao was definitely mixed with the wind Dao, but it didn't stop Li Fuchen from absorbing the Sword Dao essence. No one knew what the Sword Dao was. To Li Fuchen, anything that could make the Sword Dao stronger was beneficial to the Sword Dao. Li Fuchen might want to remove the Fire Dao from his bone frame, but he didn't reject the Fire Dao. The Fire Dao was violent and ferocious. If it was used on the Sword Dao, it would definitely make the Sword Dao stronger. It was just that he did not wish to fuse the Dao of Fire itself into the Dao of Sword. Unless one day, his Sword Dao had already reached the pinnacle. At that time, he might be able to attempt to fuse 10,000 Daos. The wind-chasing Sword Emperor had a grave expression as he felt that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Or rather, everyone had underestimated Li Fuchen. No one knew better than him how terrifying the wind-chasing 9 swords were, especially the 7th and 8th swords. The sword speed was already at the extremity. In normal situations, even if the wind-chasing 9 swords couldn't break Li Fuchen's defense, it would still make Li Fuchen flustered and make his chi presence unstable. However, Li Fuchen didn't show any signs of strain and remained calm. The 9th move. The wind-chasing Sword Emperor roared furiously in his heart and executed the 9th sword. The 9th sword had gathered the essence of the previous 8 swords. Not only did it raise the speed of the sword to a whole new level, but its power had also reached a whole new level. When this sword move was executed, the Heaven and Earth Law on the martial stage had been expelled, leaving behind only the Sword Dao Law and Wind Dao Law. A gale that felt like it came from the depths of the universe was blowing at Li Fuchen. The speed was unbelievable and normal people wouldn't be able to sense it. Such a fast sword. Let's see how you are going to block it this time. Below the stage, Yuan Haojie was shocked and immediately looked at Li Fuchen with a gloating expression. I have been waiting for this sword move. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. He had been entangled with the wind-chasing Sword Emperor for so long just to wait for this sword move. As expected, the Sword Dao essence contained in this sword move was more than the previous 8 sword moves combined. A single glance was enough for Li Fuchen's mind to have plenty of inspiration. But it is time to end this. In the void, there was a flash of light and a huge explosion. The wind-chasing Sword Emperor was sent flying and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. When fighting with Yuan Haojie, Li Fuchen didn't execute the meteor sword art at full strength. The meteor sword art at full strength wasn't slower than the wind-chasing sword Emperor's ninth sword, and the power was superior. Using sword speed to break my ninth sword? The wind-chasing sword Emperor was appalled. In other words, if Li Fuchen was willing, he could also defeat him in a single sword move, but Li Fuchen didn't do it. SS. At the Wind Cloud Martial Arena, there were plenty of people who took a deep cold breath. Li Fuchen had been concealing himself, and everyone assumed that his strength was only above average. Right now, it seemed like he wasn't above average, he was obviously at the pinnacle. At least, he wasn't inferior to Murong Yoyu, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, and the others. Who was stronger would only be determined after the fight. Damn it, he concealed his strength. Yuan Haojie was enraged. When Li Fuchen fought with him, Li Fuchen actually concealed his strength. It was obvious that Li Fuchen didn't treat him as a match. Li Fuchen's strength is truly formidable. I wonder what his final rank will be. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor praised from the audience seats. The Iron Blood Great Emperor said, I reckon that he should be in the top 5. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor nodded. The top 5 contenders were the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Heart Sword Sovereign, Li Jianxin, Tang Xing, Murong Yoyu, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, and Li Fuchen. There were a total of 7 contenders. With Li Fuchen's sword Dao talent, it wasn't impossible for him to not have any trump cards. It was still possible for him to be in the top 5. After defeating the wind-chasing sword Emperor, Li Fuchen's popularity surged. It wasn't like before where there weren't many people paying attention to him. In the next match, Li Fuchen encountered a familiar person. Sword Rain Great Emperor, Wu Yu. As the 283rd ranked Great Emperor rankings and 27th ranked Sword Emperor rankings, Wu Yu couldn't possibly miss out on the Swordsman tournament. After all, this was a chance to change his destiny. Of course, he was already prepared to encounter Li Fuchen in the Swordsman tournament. I admit defeat. On the martial stage, Wu Yu immediately admitted defeat. With his current strength, he wasn't even comparable to Li Fuchen a few years ago, let alone the current Li Fuchen. Most importantly, he had a trace of trauma when facing Li Fuchen. The Wu clan wasn't sure if sword extinction, Wu Qingjue had perished under Li Fuchen's sword, but in Wu Yu's opinion, Wu Qingjue must have perished under Li Fuchen's sword. The crowd was not surprised by Wu Yu's decision to admit defeat. Although the Storm Martial Arena had a healing array that could heal injuries, it was best not to get injured if possible. In the eyes of everyone, it was a waste of time to fight an opponent that they could not defeat. After encountering Wu Yu again, Li Fuchen remained calm. He didn't have any deep hatred with the Wu clan, only his disciple had conflicts with the Wu clan. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Wu clan didn't provoke him again. Martial Stage 8, Ning Ke against Song Shanha. When the referee's voice echoed, the commotion from the audience was even louder than the match between the Heart Sword Sovereign, Xiao Yuan, and the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, Lu Hua. The Emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Ke, ranked 3rd on the Sword Emperor rankings. He was even more dazzling than the Heart Sword Sovereign. The Mountain River Sword Emperor, Song Shanha, ranked 5th on the Sword Emperor rankings. He was also someone that couldn't be ignored. The Heart Sword Sovereign had already revealed terrifying strength. Everyone was looking forward to the strength that the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Ke, would burst out with. They also wanted to know how many sword moves the Mountain River Sword Emperor, Song Shanha, could withstand. Emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Quebec. When seeing the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen recalled the Azure Water Sex Emotionless Sword Xue Feng. The two of them had similar auras, and their sword arts should be very similar too. Of course, back then, Xue Feng was only at the Earth Shatter realm and wouldn't be comparable with the Emotionless Sword Emperor. The Emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Ke, was wearing white clothes that were spotless. His eyes were cold and indifferent, as though he didn't care about anything in this world. This was a person who only had the sword in his heart. When facing the Emotionless Sword Emperor, even the Mountain River Sword Emperor felt a lot of pressure. He would rather fight with the Heart Sword Sovereign than the Emotionless Sword Emperor. The emotionless Sword Emperor was a monster who only had the sword in his heart. When facing the Heart Sword Sovereign, it was the same as facing an icy cold and peerless artifact sword. The Mountain River Sword Emperor wasn't happy or sad because of the object. All of his actions were abrupt, unnecessary, and powerless. However, the Mountain River Sword Emperor was still ranked 5th on the Sword Emperor rankings. He got rid of the distracting thoughts and rushed into the sky with a majestic mountain and river sword prowess. Be careful. The Mountain River Sword Emperor drew his long sword and used the 1,000 mountains and rivers to attack the emotionless Sword Emperor. A few dozen meters away, the emotionless Sword Emperor stood there indifferently like a peerless swordsman that stood aloof from the world. Still not making a move? The Mountain River Sword Emperor squinted his eyes. Just as the sword move was approaching the emotionless Sword Emperor, the emotionless Sword Emperor made a move. He raised his right index and middle finger and thrust out. The Mountain River Sword Emperor's 1,000 mountains and rivers was like a deflated balloon that instantly lost its power. TFFF. A bloody hole burst out from the Mountain River Sword Emperor's chest as he was sent flying. A single finger and the Mountain River Sword Emperor, Song Shanha, was defeated. SS. There was a series of gasps. The emotionless Sword Emperor's strength was much stronger than everyone imagined. When Li Jianxin defeated the wind-chasing Sword Emperor with a single sword, it was already unbelievable. Now that the emotionless Sword Emperor defeated the Mountain River Sword Emperor with a single finger, it was undoubtedly on another level. Forget it, I will just watch the competition seriously. I will not guess anymore. Everyone felt their minds were in a mess and couldn't differentiate who was stronger and who was weaker. The emotionless Sword Emperor is indeed the emotionless Sword Emperor. 20 years ago, his strength was already very close to the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. 20 years later, he is probably able to fight with the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. It is a pity that I won't be able to see their battle. There will always be a chance. Everyone was in a heated discussion. In the Supreme Private Room, the Tiger Fong Sword Saint said, "This child's sword Dao is truly emotionless. If they were to fight with him, not many would be able to retreat unscathed." The 100-Flower Sword Saint nodded, "The emotionless sword Dao has always been cold and emotionless. Only when one's heart is emotionless would one be able to utilize the power of the emotionless sword Dao to the limits." Chapter 777. In the next match, Yuan Haojie encountered the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, Lu Hua. Yuan Haojie's Comet Sword Dao might be very powerful, but the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword intent was stronger. Yuan Haojie only withstood 3 moves and was defeated. Subsequently, Murong Yoyu and Tang Xing had a match. This battle could be said to be breathtaking and extraordinarily intense. Tang Xing's Star's Sword Dao had both offense and defense. It was extremely heavy and in everyone's opinion, only the emotionless Sword Emperor, Heart Sword Sovereign, and Li Jianxin could contest with Tang Xing. Murong Yoyu, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, and Li Fuchen were much weaker. But after the match, everyone knew how terrifying Murong Yoyu's strength was. Her water drop sword Dao had reached an unimaginable level. Each of the water droplets produced by her sword qi contained astounding power. Even Tang Xing's Star's sword Dao wasn't able to deal with it so easily. 50 moves. 100 moves. 200 moves. The battle between the two was the most intense battle since the start of the Swordsman tournament. There was nothing like it. The second-ranked match wasn't even 10% of this match. It has been 300 moves. I wonder how many more moves will be needed to determine the victor. It is too intense, I feel like my heart is about to jump out. It is truly hard to tell who is stronger until the crucial moment. Earlier on, both of them had concealed too much of their strength. Everyone's breathing was hurried and their blood was boiling. Boom 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 boom, on the martial stage, it was dim and there were chi explosions. Tang Xing's entire body was protected by a thick layer of Star's sword intent that was emitting faint starlight. If one took a closer look, they could even see a sword light forming a star mirage on Tang Xing's body. On the outside, drops of water droplets were attacking. These water droplets looked ordinary, but once they collided with the star's sword intent, they would immediately cause a shocking explosion. There would also be electric arcs that would wreak havoc. Some of the experts on the Sword Emperor rankings suspected that if they stepped on the martial stage, they would be turned into ashes by the sword forces. They wouldn't even be qualified to intervene. "You are strong, but I will be the victor," Tang Xing yelled out and slashed with his sword. Spots of starlight flickered on the martial stage. Murong Yoyu felt her body sinking and her qi was suppressed. The stellar sword Dao was too domineering. Ordinary sword Daos could not contend against it at all. If she hadn't comprehended the water drop sword Dao to an extremely high level, she wouldn't have been able to fight Tang Xing. Annihilation Ripple. Murong Yoyu burst out with a black ripple. With her as the center, it spread out in all directions. When Tang Xing's sword prowess encountered the ripple, it was immediately repelled and shattered. The speed at which the ripples spread was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Tang Xing. Tang Xing's pupils constricted. He pushed his sword yuan to the limit, and the illusory stars around him became more and more solid. They were like real stars, slowly but surely circulating, resisting the ripples that carried the aura of death. As the ripples spread out, Murong Yoyu brandished her sword. When she brandished her sword, there was an icy cold, pale black, and transparent sword edge that thrust at Tang Xing. Facing this transparent blade, Tang Xing felt an intense sense of danger. Astral Aurora, split. Tang Xing also unsheathed his sword. With a swing of his sword, the contest ring sank into darkness. An incomparably dazzling starlight sword image tore through the darkness and clashed with the transparent sword edge. In the next moment, the two sword-wielding individuals clashed and froze in mid-air. It might have been a single breath of time, it might have been even longer. After being frozen in mid-air, there was an explosion of horrific radiance between the two swords. At this moment, it wasn't just the contest ring that the two of them were on, even the other 8 contest rings were enveloped by this radiance. Nothing could be seen clearly, nothing could be sensed, and it felt as though there was only silence inside. What is going on? The audience was flabbergasted. The clash of sword forces actually produced a sword Dao presence that is limitlessly close to extremity. Li Fuchen's face flashed with astonishment. In normal situations, when sword forces clashed, they would only cancel each other out and wouldn't produce too much power. It was just like when two fists collided, the final force would cancel each other out. For such a situation to occur between the two of them, the probability was very small and was almost negligible. Sword Dao Resonance. Inside the supreme private room, the 100-flower sword saint blurted out. Only 2 people with extremely high sword Dao talent, extremely high sword Dao realm, and extremely high sword Dao willpower would have a chance of triggering a sword Dao resonance. During this period of time, if anyone below the Saint realm dared to step into the area where the two of them were fighting, they would definitely die. It is indeed a sword Dao resonance. I remember that in the previous tournament, only the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign, the emotionless Sword Emperor, and the Heart Sword Sovereign triggered a sword Dao resonance. I didn't expect for this tournament to be halfway through and someone triggered a sword Dao resonance. The mystic Deep Sword Saint nodded and revealed a smile. Enveloped by the radiance, the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes were flickering with radiance. Li Jianxin silently lifted his eyes and there was a trace of faint ripple in his eyes. I've gained a lot from this swordsman tournament. Li Fuchen closed his eyes and felt the sword Dao presence in the world. Boom! There was a loud explosion and the barrier on the contest stage was shattered. Immediately after, 2 figures were sent flying. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Tang Xing said with admiration, "You are the first person to force me to this extent. It is a pity that you still won." While speaking, Murong Yoyu's 7 orifices were bleeding and it was obvious that her injuries were more severe. Tang Xing still won. Murong Yoyu might have lost with honor. She is truly the #1 female swordsman below the saints. That's right. Everyone was in awe of the duo's match. Many of them closed their eyes and reminisced the aftertaste of the earlier match. But the tournament had to continue. This match was just an interlude and the true pinnacle duel was far from here. Seemingly influenced by Tang Xing and Murong Yoyu's match, everyone's strength remained the same for the rest of the tournament, but their eyes were sharper. Among them, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was the most dazzling. The opponents he encountered in the next few rounds weren't easy to deal with. The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor, Nine Firmament Sword Emperor, Mountain River Sword Emperor. All of them were ranked higher than him, but he was the final winner. The successive victories caused his Sword Dao realm to show faint signs of breaking through. Martial Stage Number 1, Lu Hua against Li Fuchen. Finally, another heavyweight match was about to begin. This match might not be comparable to Tang Xing and Murong Yoyu's match, but it was definitely just inferior to Tang Xing and Murong Yoyu's match. At least for now. You are rather strong. I hope you can let me enjoy myself. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor didn't underestimate Li Fuchen, but he didn't overestimate Li Fuchen either. As of now, apart from the match with the Heart Sword Sovereign, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor hadn't used his full strength. During the match with the Heart Sword Sovereign, the Heart Sword Sovereign was too powerful and the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor wasn't able to utilize his full strength. Same here. Li Fuchen replied. Receive my sword. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He needed a battle to his heart's content. He had a premonition that as long as there was a suitable opponent, his Sword Dao level would definitely increase by another level. The Scarlet Blood Sword Chi swept across as the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor charged at Li Fuchen. Cling cling cling, Li Fuchen resisted the Sword Chi after Sword Chi. Is your Sword Dao level going to break through? Li Fuchen felt that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's strength seemed to be stronger than when he fought the Heart Sword Sovereign. Furthermore, the Sword Dao presence was much purer. Fine, let me give you a hand. Li Fuchen wanted to know how strong the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor would be after breaking through. When the Meteor Sword art was executed to the extremity, the sword in Li Fuchen's hand was already invisible. One could only see meteor-like sword chi being shot out from Li Fuchen's body. Furthermore, the speed was getting faster and the frequency was getting higher. At a glance, it looked like a peacock spreading its tail and a meteor rain. The sharp chi intent caused the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's hair to stand and his skin to feel a stinging pain. Clang clang clang, there was a burst of sparks as the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor kept retreating. What? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was dumbfounded. The spectators were also dumbfounded. What was going on? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor actually looked like he couldn't resist Li Fuchen. This was too exaggerated. The strength that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor displayed earlier was only one level inferior to Murong Yoyu and Tang Xing. Impossible, Scarlet Fire Dragon. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor blasted his sword and the sword chi turned into a blood-colored fire dragon that blasted at Li Fuchen. However, in the face of Li Fuchen's meteor sword art, the blood-colored fire dragon couldn't even withstand a single breath and was turned into a hornet's nest. Such a terrifying sword art. The Nine Firmament Sword Sovereign, Wang Qi's body was shivering. He thought that Li Fuchen's Sword Dao strength might not be as outstanding as his body refinement strength. From the looks of it now, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao strength wasn't weak at all. He couldn't even withstand a single attack from Li Fuchen. Is this his true strength? The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor smiled bitterly. As compared to Li Fuchen's sword art, his wind-chasing 9 swords weren't even worth mentioning. Apart from the speed, the other aspects were far inferior. Scarlet Fire Universe. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor executed his strongest kill move. This move had even forced the Heart Sword Sovereign to use his second sword. TSS TSS TSS. Countless Scarlet Blood Sword Chi surged at Li Fuchen. This was the Scarlet Fire Sword world that belonged to the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. Apart from the Scarlet Blood Sword intent, there was nothing else in the Scarlet Fire Sword world. However, as soon as the Scarlet Blood Sword world was formed, it was penetrated. With the union of man and sword, Li Fuchen ignored the slash of the Scarlet Blood Sword Qi and slashed open the Scarlet Blood Sword world before rushing at the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. I want to break through. Only by breaking through can I fight. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was in a frenzied state as he frantically blocked Li Fuchen's attacks. What is he doing? In the Supreme Private Room, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint couldn't understand. With Li Fuchen's strength, after breaking the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's kill move, he should be able to finish off the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor in a single sword. However, Li Fuchen actually slowed down his attacks before increasing them bit by bit. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint said, he is forcing the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor to break through. Forcing the Scarlet Fire Sword Saint to break through. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint realized something and immediately burst out laughing. It was such a simple thing and they actually couldn't see it. Of course, they couldn't be blamed. Who would expect someone like Li Fuchen to appear in the swordsman tournament? If it was someone else, they wouldn't do such a meaningless thing. After all, whether someone could break through or not didn't matter to them. Chapter 778. Boom 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 boom. The corner of the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's mouth was bleeding, and there were traces of blood on his body. The moment the blood left his body, it was minced into a blood mist by the sword Qi. If it wasn't for the Scarlet Blood Sword intent, it would have been minced into nothingness. When facing Li Fuchen's meteor sword art, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor couldn't even retaliate and could only rely on his instincts to block. Ah! 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 The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor roared as Scarlet Blood Sword intent surged out continuously. Are you still not going to break through? Li Fuchen's sword presence surged. If his opponent couldn't block this blade, then forget it. He didn't really want to see the breakthrough Scarlet Blood Sword intent. The dazzling sword light instantly broke through the Scarlet Blood Sword intent and was about to land on the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. Suddenly, a layer of blood flame sword intent surged out and blasted Li Fuchen away. When his feet landed on the ground, Li Fuchen lifted his head and looked over. In his vision, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was enveloped by a layer of blood flames. Waves of horrific sword intent prowess were spreading in all directions and the prowess was astounding. I finally broke through. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. A breakthrough in battle? Most of the people couldn't see that Li Fuchen was forcing the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor to break through. They assumed that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had achieved a breakthrough while he was in a predicament. They were all impressed and were wiping off Li Fuchen's sweat at the same time. Before the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor broke through, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to defeat him within a short period of time. Was Li Fuchen still a match for the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor after the breakthrough? Asking for trouble. But there were a few who could see that Li Fuchen wasn't going all out and seemed to be pressuring the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. Now that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had broken through, these people shook their heads and sneered. Before the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor broke through, his strength wasn't inferior to Murong Yoyu. Now that he broke through, even Murong Yoyu might not be able to take down the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, let alone Li Fuchen. Thank you for helping me break through. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, who was emitting a sticky blood flame sword intent, raised his head. His eyes were filled with wildness and confidence. Make your move. Let me see what level you have reached after breaking through. Li Fuchen said. The current me is several times stronger than before. You're no match for me. However, to thank you, I'll satisfy you. First, take my first move, Boundless Crimson Flames. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's sword was surging with blood flames as he cleaved at Li Fuchen. Boom! There was a burst of glaring blood light. With the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor as the starting point, a surging blood tide surged towards Li Fuchen. Taking a closer look, this wasn't a blood tide at all. It was clearly a scene of countless blood flames and sword chi squeezed together. Compared to the boundless crimson flames from before, the boundless crimson flames this time around not only had its form changed, but its sword aura was also several times more violent. Looks good. Li Fuchen wielded his sword horizontally and a sword intent appeared in front of the blood tide. Bang 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 bang, no matter how violent and ferocious the blood tide was, it could not advance an inch. Heaven-class high-tier defensive sword move, Heavenly Ring Sword Armor. The Sky Ring Sword Armor that was close to extremity contained the Sword Dao presence of an impenetrable defense. Sword moves of the same tier would never be able to break it, even if Li Fuchen executed the Meteor Sword art. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's eyes turned stern as he blasted his sword move, Scarlet Fire Dragon. The sword chi turned into a blood flame violent dragon and caused the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent to cave in, but it was still a little short of breaking it. This time, the spectators couldn't understand it again. Did the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor break through or not? Why did it feel like he couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen? But if he didn't break through, the Scarlet Blood Sword intent obviously had some changes. The strength has increased by around 5 times. I reckon that after Li Fuchen familiarizes himself with the Blood Flame Sword intent, his strength will continue to increase. Li Fuchen was very relaxed as he had already grasped the Blood Flame Sword intent. When the flames and chi blood fused, it would produce blood steam. The blood steam was definitely extremely powerful, and when it was fused into the Sword Dao, it would make the Sword Dao burst even more violent and tyrannical. What Li Fuchen needed to absorb was this trace of unique Sword Dao essence. Gradually, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor felt something was wrong. Li Fuchen was obviously concealing his strength. Therefore, even if he broke through, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Li Fuchen. You concealed your strength? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor asked angrily. Li Fuchen said, I can't say that I concealed my strength. I can only say that you aren't able to force me to use my full strength. Furthermore, I can see that you are showing signs of breaking through, so I took the opportunity to help you break through. I hope that you can fight with me at full strength. Help me break through. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor understood everything. No wonder he broke through so smoothly. He felt that Li Fuchen's attacks were just right. Li Fuchen had forced him to his limits but didn't exceed it. Li Fuchen had always maintained a safe zone. Only that final sword move had exceeded his limits. But at that time, he had already accumulated enough and broke through in one go under the pressure of exceeding his limits. At this moment, he didn't know if he should thank Li Fuchen or hate Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was simply toying with him in the palm of his hand. Everyone in the audience seats had heard Li Fuchen's statement. They looked at each other in dismay. It turned out that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor didn't break through on his own, Li Fuchen forced him to break through. Why did it sound a little strange? What is your objective? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor took a deep breath and asked Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen smiled and said, I don't have any objective. I just want to make use of the opportunity to perfect my Sword Dao. Li Fuchen didn't hide his objective and spoke it out openly. I see. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor understood now. He didn't know how Li Fuchen perfected his Sword Dao and didn't understand why Li Fuchen was able to reach such a level. But all of these weren't important. What was important was that he wanted to defeat Li Fuchen. He wanted to let Li Fuchen know that there was a price to pay for toying with him. The Blood Flame Sword intent was affected by the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's emotions and became even more violent and scorching. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor leaped up and blasted down with the Scarlet Fire Universe. In an instant, countless Blood Flame Sword chi surged in all directions. Even Li Fuchen felt traces of pressure. If it was someone else, the Blood Flame Sword chi would have been vaporized by the blazing and violent sword intent before it could even surge over. It is time to decide the victor. Li Fuchen executed a sword slash and caused the void to distort. The Scarlet Fire Universe was instantly broken. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor tried his best to dodge this attack, but it wasn't easy. His body was splattered with blood and he was instantly covered in blood. Void Sword Dao. Tang Xing's eyes burst out with radiance. Sword Daos had different levels too. The reason why he was able to defeat Murong Yoyu was because his star's Sword Dao was stronger than Murong Yoyu's Water Drip Sword Dao. Li Fuchen's Void Sword Dao was one of the elite sword Daos and was superior to his Star's Sword Dao. There were plenty of people who recognized the Void Sword Dao and they had different expressions. When the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor flew out, he had a bewildered expression. He felt that he was a joke. From the start to the end, he had been schemed against by Li Fuchen. What was going on? Furthermore, Li Fuchen's sword move that defeated him made him feel the difference. He actually wanted to defeat Li Fuchen. Even if his strength was doubled, he still wouldn't be able to do it. After seeing the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's expression, Li Fuchen felt a little apologetic. Forcing the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor to break through and then defeating the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor would be a huge blow to anyone. But after thinking about it, if the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor couldn't even endure such a small blow, how was he going to step into a higher realm? Moreover, she had helped him break through in the end, and this was sufficient to save him a great deal of hard work. Unbelievable. This Li Fuchen is too good at concealment. His strength is obviously not inferior to Murong Youyu and Tang Xing, but he chose to conceal his own strength. Didn't you hear him? He wants to use this opportunity to perfect his sword Dao. If he reveals too much strength, how many people can block his sword? The situation is too chaotic. It's impossible to predict the top 5 rankings until the last moment. When Li Fuchen defeated the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor in a single sword move, the heated discussions didn't stop. Void Sword Principle, is this his trump card? It is indeed powerful enough. Murong Youyu let out a forceful breath while her eyes flashed with battle intent. The way of martial arts is more about quality than quantity. The Heart Sword Sovereign shook his head. As of now, Li Fuchen had already executed 5 different sword arts and each of them was close to extremity. It was indeed incredible, but it had also diverted his attention and it was hard to reach completion stage. Inside the Supreme Private Room, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint had the same opinion as the Heart Sword Sovereign. Li Fuchen was proficient in too many sword arts. It didn't matter if he was proficient in more sword arts during the early stages, but at this level, he had to specialize in one sword Dao to maximize his potential. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint didn't say anything. It might not be completely correct if it was quality rather than quantity. Everyone had their own Dao and some Daos were particular about learning from others. Among the 5 sword Daos that Li Fuchen executed, none of them had such aptitude. Could it be that Li Fuchen had a sword Dao that was stronger than the Void Sword Dao? Martial Stage 8, Xiao Yuan against Murong Youyu. As the swordsman tournament entered the later stages, there were more matches between the elite. On the martial stage, the Heart Sword Sovereign didn't have the intention to underestimate Murong Youyu. He drew his sword while Murong Youyu had a grave expression as though she was facing a formidable foe. Tempted. When the Heart Sword Sovereign executed his sword move, the sword light rippled like a rippling lake. But in the eyes of Murong Youyu, who was proficient in the Water Drip Sword Dao, the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword didn't contain any Water Dao law. It only contained Extreme Sword Dao law. Countless water droplets splashed as Murong Youyu countered with her sword. Splash 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 splash, the water droplets scattered while Murong Youyu flew back and nearly vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Without exchanging moves with the Heart Sword Sovereign, it was impossible to know how terrifying the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword art was. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, it felt rather mystical. Without exchanging moves with the Heart Sword Sovereign, it is impossible to know the terror of the Heart Sword Sovereign. Below the stage, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had already recovered. No matter what, his strength had increased, therefore, there wasn't a need for him to hate Li Fuchen. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor stared at the stage and let out a sigh. Exchanging moves with the Heart Sword Sovereign would make one feel despair. No matter how hard one worked, the Heart Sword Sovereign would only need a single sword to make one's efforts vanish. Chapter 779. I haven't slept for almost 40 hours. In the next few days, I probably won't have the time or energy to update. I can only try to squeeze out 1 or 2 chapters. Don't get your hopes up. When I got home, my mother and I were swapped by my mother-in-law. Both of us haven't slept for 30 to 40 hours. By the way, the baby boy weighs 7 pounds. Chapter 780. So powerful. Murong Yoyu's expression changed. She thought that if the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor could withstand 2 sword moves from the Heart Sword Sovereign, she would be able to withstand at least 4 moves. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword seemed to only have a total of 6 moves. Unexpectedly, she couldn't withstand the first sword. The Heart Sword Sovereign seemed to know what Murong Yoyu was thinking and said indifferently, "I only used a portion of my strength when fighting with the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor." In fact, if he wasn't itching to fight, he wouldn't even need to use his sword to defeat the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. Don't forget that his title was the Heart Sword Sovereign. Please use your second move. The Heart Sword Sovereign's strength had ignited Murong Yoyu's pride. The stronger the opponent, the more she could force out her potential. Enchanted. Before Murong Yoyu said anything, the Heart Sword Sovereign had already used his second sword. If the first move, Heart Move, was a faint ripple in the lake, then the second move, Enchanted, was the overlapping of multiple ripples. There was me in you, and you in me. It was a stacked power that couldn't be resisted and could only be enchanted. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Murong Yoyu burst in retreat. Too powerful. The Heart Sword Sovereign was 10 times stronger than she imagined. She could still resist the first move, Heart Move, but she couldn't resist the second move, Enchanted. Just as the sword force was released, it was eliminated. Third sword, Heart Wound. The Heart Sword Sovereign had a trace of sorrow and callousness as he executed his sword move. Boom! It was an ordinary sword move, but it caused a huge commotion. The sword force was like a whirlpool that devoured Murong Yoyu. The heart wound might look normal on the surface, but it was already riddled with holes on the inside. Murong Yoyu was corroded by the sword force and couldn't help but reveal a sorrowful expression. Soon enough, Murong Yoyu slapped on her chest and forced herself to vomit a blood arrow. After the sorrow faded, Murong Yoyu had a horrified expression. It was too terrifying. She had never encountered such a terrifying swordsman. The opponent's attack wasn't just powerful, but the force was also very mystical. It could even invade the mind and cause damage to the mind. She was helpless against such a powerful opponent. Use your fourth sword. Murong Yoyu suddenly wanted to know what the Heart Sword Sovereign's fourth sword move was. The Heart Sword Sovereign shook his head. You can't even receive my third sword, let alone the fourth. Saying this, the Heart Sword Sovereign turned around and left the stage. The third sword, Murong Yoyu's expression suddenly turned pale as she vomited mouthfuls of blood continuously. I understand. In an instant, Murong Yoyu understood the quintessence of the Heart Sword's third move. This move was like true grief. It could not be erased in a short period of time. It was like when you encountered an extremely sad event, even if someone made you laugh, it would only be temporary. Once you thought of that event, you would still be sad. In this swordsman tournament, the Heart Sword Sovereign is invincible. Murong Yoyu looked at the Heart Sword Sovereign's back with admiration and fear. He was already unable to resist the third sword strike. If the fourth sword strike, the fifth sword strike, or even the sixth sword strike were to appear, who would be able to resist it? As expected of the Heart Sword Sovereign, he's too strong. It's said that no one has ever seen the Heart Sword Sovereign's sixth move. I wonder how powerful it is. It is true that no one has seen the Heart Sword Sovereign's sixth move. During the previous swordsman tournament, the Heart Sword Sovereign only had 5 moves. This sixth move should have been created during the past 20 years. The audience and martial stage were already in a heated discussion. The Heart Sword Sovereign's strength was truly terrifying. Murong Yoyu's strength was already undoubted, but such an existence couldn't even receive 3 sword strikes from the Heart Sword Sovereign. Heart Move, Heart Enchantment, Heart Wound. What is the fourth move? Li Fuchen was very curious about the Heart Sword Sovereign's next move. He was even more curious than Murong Yoyu. Apart from the ordinary sword emperor, Su Pingfan's ordinary sword Dao, the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao was definitely one of the most unique sword Daos. It was even more unique than the Emotionless Sword Emperor's Emotionless Sword Dao and even more unique than Li Fuchen's primary Extreme Sword Dao. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the primary Extreme Sword Dao was the most authentic sword Dao and wasn't considered unique. Li Fuchen looked at the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Ke, and Li Jianxin. He noticed that their expressions didn't change. This year's swordsman tournament is rather interesting. Li Fuchen revealed a faint smile. He was certain that if the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign didn't improve much during the past 20 years, they might not be a match for the trio. Of course, it was very unlikely that the duo didn't improve much, but it also showed how terrifying the trio's strength was. Their Sword Dao talents were already close to the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. Inside a top-class private room, a swordsman that was emitting the chi presence of a Sword Sovereign said indifferently, "If the sixth move's power is 5 times stronger than the fifth move, it is indeed possible for him to contest with me 20 years ago." He exchanged moves with the Heart Sword Sovereign once. Back then, the Heart Sword Sovereign's fifth move was instantly neutralized by him. Therefore, the fifth move didn't pose any threat to him, even if the Heart Sword Sovereign had modified it. If someone was here, they would definitely recognize that this swordsman was none other than the Sword Sovereign. The Sword Sovereign, the Emperor of Swords. His sword was like a high and mighty emperor. When he brandished his sword, the world would bow down. The matches ended one after another. At this time, the rankings were more or less clear. At the very least, everyone had some idea of the top 10. Martial Stage 2, Lu Hua against Tang Xing, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. Lu Hua might have lost to Li Fuchen, but he had a breakthrough in strength. He was definitely a formidable opponent. Even Tang Xing wouldn't dare to underestimate him. Boom boom boom, the duo immediately clashed head-on. In terms of style, the duo were swordsmen that preferred to fight head-on, unlike Li Fuchen who had a variety of styles. 50 moves, 100 moves, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was stronger than everyone imagined. Many of them thought that even if the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had a breakthrough, his strength would still be inferior to Tang Xing and Murong Yoyu. But after 100 moves, the duo were still evenly matched. It was hard to see who had the upper hand. It isn't a simple task to fuse the blazing fire sword intent and the chi blood power. If the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor can walk further on this path, he might even be qualified to contest for first rank in the swordsman tournament. It was a pity that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had just stepped through the doorstep. Even if Li Fuchen stimulated the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor to break through, he would only reach the second rank. There should still be a third and fourth rank. Li Fuchen reckoned that if the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor could completely comprehend the second rank, he would be able to defeat Tang Xing and Murong Yoyu. If the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor could comprehend the third rank, he would be able to contest for first rank in the swordsman tournament. By then, even Li Fuchen might not be able to defeat the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor easily. After 150 moves, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor still lost. As compared to Tang Xing, he was still inferior. After all, he had just reached the second rank of the Scarlet Blood Sword Intent. Martial Stage 5, Murong Yoyu against Li Fuchen. Heavyweight duels were happening one after another. After the treatment from the healing array, Murong Yoyu's injuries were almost recovered. Her mental injuries were basically fine too. The feeling of a mental injury was very subtle and wouldn't affect a fight, unless the opponent was proficient in mental attacks. Murong Yoyu probably isn't a match for Li Fuchen. That's right. Tang Xing's strength is only slightly superior to the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor by 1 level. He is roughly on par with Li Fuchen and might even be inferior. Murong Yoyu who lost to Tang Xing probably isn't a match for Li Fuchen. You can't put it that way. During the fight with Li Fuchen, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword Intent had just broken through and wasn't proficient enough. During the fight with Tang Xing, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword Intent is obviously stronger and he can use it freely. The fight has already started. Who is stronger and who is weaker, we will know after watching. While everyone was in discussion, the fight on the martial stage had already entered a white-hot phase. Murong Yoyu's water-drip sword Dao was a rare offensive sword Dao among the soft water sword Daos. In terms of offense, it was even comparable with Tang Xing's Star's sword Dao. On the martial stage, the water droplets were like sharp arrows that were flying at Li Fuchen. Each water droplet contained powerful impact and sword force. Once the defense was penetrated, the consequences would be catastrophic. But no matter how powerful Murong Yoyu's water-drip sword Dao was, it was still unable to form an effective attack against Li Fuchen's Void Heaven sword art. Li Fuchen's sword simply turned and Murong Yoyu's attack was immediately diverted. The Void Sword Dao is too insane. How is he going to fight? There are special bone frames and sword Daos have special sword Daos. The Void Sword Dao is superior to the Star's sword Dao. When everyone saw how Murong Yoyu's attack was easily diverted, they shook their heads. The Void Sword Dao contained the Void Marvel. Unless the attack power surpassed the Void Sword Dao's limit, it wouldn't even be able to touch the Void Sword Dao. TFFF. Murong Yoyu wasn't able to land an attack on Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen was able to land an attack on Murong Yoyu with ease. Li Fuchen executed the Blade of Void and left a sword wound on Murong Yoyu's body. Before the blood from the sword wound could even splash out, it was extinguished by the powerful Void Sword Force. Obliteration Ripple. Murong Yoyu's eyes flashed with radiance as she activated her kill move. In the void, there were circles of black ripples that spread out with Murong Yoyu at the center. When Li Fuchen's Void Sword prowess encountered the ripple, it immediately appeared to be sluggish. The ripple spread out extremely quickly and in just an instant, it arrived in front of Li Fuchen. As the ripple spread out, Murong Yoyu brandished her sword. When she brandished her sword, there was an icy cold, black, and translucent sword blade that thrust at Li Fuchen. When facing this translucent sword blade, Li Fuchen felt as though he was going to be hit. This is obviously the rhythm of condensing the water-drip sword heart. Li Fuchen's heart was clear like a mirror. But this is still not enough. Li Fuchen's sword struck the translucent sword blade accurately and clashed with the tip of Murong Yoyu's sword. Roar! There was a burst of sword roar. Murong Yoyu's sword bent and there was a distortion in the spatial zone. She vomited blood and took a few steps back. It is almost clear. In this year's swordsman tournament, only 4 individuals can contest for first rank. They are the emotionless sword Emperor Ning Ke, heart sword sovereign Xiao Yuan, Li Jianqin, and Li Fuchen. That's right. Only these 4 are qualified to contest for first rank. The rest aren't good enough. Li Fuchen is still lacking. The Heart Sword Sovereign defeated Murong Yoyu in 3 swords. That might be the case, but Li Fuchen hasn't been defeated yet. There is more or less some hope. Everyone had high expectations of Li Fuchen. Of course, it wasn't that high either. It was mainly because the Heart Sword Sovereign displayed overwhelming strength. Let alone Li Fuchen, even the emotionless Sword Emperor and Li Jianqin might not be a match. Chapter 781. How can he be so strong? The saber demon Miao Qingxin had a gloomy expression. The strength that Li Fuchen displayed was almost catching up to him. You aren't a match for him. The saber emperor Chu Kuang said indifferently. From Miao Qingxin, he already knew that Li Fuchen was the Miao clan's enemy. He wasn't trying to discourage Miao Qingxin, but with his discerning eyes, how could he not see that Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength from the start to the end? Miao Qingxin understood what Chu Kuang meant and his expression turned even gloomier. Don't worry, I will deal with him for you. Chu Kuang said. Then I shall trouble brother Chu. Miao Qingxin wasn't a person who cared about his reputation. Li Fuchen's strength had already exceeded his expectations. He wasn't confident he could win if it was a one-on-one. He would only be confident if the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang made a move. Is this his true strength? Murong Yoyu, who was sent flying, was convinced. She could contest against Tang Xing's Star's Sword Dao, but she couldn't do anything against Li Fuchen's Void Sword Dao. The Void Dao was known as the most omnipotent Dao, and the Void Sword Dao was known as a jack-of-all-trades sword Dao. Your strength isn't bad. Li Fuchen acknowledged Murong Yoyu's strength. Right now, his sword Dao level wasn't the same as before. The 3 moves of the Void Heaven Sword Art were all close to extremity. In the past, only the 3rd move, Void Heaven Sword World, was close to sword Dao extremity. Unknowingly, the swordsman tournament had entered the later stages. During this period of time, Murong Yoyu and the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor encountered each other. After the previous battles, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had gradually stabilized the 2nd rank of the Scarlet Blood Sword intent. His strength was so powerful that Murong Yoyu suffered a huge disadvantage and was nearly defeated by the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. But ultimately, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was still defeated by Murong Yoyu. In everyone's opinion, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's defeat was understandable. After all, the Soft Water Sword Dao was the bane of the Fire Sword Dao. Secondly, Murong Yoyu's Sword Dao level was slightly higher. After this battle, the rankings were clear. If there weren't any surprises, Murong Yoyu should be 6th, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor Lu Hua should be 7th, Mountain River Sword Emperor Song Shanhe should be 8th, Yuan Haojie should be 9th, Wind Chasing Sword Emperor Zhu Lang should be 10th. As for the top 5, it was naturally the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Heart, Li, Jianxin, Tang Xing, and Li Fuchen. However, the top 5 rankings were still unknown for the time being, because the 5 of them had not met each other yet. Everyone guessed that the Heart Sword Sovereign would be ranked first, the Emotionless Sword Emperor and Li Jianxin would fight for 2nd place, while Li Fuchen and Tang Xing would fight for 4th place. Right now, Li Fuchen's chances of winning were much higher, and it was very possible for him to get 4th place. Martial Stage 9, Li Fuchen against Tang Xing. It was time to verify everyone's guess as Li Fuchen and Tang Xing encountered each other. On the contest stage, Li Fuchen and Tang Xing stood 40 meters apart and their sword prowess clashed first. Li Fuchen's void sword prowess was stacked in layers. It was modest and contained murderous intent. Tang Xing's astral sword force was heavy and domineering. It was strong on the inside and hard on the outside. When the 2 special sword moves collided, it was like a comet crashing into the earth. The momentum produced was not inferior to a fight between 2 top swordsmen. The stars revolve. Tang Xing was the first to attack. He struck out with his sword and sword chi surged forward. It was as if a star was revolving unceasingly and was difficult to resist. On the contest stage, there were many fine cracks. It was a sign that the contest stage couldn't withstand the pressure from the astral sword force and was cracking. Of course, the contest stage was enveloped by an array. Once the fine cracks appeared, it would immediately close up and wouldn't be damaged. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. The oncoming sword prowess and sword chi instantly changed direction and blasted at the barrier behind Li Fuchen. The barrier rippled like water and there were ripples in all directions. Bright like the sun star. The sword chi was glowing like the sun star. It was heavy and had a glorious intent. When facing Li Fuchen, Tang Xing immediately used his full strength. Different from the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor and Murong Yoyu, Tang Xing's Star's Sword Dao had both offense and defense. In terms of offense, he wasn't inferior to Murong Yoyu, and in terms of defense, he was far superior to Murong Yoyu. Li Fuchen was able to defeat Murong Yoyu, who was on par with Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen might not be able to defeat Tang Xing. This time, Li Fuchen had some difficulty to repel Tang Xing's sword prowess and sword chi. Falling stars cloud scatter. Tang Xing executed his moves with extreme speed. Before the previous sword prowess dispersed, the next sword would already follow up and didn't give Li Fuchen a chance to take a breather. This sword was like a falling star that dispersed the clouds. It was filled with an indescribable desolation. Just in time. Li Fuchen thrust his sword forward. During the thrust, the sword drew a small circle with a weak movement. When Tang Xing's sword move made contact with Li Fuchen's sword, it felt as though it was sucked in. Be it the sword prowess or sword chi, they were all sucked in. Tang Xing was so frightened that he quickly changed his move and soared into the sky. If one didn't cross moves with Li Fuchen, they wouldn't know the terror of the Void Sword Dao. If the Star's Sword Dao could be used for offense and defense, then the Void Sword Dao was the enhanced version of the Star's Sword Dao. In terms of frontal force, it was inferior to the Star's Sword Dao. Star's Aurora. While in the sky, Tang Xing executed the kill move of the Star's Sword Art. A glaring sword light drew across the void and thrust at Li Fuchen. In this sword move, Li Fuchen felt the intent to kill. He felt the true meaning of extreme prosperity and decline. Li Fuchen's eyes were reflecting the radiance of this sword move. All of a sudden, he froze in place. If someone was to observe Li Fuchen's eyes, they would notice that there were boundless sword lights surging out from the depths of his eyes. Myriad Swords Birth, Primary Extreme Return. In Li Fuchen's mind, a mnemonic chant emerged out of nowhere. After dozens of battles, Li Fuchen had absorbed dozens of Sword Dao essences. These Sword Dao essences might seem completely unrelated to Li Fuchen's Sword Dao, but in fact, they were inextricably linked. One mustn't forget that Li Fuchen's Sword Dao was the primary extreme Sword Dao. The primary extreme Sword Dao meant the source of the Sword Dao and was inseparably linked to any other Sword Dao. During the battle with Murong Yoyu, Li Fuchen already had a faint feeling that the Sect Origin Swords was about to be born. After the battle with Tang Xing, the Sect Origin Swords was finally born. This sword move was extremely natural. Rather than saying that it was created by Li Fuchen, it was better to say that Li Fuchen used Li Fuchen's primary extreme Sword Dao and a large amount of Sword Dao essences to form this sword move. Its power made Li Fuchen feel like he couldn't control it. On the martial stage, Tang Xing's sword was only 1 inch away from Li Fuchen. Everyone was astonished and couldn't understand. After all, Li Fuchen still had the upper hand earlier. How did Tang Xing get so close in a blink of the eye and was about to be struck by the sword? Tang Xing was also astonished, but at this moment, he didn't think so much. His only thought was to defeat Li Fuchen. Defeat! The sword tip was almost touching Li Fuchen's skin. Right at this moment, a boundless sword force burst out from Li Fuchen's body and sent Tang Xing flying. He vomited a large mouthful of fresh blood while his face was deathly pale. How is this possible? Tang Xing was appalled. Just the sword force from within Li Fuchen's body was able to send him flying. How strong was Li Fuchen? Tang Xing didn't know that this sword force wasn't released by Li Fuchen, it was released automatically by the Sect Origin Swords. Furthermore, the Sect Origin Swords was still taking form and the sword force earlier was just a trace of power that was emitted. Birth of 10,000 Swords, Primary Extreme Return. Li Fuchen understood and the boundless sword light in his eyes dispersed as he regained his original spirit. This Sect Origin Swords was considered a sword move with spirit. Even if Li Fuchen didn't activate it, as long as someone attacked Li Fuchen, it would also activate the Sect Origin Swords. Of course, if Li Fuchen stopped it, he would be able to prevent the Sect Origin Swords from activating, in case he accidentally killed someone. Apart from that, the Sect Origin Swords could automatically absorb the Sword Dao essence to strengthen itself. It also meant to say that even if Li Fuchen didn't intentionally cultivate it, the Sect Origin Swords would still get stronger and eventually reach the extremity of the Sword Dao. Such a terrifying move. It might be the Sect Origin Swords that he produced, but Li Fuchen was still amazed by this sword move. With this sword move, even if Li Fuchen temporarily lost consciousness, no one would be able to get close to him. Even Tang Xing was defeated. Apart from the top 4 of the swordsman tournament, the rest of the top 6 have already been determined. It wasn't surprising that Li Fuchen could defeat Tang Xing. After all, Tang Xing's strength was only slightly stronger than Murong Yoyu. What do you think Li Fuchen's ranking will be? At the start, no one thought highly of Li Fuchen, but now, everyone felt that Li Fuchen had a chance to contest with the people in front of him. I think he should be 4th. Those 3 are too powerful. After dozens of matches, they have crushed their opponents in every match. There is still hope for 3rd place. Apart from the Heart Sword Sovereign who is too powerful, the emotionless Sword Emperor and Li Jianqin's strength aren't enough to defeat Li Fuchen. That's right. Not only is there hope for third place, there is also hope for second place. Many people thought highly of Li Fuchen. Martial Stage 4, Ning Ke against Murong Yoyu. Just as everyone was discussing, the referee's voice shocked everyone. The emotionless Sword Emperor was finally going to make a move again. The emotionless Sword Emperor's previous opponents were too weak and no one could see through the emotionless Sword Emperor's strength. If Murong Yoyu was able to force the Heart Sword Sovereign to use 3 swords, she should be able to force out some of the emotionless Sword Emperor's strength. Below the martial stage, even the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Jianqin had lifted their heads. Emotionless Sword Emperor, 20 years have passed. I wonder what your strength level is now. The Heart Sword Sovereign paid great attention to the emotionless Sword Emperor. In his eyes, only the emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Ke, could be considered a worthy opponent. As for Li Jianqin, he didn't know Li Jianqin's strength yet and was considered half an opponent. 20 years ago, the Heart Sword Sovereign was once defeated by the emotionless Sword Emperor. He knew clearly that the emotionless Sword Emperor had terrifying Sword Dao talent and he wasn't certain he could win, even if he created the 6th move. I hope you won't disappoint me. Li Jianqin had indifferent eyes and no one could see anything from his eyes. Chapter 782. It is said that the emotionless Sword Emperor's emotionless sword art only has 2 moves. One is emotionless and the other is Thought Break. During the previous Swordsman tournament, apart from the Sword Emperor, Sword Sovereign, and Heart Sword Sovereign, no one else was able to withstand his emotionless sword move. Li Fuchen was rather interested in the emotionless Sword Emperor's emotionless Sword Dao. The sect origin swords might have been born, but the more Sword Dao essence it absorbed, the stronger his sect origin swords would be. On the martial stage, Murong Yoyu used a defensive and counterattack strategy for the first time. She was surrounded by a layer of water light that was flowing with sword light and had reserve power. After everything was prepared, Murong Yoyu was preparing to attack. There was a blinding white light that assaulted and Murong Yoyu was defeated. The water light around her body was already penetrated and there was a blood arrow that flew out from her shoulder. She was pinned to the light barrier and only slid down after 1 breath. This isn't emotionless. The Heart Sword Sovereign had a grave expression. The emotionless Sword Emperor didn't even need to use a move to deal with Murong Yoyu. It meant that a normal sword move was already comparable to the Heart Sword's 3rd move. What? He defeated Murong Yoyu in a single sword move. The audience was in an uproar. Earlier on, the Heart Sword Sovereign used 3 sword moves to defeat Murong Yoyu, but the emotionless Sword Emperor only needed 1 sword move. Too powerful. The emotionless Sword Emperor is stronger than the Heart Sword Sovereign. Previously, I thought that the Heart Sword Sovereign would be this year's number 1 in the Swordsman tournament. You can't say it like that. If the Heart Sword Sovereign is willing, he can defeat Murong Yoyu in a single sword move. That is true. The emotionless Sword Emperor's cold and emotionless attack made everyone realize the terror of the emotionless Sword Emperor again. It was comparable to the Heart Sword Sovereign. No, not even the Heart Sword Sovereign was as terrifying as the 2 of them had different styles. Interesting. Beside the Saber Demon Miao Qingxin, the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang nodded. The emotionless Sword Emperor's strength was rather good and had already attracted his attention. However, if the emotionless Sword Emperor wanted to truly enter his sights, this strength was far from enough. If one did not reach their level, they would not know how terrifying the strength needed to enter this level. It would be difficult for those who were not at this level to receive even one of their moves. Miao Qingxin, the Blade Demon, was able to receive 5 of his moves because he did not go all out. Otherwise, he was confident that he could defeat Miao Qingxin with a normal strike. Of course, Miao Qingxin still had the strength. On the Great Emperor rankings, Miao Qingxin was ranked 34th. His actual ranking was probably top 15 or even higher. Ning Ke, 20 years ago, you lost to me in 10 moves. I wonder how many moves you can take from me now. The Sword Emperor's eyes drooped as he muttered to himself. This is the emotionless Sword Emperor's strength. Murong Yoyu smiled bitterly. Before the swordsman tournament, she was brimming with confidence and believed that her strength was enough to contest for the top 3. From the looks of it now, she was overconfident. Be it veteran swordsmen like the emotionless Sword Emperor, Heart Sword Sovereign, or rising swordsmen like Li Jianxin and Li Fuchen, they all had sword Dao talents that were beyond her reach. If she wanted to contest with them, she wouldn't be able to do it even if she had a few dozen years. The emotionless Sword Dao pursues pure speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. It doesn't mix anything else. Li Fuchen immediately saw through the essence of the emotionless Sword Dao. The emotionless Sword Dao wasn't called emotionless without a reason. Only those who were truly emotionless would be able to make their sword reach the extremity of speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. If there was a trace of emotion, the emotionless Sword Dao would have a trace of flaw and obstruction. The emotionless Sword Emperor wasn't truly emotionless yet, but he was close to it. There weren't many who could block such a sword that was close to emotionless. Martial Stage 3, Li Jianxin against Tang Xing, the swordsman tournament was already at the final phase. The elite swordsmen were all encountering each other. On the martial stage, Li Jianxin had indifferent eyes while Tang Xing had a serious expression that was filled with battle intent. One sword. Li Jianxin said. Arrogant. Tang Xing raised his brows and emitted a trace of anger. The emotionless Sword Emperor was able to defeat Murong Yoyu in a single sword, but it didn't mean that Li Jianxin could defeat him in a single sword. Firstly, Li Jianxin wasn't the emotionless Sword Emperor. Secondly, he wasn't Murong Yoyu either. One more sword, it is my loss. Be careful now. Li Jianxin's sword was a simple and unadorned longsword. When the longsword was unsheathed, the sword light flowed like water and gave off a natural feeling. Tang Xing might feel that Li Jianxin was very arrogant, but he didn't dare to be careless. The sword light circulated around his body and formed a star mirage. There wasn't any sword light or sword chi, but Li Jianxin made his move. This sword was extremely sharp and fast. It was even as fast as the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword. When the sword was brandished, Tang Xing's star mirage was instantly penetrated and blood sprayed out. After executing the sword, Li Jianxin turned around and left the fearful Tang Xing behind. It was too fast. It was so fast that Tang Xing could only see an afterimage. His spiritual awareness could react, but his body couldn't. At the same time, this sword was too terrifying, therefore, the force was concentrated at one point. Tang Xing's star's sword Dao was like paper in front of Li Jianxin's sword and couldn't withstand a single blow. The Heart Sword Sovereign frowned. Li Jianxin's sword contained a sword Dao feeling. It might be profound and mystical, but it wasn't at a level that he couldn't accept. But why was Li Jianxin's sword so fast and powerful? Could it be related to Li Jianxin's sword Dao? The emotionless Sword Emperor was also in deep thoughts. Only Li Fuchen knew clearly that Li Jianxin's sword was able to reach such a level because Li Jianxin had condensed the sword heart. With the sword heart, Li Jianxin's sword Dao would be able to execute to the limits. Otherwise, most of the power and mysticism would be wasted. The spectators were all dumbfounded, feeling like they were fools. At the start, when the Heart Sword Sovereign displayed astounding strength, they assumed that the Heart Sword Sovereign would be the one of this year's swordsman tournament. Afterwards, they assumed that the emotionless Sword Emperor would be number 1. Right now, they felt that the Li Jianxin was number 1. How were they going to predict it? Their faces had been slapped swollen. This is confusing. Yes, it is truly impossible to predict number 1. It is possible for anyone. It might even be Li Fuchen. In any case, I will not underestimate any of the 4. Everyone was in a heated discussion and had a higher opinion of Li Fuchen. Sword Heart. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang's eyes burst out with radiance as he said each word clearly. Sword Heart? Miao Qingxin was startled at first before he blurted out, how is that possible? From what he knew, the Dao Heart was the final obstacle to entering the Saint's realm. Once the Tao heart was condensed, one would basically enter the saint's realm. Li Jianxin was only at the peak level of 9th level law phase realm and wasn't even a half-saint. It was obvious that he was still far from becoming a saint. Why is it impossible? From what I know, the Sword Emperor condensed the Sword Heart. The number 1 Heaven Emperor on the Great Emperor rankings also condensed the Tao Heart. Don't use your eyes to look at them. Chu Kuang said indifferently. Could it be? Miao Qingxin looked at Chu Kuang. If Chu Kuang could see that Li Jianxin had condensed the Sword Heart, didn't it mean that Chu Kuang had also condensed the Tao Heart? Chapter 783. It's finally time for the pinnacle showdown. As Li Jianxin defeated Tang Xing, the 5th to 10th places were determined. They were Tang Xing, Murong Youyu, Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor Lu Hua, Mountain River Sword Emperor Song Shanhe, Yuan Haojia, and Wind Chasing Sword Emperor Zhu Lang. The top 4 were naturally the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Heart Sword Sovereign, Li Jianxin, and Li Fuchen. There weren't many matches left. In the following matches, the 4 of them would meet one by one, starting the pinnacle showdown. After Li Jianxin defeated Tang Xing, the Emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign also defeated Tang Xing. The difference was that the Emotionless Sword Emperor only needed 1 sword while the Heart Sword Sovereign needed 3. This didn't mean that the Emotionless Sword Emperor was stronger than the Heart Sword Sovereign. It was just that every time the Heart Sword Sovereign attacked, he would start from the first move of the Heart Sword. He wouldn't jump to the 3rd or 4th move. Otherwise, even Tang Xing wouldn't be able to withstand a single sword from the Heart Sword Sovereign. Martial Stage 7, Xiao Yuan against Li Fuchen. As the judge's voice rang out, the audience went into an uproar. Even the area below the stage was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone could not help but start discussing. The Heart Sword Sovereign was ranked number 4 on the Sword Emperor rankings. His strength and fame had always been on par with the Emotionless Sword Emperor and was right behind the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. In the Sword Tao world, it was hard to exclude the Happy Sword Sovereign when it came to formidable swordsmen. If the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign were the symbols of the Sword Tao world, then the Emotionless Sword Emperor and Heart Sword Sovereign were the tall mountains of the Sword Tao world. They were similarly revered. Before the Swordsman tournament, Li Fuchen was considered a nobody. At the start of the Swordsman tournament, he wasn't that eye-catching. But as time elapsed, everyone overturned their understanding of Li Fuchen. Right now, many people couldn't understand how Li Fuchen reached this stage. One was a tall mountain in the Sword Tao world, while the other was a superstar in the Sword Tao world. The battle between the two could be said to be a collision of the Sword Tao world. Who do you think will have the last laugh between the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Fuchen? Is there a need to ask? It is definitely the Heart Sword Sovereign. As of now, the Heart Sword Sovereign has only used the 3rd move of the Heart Sword. There are still 3 more moves. With Li Fuchen's strength, it is already incredible for him to force out the 5th move. Once the 6th move is used, he will definitely lose. I also think that the Heart Sword Sovereign is stronger. The Heart Sword Principle is one of the strongest sword principles. That might be the case, but Li Fuchen still has a chance. Don't forget, until now, it is still unknown if Li Fuchen has used his full strength. So what if he hid his strength? Even if he hid 10 times his strength, it would still be difficult for him to defeat the Heart Sword Sovereign. Most people were more optimistic about the Heart Sword Sovereign. There was no other way, as the Heart Sword Sovereign's reputation was something that Li Fuchen couldn't compare with. Hoo, a ripple appeared on the stage within the barrier, like a reflection in the water. This was a confrontation between the 2 swords. In fact, the 2 of them did not deliberately emit sword aura. This sword aura was purely emitted by mutual attraction. If one had to describe it, this could also be considered a type of Sword Tao resonance. Others might not be able to see it, but Tang Xing and Murong Youyu, who had experienced the Sword Tao resonance, immediately knew it was the Sword Tao resonance. It might be a low-class Sword Tao resonance, but the 2 of them had yet to exchange moves. Once they did, it would be incredible. Interesting, he is actually able to produce a sword Dao resonance with the Heart Sword Sovereign, Xiao Yuan. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang smiled. If Li Fuchen was too weak, then it would be meaningless. Only by killing an elite swordsman would he feel a sense of accomplishment. They are finally going to exchange moves. Miao Xueqing had a face of anticipation. She knew that Li Fuchen was very strong, but she didn't know how strong Li Fuchen was. Yes, they are going to exchange moves. Chu Qingyan nodded. This might be the chance for her to see through Li Fuchen. On the martial stage, the duo's sword auras were like two needles against each other as they were in a microscopic confrontation. In the tiny space that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, countless sword chi were wreaking havoc and letting out subtle crackling sounds. You are very strong. The Heart Sword Sovereign admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Once on the stage and when he made contact with Li Fuchen's chi presence, he understood that Li Fuchen was a formidable foe. You aren't bad either. Li Fuchen said. Different from others, Li Fuchen's eyes had indifference, battle intent, and admiration. The only things that weren't there were apprehension and seriousness. Is that so? In your eyes, I am just not bad. The Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes turned sharp and a blazing sword light was like a thunderbolt that cleaved at Li Fuchen. Everyone thought that the Heart Sword Sovereign with a sword was the strongest Heart Sword Sovereign. But it wasn't like that. Or rather, it wasn't completely correct. A Heart Sword Sovereign with a sword was indeed the strongest Heart Sword Sovereign. But a swordless Heart Sword Sovereign might not be weaker than a Heart Sword Sovereign with a sword. It just required a little more mental effort. This pure Heart Sword was infused with a large amount of the Heart Sword Sovereign's heart force. Right now, the eyes were the sword light. When the sword light was shot over, it felt like it could cleave and rip everything apart. The speed was too fast and it was even faster than when Li Fuchen was wielding a sword. It was impossible to defend. Just as the sword light was about to reach Li Fuchen, everyone felt like they could see Li Fuchen being sent flying. Heart Sword ha! Li Fuchen's mouth curled up into a smile. When the blazing sword light was 1 foot away from Li Fuchen, it was immediately extinguished. What? He didn't even draw his sword and broke the Heart Sword Sovereign's heart sword. Could Li Fuchen also know the heart sword? It shouldn't be possible. I don't see the shadow of the Heart Sword Dao on Li Fuchen. Everyone was shocked and a little surprised. The Heart Sword Sovereign frowned as he didn't think that Li Fuchen knew the Heart Sword. But it wasn't important. The important thing was that Li Fuchen didn't draw his sword and was able to break the Heart Sword Sovereign's heart sword. It seemed like Li Fuchen's body contained a layer of horrific sword Dao power. No wonder it's the sect origin swords. Li Fuchen was satisfied. The power that extinguished the heart sword was the sect origin swords. Right now, Li Fuchen was basically familiar with the sect origin swords. Earlier on, it was just a small test and the effects were very powerful. Let alone the fact that the Heart Sword Sovereign's heart sword was only this powerful, even if it was several times stronger, it still wouldn't be able to defeat the sect origin swords. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't planning to use the sect origin swords to defeat the Heart Sword Sovereign. It would be making a big fuss over a minor issue. Furthermore, Li Fuchen wanted to experience the true mysticism of the Heart Sword Dao. It was meaningless to defeat the Heart Sword Sovereign in a single blow. Clang! The Heart Sword Sovereign finally drew his sword and attacked at Li Fuchen with the heart move. The void was rippling like water. This wasn't the wave of the water Dao law, it was the wave of the sword Dao law. The Heart Sword Sovereign turned the sword Dao law into water. It was just like a ripple in a person's heart. If Li Fuchen was Murong Youyu or Tang Xing, it would be very hard to receive this move. It was a pity that it was Li Fuchen who received this move. When he thrust his sword, the void sword force broke the sword prowess and clashed with the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword. Swish! There were blazing sparks that burst into the sky. The Heart Sword Sovereign's body shook violently and he couldn't help but take a step back. This scene was witnessed by everyone and it instantly caused a heated discussion. This was the first time they saw the Heart Sword Sovereign taking a step back. Furthermore, the opponent wasn't the emotionless Sword Emperor or Li Jianqin, it was Li Fuchen. How was this possible? Could Li Fuchen's strength be superior to the Heart Sword Sovereign? The duel has just begun and the Heart Sword Sovereign has only used his first move. Why are you in such a hurry to judge? That is true, it is mainly because it is too shocking. Yes, this Li Fuchen has really underestimated him. It doesn't matter if he has used his full strength, just this sword move is enough to look down on the Sword Dao Circle. In the future, he will definitely become the benchmark of the Sword Dao Circle. After returning without any results, the Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes turned serious, but there was also a trace of excitement. It had been a long time since he had such a feeling. It was very mystical and exciting. Heart Enchantment. The Heart Sword Sovereign executed his second sword move. When this sword move was executed, there were several overlapping ripples that were vibrating violently. Once a person was immersed in it, they would be unable to extricate themselves and would only perish. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and twisted. Clang clang, in an instant, it was unknown how many times the duo's swords clashed. It was so much so that everyone's vision was overlapping and hearing things. Clang! There was a string of sparks and the Heart Sword Sovereign took another step back. Li Fuchen said indifferently, "Use your third move. I would like to experience the feeling of sorrow." If Li Fuchen was so calm, everyone outside the stage wasn't calm anymore. The first move was repelled by Li Fuchen, now the second move was repelled by Li Fuchen again. The situation seemed to have deviated. Let's see the third and fourth moves now. Someone said. Without any sound, the Heart Sword Sovereign stopped retreating and said slowly, "As you wish. This shall be the third move, Heart Wound." The Heart Sword Sovereign's expression had a touch of sorrow and indifference as he attacked at Li Fuchen with his sword. It was just a normal sword move, but it caused a huge commotion. The sword force was like a whirlpool that was spinning violently as though it was going to devour the world. However, the sword Dao Qi presence that was emitted was so weak and helpless. It was like a sorrowful woman that was mourning alone. In an instant, Li Fuchen was devoured by the whirlpool. It is over. Murong Yoyu shook her head with a pale expression. She had been defeated by this move before and knew how terrifying this move was. It was fine if she didn't get sucked in, but once she got sucked in, her spirit would feel as though it was being minced. The sorrowful sword intent had seeped into the spirit fragments and couldn't be removed. Until now, her heart still had the sorrowful sword intent. Li Fuchen, who was sucked into the whirlpool, wasn't like Murong Yoyu, who couldn't resist at all. In fact, Li Fuchen was intentionally sucked in. Otherwise, how was he going to experience the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword intent? Brandishing his sword, Li Fuchen dispersed the sword forces one after another. When the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword forces dispersed, Li Fuchen could feel the sorrowful sword Dao presence. I see. Li Fuchen's sword Dao perception was extremely high and he immediately understood the quintessence of the Heart Wound sword move. Boom! After understanding the quintessence of the Heart Wound sword move, Li Fuchen cleaved open the whirlpool. Use your fourth move. Good. You are the first to force me to use my fourth move in this year's swordsman tournament. Seeing that Li Fuchen had neutralized his Heart Wound sword move, the Heart Sword Sovereign didn't mind. With Li Fuchen's strength, it was impossible to defeat him with the third move. Only the fourth move or the fifth move could do it. Chapter 784. Outside the martial stage, everyone was holding their breaths. The Heart Sword Sovereign was going to use the fourth move. During normal times, they wouldn't be able to see the fourth move. They would only be able to see it during Grand Sword Dao events like the Swordsman Tournament. Infatuation. When the sword was executed, the Heart Sword Sovereign's entire body was like a pool of stagnant water. Within the stagnant water, there was a sword Dao presence that wouldn't regret even in death. When the sword was executed, Li Fuchen felt that everything on the martial stage was frozen. Even his thoughts were affected. The Heart Sword Dao is truly peculiar. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with light as he executed a sword slash. Due to the peculiarity of the infatuation sword move, everyone saw a frozen scene. The entire martial stage felt as though it was frozen by an invisible force and was in dead silence. The only thing that wasn't frozen was Li Fuchen's sword. Li Fuchen's sword was like a flickering radiance that was rapidly advancing on the martial stage. The Void Sword Dao was the hardest to freeze. In order to freeze Li Fuchen's Void Sword Dao, the Sword Dao proficiency would have to be much higher than Li Fuchen. It was obvious that the Heart Sword Sovereign's Sword Dao proficiency wasn't superior to Li Fuchen, let alone much higher. Clang, 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 there was a burst of radiance around the Heart Sword Sovereign. Everyone couldn't see the clash between the duo. They could only see a bundle of obscure sword light and a bundle of bright sword light clashing rapidly. TSS. A portion of the Heart Sword Sovereign's collar slid off and the sword field that froze the martial stage instantly vanished. The Heart Sword Sovereign's face and body were splattered with traces of blood. In this clash, the Heart Sword Sovereign was at a complete disadvantage. It wasn't that the Heart Sword Sovereign wasn't strong enough. In fact, the Heart Sword Sovereign's fourth move was extremely terrifying. The sword field was like stagnant water and could freeze the void. If it was someone else, like Tang Xing or Murong Yoyu, they would probably be immobilized in front of the infatuation sword field. They would be like fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. However, Li Fuchen was obviously stronger. His Void Sword Dao wasn't afraid of the sword move that froze the void and wasn't affected at all. We are finally going to see the Heart Sword Sovereign's fifth move. I didn't expect Li Fuchen to force the Heart Sword Sovereign to this extent. Yes, but it ends here. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword doesn't have a huge increase in power from the first to the fourth move, only 1 or 2 times. However, when it comes to the fifth move, the power will explosively increase by more than 5 times. As for the legendary sixth move, it is said to be more than 10 times stronger than the fifth move. Everyone discussed animatedly, looking forward to it. The gap is too big. Tang Xing and Murong Yoyu felt a little bitter. Before the competition, they had thought that they could be on par with the Emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign. Now, they knew that it was just their wishful thinking. At their level, their swordsmanship was already close to the pinnacle realm. However, even if they were close to the pinnacle realm, there would still be a difference between them. During this period, every bit of difference would be reflected in their combat prowess. This was also the reason why some people could suddenly become famous experts in the world. Once they had an epiphany in their swordsmanship, their combat prowess might increase by 10 or even 10 times. While lamenting, the two of them were also shocked by Li Fuchen's strength. Li Fuchen was the first person in the swordsman tournament to force the Heart Sword Sovereign to this extent. It's been 20 years since someone forced me to use my fifth move. The Heart Sword Monarch said calmly as the small wounds on his body closed. Do you think I'm forcing you? Li Fuchen laughed. The Heart Sword Sovereign was indeed very powerful, but in Li Fuchen's eyes, he was only considered an ordinary formidable foe. Li Fuchen's opponents had always been at the level of the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. Unless the Heart Sword Sovereign's sixth move was infinitely close to the pinnacle realm, it was impossible for the Heart Sword Sovereign to contest with him. Of course, it was also a wonderful thing to be able to deeply feel the Heart Sword Dao's profundity. Otherwise, Li Fuchen would have already defeated the Heart Sword Sovereign in a single sword. What do you mean? The Heart Sword Sovereign frowned and felt that the atmosphere was rather subtle. Make your move. If I didn't guess it wrongly, your fifth move should be similar to the first move, Heartbeat. But it is even more intense. Based on the first 4 moves, Li Fuchen had basically deduced the profundity of the Heart Sword Sovereign's fifth move. If he had enough time, he would be able to create it. After hearing the statement, the Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes contracted. Li Fuchen guessed it correctly. The fifth move was indeed the enhanced version of the first move. It was called Heartbeat. Heartbeat and Heartbeat, one was a ripple in the heart, while the other was a raging wave in the heart. At this moment, the Heart Sword Sovereign's impression of Li Fuchen had changed. Li Fuchen, who had been smiling, was now giving off an extremely terrifying and ruthless feeling. In front of Li Fuchen, the Heart Sword Sovereign couldn't hide any secrets at all. Heartbeat. Without speaking any more nonsense, the Heart Sword Sovereign burst out with the Heart Sword's fifth move. Once this move was executed, there was a raging wave on the martial stage. The raging wave was obviously formed by Sword Dao law and didn't contain any trace of other laws. Rumble. Everyone could clearly hear the sound of the raging wave. That majestic and dangerous scene was reflected in their hearts when they closed their eyes. Some of the people who were closer had suddenly burst in retreat while their hearts were in extreme pain. This sword move had already reached the stage where it could injure invisibly. It was even more terrifying than the heart wound. Great move, Heartbeat. Li Fuchen executed the Void Heaven Sword Art's first move, Void Reality. There was an invisible sword force that spread out and clashed with the Heart Sword Sovereign's heartbeat. Void Reality also had the effect of injuring invisibly. As Li Fuchen pushed the Void Heaven Sword Art to near extremity, the Void Reality was more than 10 times or dozens of times more profound than before. The Heart Sword Sovereign's heartbeat sword move, be it the sword force in the open or the sword force in the dark, they were all neutralized by the Void Reality. Rumble. The light barrier exploded and the sword force spread out. Those who were nearby were sent flying while vomiting blood. What? Even the light barrier exploded? Previously, during the battle between Tang Xing and Murong Yoyu, the Sword Dao resonance was triggered, causing the light barrier to shatter. Once the Sword Dao resonance was triggered, the power would be very close to extremity. It wasn't considered the duo's actual strength. The light barrier is still too weak for them. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint waved his hand and a new light barrier enveloped the martial stage. Even a low-level Sword Dao Saint wouldn't be able to break this light barrier within a short period of time. It wouldn't be a problem for it to last until the end of the tournament. The Heart Sword Sovereign's heartbeat was like a huge wave that wouldn't stop until the enemy was smashed into pieces. As for Li Fuchen's Void Reality, it was like a spring breeze. It might look like it didn't have any power, but its power was actually reserved. The Chi Force explosions were continuous. In an instant, the duo's swords clashed for hundreds or even thousands of times. It was impossible to count. Boom! There was another explosion and the Heart Sword Sovereign vomited a mouthful of blood. He was forced to retreat and nearly crashed into the light barrier at the edge of the martial stage. The Heart Sword Sovereign had a grave expression. His Heart Sword's fifth move had lost. He was utterly convinced of his loss. Before the tournament, he didn't even think about it. During the Swordsman tournament 20 years ago, not even the emotionless Sword Emperor Ning Ke was able to neutralize his Heart Sword's fifth move so cleanly. Ning Ke was only slightly superior to him. Furthermore, his Heart Sword's fifth move had improved a lot as compared to 20 years ago. Be it the profundity or power, it was several times stronger. I can only use the sixth move. The Heart Sword Sovereign regained his composure. It didn't matter if he lost the first 5 moves, he still had the sixth move. The sixth move was the essence of the first 5 moves. The power was more than 10 times stronger than the fifth move and it was also several times more profundity. This move was originally prepared for the emotionless Sword Emperor Ning Ke, but he had no choice but to use it to deal with Li Fuchen. The fifth move isn't able to deal with Li Fuchen. It seems like the sixth move is the only choice. How is this Li Fuchen so powerful? It is truly unbelievable. In this world, there are too many mystical individuals. If Li Fuchen can appear today, tomorrow, there will be another Wang Fuchen. Who can say for sure? At this moment, be it the audience, the people below the martial stage, or some of the top-notch experts on the Great Emperor rankings, all of them were concentrating. The Heart Sword Sovereign's sixth move wasn't a joke and it might be able to inspire them. The sixth move should be related to the fourth move, right? Inside a top-class private room, the Sword Sovereign let out a faint smile while his eyes were like torches. His Sword Dao proficiency was extremely high and just by observing the first 5 moves, he was able to deduce some clues about the sixth move. Ever since I created this sixth move, I have never executed it in front of anyone. If I accidentally kill you, don't blame me. The Heart Sword Sovereign's voice was filled with the intent of death, and it was breathtaking. Just make your move. If I die under your sword, it will be because I am not proficient enough. It has nothing to do with you. The swordsman tournament didn't allow intentional killing. In normal situations, even if one wanted to intentionally kill someone, it was impossible. The spectating Sword Dao saints wouldn't just stand by and watch. Of course, nothing was absolute. If even the Sword Dao saint couldn't make a move in time, then the death would be in vain. However, this wasn't something that Li Fuchen was worried about. In terms of overall strength, let alone the Heart Sword Sovereign, even a low-level Sword Dao saint wouldn't be able to kill the Heart Sword Sovereign easily. Be careful, Heart Mourn. The Heart Sword Sovereign's intent of death was getting denser. When he brandished his sword, the entire martial stage had turned into a gray color. The ground of the martial stage was visibly cracking and decaying. There were also subtle decaying sounds coming from the barrier. The Heart Mourn sword move obviously contained the true meaning of death. It was using the Sword Dao law to deduce the true meaning of death. Just this point alone was enough to shock everyone. Just like the fourth move, Heart Infatuation, the sixth move, Heart Mourn, also had the effect of freezing the void. When enveloped by the Heart Mourn sword field, apart from watching oneself slowly decaying and dying, there was nothing else one could do. After being affected by the Heart Mourn sword intent, the Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes were inhuman and terrifying. The devastating sword light was bone-chilling and empty. An interesting sword move. The opponent is going to be defeated. Inside the top-class private room, the Sword Sovereign's eyes flashed with light. Even he felt that this sword move was very stunning. He couldn't imagine how Li Fuchen was going to block it. After all, the Void Sword Dao might be powerful, but in the face of the true meaning of death, the void would perish one day and everything would wither. This sword move is rather decent. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with cold light as he executed the Void Heaven Sword World. The Sword World had always been the highest level of the Sword Dao, and there was no limit. Different individuals' sword worlds would have different power. If the Sword World could reach extremity, it would be possible to create a true sword world. Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword World contained the Void Law and Sword Dao Law. It might seem impure, but because it contained the Void Law, it was easier to form a sword world. Furthermore, it could make the sword world stronger and more unbreakable. P.S. On the second day of the baby's hospitalization, the blood test came out. The previous day, the jaundice index wasn't 20 points, it was 25 points. It was said that the skin test wasn't accurate, only the blood test was accurate. One day later, it had dropped to 18.6 and is now 12. Super regretful. If I knew this would happen, I would have been hospitalized from the start. Chapter 785. When the sword was brandished, the void froze and time seemed to have slowed down by countless times. Crack crack crack, when the two sword moves that froze the void clashed, a pitch-black crack appeared. This is a spatial crack. Someone exclaimed. The Saint Spirit Continent's heaven and earth law was too stable, and the void law was naturally extremely stable too. In order to create a spatial crack, only saints could do it. It was impossible for those below saints. But right now, the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Fuchen had actually done it. How did they do it? The Saber Demon, Miao Qingxin, was rather frightened. The Saber Emperor, Chu Kuang, said, "It is because their sword moves have the effect of freezing the void. Once they clashed, the effects of freezing the void would stack and crack." Chu Kuang might be nonchalant, but in his heart, he was very concerned. If the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Fuchen were to work together, his life would be in danger, even though the two of them wouldn't work together to deal with him. The spatial cracks would flash from time to time, and the crackling sounds were very shocking. However, the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered anymore. Their sword moves clashed violently and wanted to completely suppress each other. He actually withstood it. The Heart Sword Sovereign frowned and felt that the situation was already out of his control. He was the only one who knew how powerful his Heart Morn was. He didn't think that Li Fuchen would be able to resist this move. I have underestimated this move. Li Fuchen was rather surprised that he wasn't able to suppress the Heart Sword Sovereign immediately. His Void Heaven Sword World didn't emit a sword field, it was a sword world. Before he created the primary extreme sword art, the Void Heaven Sword World was his strongest trump card and nothing else could compare. The duo's sword moves were still clashing. The spatial cracks turned from the thickness of a metal wire to the thickness of a chopstick. Within the spatial cracks, horrific annihilation power burst out, causing the martial stage to flicker with radiance. Anyone below the saints who entered the range of the radiance would be instantly turned into ashes. Break! The Heart Sword Sovereign's long sword appeared mottled. He thrust at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. The Heart Sword Sovereign's long sword was only a heaven-class mid-tier artifact sword after all. It was hard to withstand such a powerful sword move. I would like to see how you are going to break it. Li Fuchen thrust his longsword forward as well. The difference was that his longsword didn't have any damage. The flowing sword light made the longsword extremely sharp. Clang! In an instant, the two swords collided, and a spatial crack appeared at the tip of their swords. Visible cracks appeared on the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword. This was the result of the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword move and the spatial cracks. On the contrary, the sword in Li Fuchen's hand didn't seem to have any abnormalities. Kacha! A breath later, the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword shattered. The Heart Sword Sovereign's expression turned stern. He raised his right index and middle finger and thrust forward. Countless sword shards were shot at Li Fuchen. The shards contained the horrific Heart Morning Sword intent, and it was even stronger and more violent than before. The shattering of the longsword also contained the Heart Morning Sword intent. Good timing. With a twist of Li Fuchen's longsword, the shards of the longsword were turned into a silver paste. In front of the Void Heaven Sword World, it was impossible for his opponent's sword technique to break through his defense. Whoosh! The Heart Sword Sovereign retreated like a bird. Li Fuchen could feel that his opponent's battle intent had vanished. You win. The Heart Sword Sovereign's voice was calm, but his heart was bitter. He didn't expect to lose to Li Fuchen before the duel with the emotionless Sword Emperor Ning Quebec. No matter how unwilling he was, the truth was the truth. However, he wouldn't be resentful because he was convinced of his defeat. If a swordsman couldn't even face defeat, then in his opinion, the swordsman wasn't worthy to be a swordsman. Thanks for letting me win. Li Fuchen withdrew his sword intent. The Heart Sword Sovereign was still very powerful. If he didn't use the primary extreme sword art, his sword art was only slightly superior. Furthermore, he learned plenty of things from the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao. These things would allow him to save a lot of hard work. Remember, don't lose. The Heart Sword Sovereign had his pride. Since Li Fuchen defeated him, he hoped that Li Fuchen would continue winning. This way, it would be normal for him to lose. I will. Li Fuchen nodded. Humph. Below the stage, Li Jianxin grunted. As the Heart Sword Sovereign got off the stage, the audience was already in a heated discussion. The Heart Sword Sovereign was defeated. Why do I feel like I am dreaming? It is too unreal. The Heart Sword Sovereign is ranked 4th on the Sword Emperor rankings. Right now, he is probably going to be ranked 5th. This Li Fuchen isn't a dark horse, he is simply a dark dragon that is dark to the very end. Li Fuchen is already so powerful. I wonder how strong Li Jianxin is. Could this year's swordsman tournament be replacing the old with the new? The defeat of the Heart Sword Sovereign was undoubtedly an earth-shattering matter to the crowd. At the same time, it also caused them to have doubts. Since the Heart Sword Sovereign was defeated, the emotionless Sword Emperor Ning Ke might also be defeated. In fact, even the Sword Emperor and the Sword Sovereign might be defeated. It was just that the time was not right. The 9 martial stages were having matches at the same time. Soon enough, it was Li Jianxin's turn. However, Li Jianxin's opponent was just an ordinary swordsman and immediately conceded. Subsequently, the emotionless Sword Emperor's opponent conceded too. It was the next round of the tournament. Martial Stage 6, Xiao Yuan against Li Jianxin. The referee's voice had a trace of excitement. Apart from Sword Dao Saints, who wouldn't be excited to see such an exciting battle? On the martial stage, the battle was very intense. In just a short moment, the Heart Sword Sovereign had already executed the 4th move. But after 4 moves, he didn't have the upper hand. Li Jianxin's sword art was obviously weaker than him, but the sword intent was very powerful. It felt as though the sword in his hand wasn't a Heaven-class mid-tier artifact sword, but a Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword. The 5th move, the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword move, was like a raging wave that engulfed Li Jianxin. You are qualified to witness my Li clan's Skyline sword art. The Li clan was once a saint clan, and the Skyline sword art was an extremity sword art created by the Li clan's first sword monarch. There was only one word to describe this sword technique, and that was fast. It was so fast that no one could react. Li Jianxin leaped up and executed the Skyline sword art's first move, Heaven and Earth Realm. Swish! Streaks of white light crisscrossed on the martial stage. In an instant, it felt as though there were countless Li Jiangxins on the stage. Each Li Jianxin was wielding a long sword and was using extreme speed to attack the Heart Sword Sovereign. The Heart Sword Sovereign was in a miserable state and was only executing the 5th move when he quickly executed the 6th move. The opponent's sword art was too fast. If the Heart Sword Sovereign didn't change his move, he would be instantly defeated. When the 6th move, Heart Morn, was executed, the void froze and Li Jianxin's sword art had slowed down. However, it was merely slow and wasn't able to freeze the opponent's sword art. After all, this was an extremity sword art, even if Li Jianxin had yet to cultivate this sword art to the extremity. 2nd move. Skylight Flying Sword. With the 1st move slowed down, Li Jianxin executed the 2nd move. When this move was executed, the martial stage burst with radiance. A waterfall-like sword light flew at the Heart Sword Sovereign. When taking a closer look, it wasn't a single sword light. It was clearly countless sword lights stacked together and was advancing with extreme speed. It was like a river of light that was shuttling through the universe. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Morn froze the waterfall of sword lights from the outside in. However, there were simply too many sword lights. After freezing layer after layer, a majority of the sword lights still flew over. When the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword clashed with one of them, sparks burst out and cracks appeared. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, the Heart Sword Sovereign was sent flying. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to block so many sword lights.